Chapter 1 Soul Seeking Courtyard, Tricked by Su Yun Tao. Douluo Continent, Holy Soul Village. Full soul power innate, martial soul is blue silver grass. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. It's actually a useless martial soul. Even if your martial soul is just a farm tool, it is much stronger than a useless martial soul. In that case, I can also. At this time, many children around 6 years old gathered in the square of the Holy Soul Village. The person who spoke was standing in the center and said this to one of the children in the crowd. But even though he complained like this, the work of awakening the martial soul was far from over. After a short rest, the next child walked forward to awaken the martial soul. Innate soul power level 1, martial soul is low-level weapon martial soul, shield sword. Well, your martial soul is a little better than the useless martial soul, but only a little bit, and this innate soul power level 1, alas. I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve anything in the future. Speaking of this, Su Yun Tao, who was responsible for the martial soul awakening of the 6-year-old children in the Holy Soul Village, sighed involuntarily. The others around him also looked at the new boy with sympathy. I never expected that the Holy Soul Village, which had a brief glory, would have a Waterloo this year. First, there was a representative with a full soul power and a useless martial soul, and then there was a talent with low soul power and low-level martial soul. If the martial souls of these two people could be exchanged, then at least one child would beta child will be able to become a big man in the future. After all, the last child only lacked a decent martial soul, while this child lacks talent. Even if he is given a lifetime to practice, his soul power will not be able to break through the 30th level in his lifetime. It's really fate. But fortunately, both of them have soul power, and they have embarked on the journey of becoming soul masters. How far they can go in the future, let fate take its course. Only level 1 innate soul power? The martial soul is a low-level weapon, the martial soul shield sword? Am I really a time traveler? Ye Chen, who was sentenced to death by Su Yun Tao, suddenly had an urge to curse after hearing this news. Originally, he was happy for a long time after traveling to Douluo Continent. Especially being able to travel to the Holy Soul Village, he could see Tang San, the last child who was pointed at by Su Yun Tao. It should have been a happy thing. But I never expected that some things would not go on smoothly as they should. The 6-year-old me actually got such a result. The innate soul power that determines talent is only level 1, and the martial soul is not the top-level weapon martial soul 7 killing sword, but the low-level weapon martial soul shield sword. In this life, I am afraid that I can only cultivate to the level of a great soul master at most. It is almost impossible to become a soul master and soul king, not to mention the title of Douluo, God King, etc. If I remember correctly, your name is Ye Chen, right? At this time, Su Yun Tao, who awakened Ye Chen's martial soul, spoke. Yes, uncle. Ye Chen replied calmly. Okay. Su Yun Tao nodded and continued, although your talent is very poor, you should know that 99% of people in this world will not become true soul masters, including the child just now. Because they either have no soul power or have useless martial arts spirits, but you just happened to cross the passing line, so theoretically, you have become one of the remaining 1% in this world. So you don't need to be too disappointed, and low innate soul power does not mean that you can't become a strong person in the future. At least becoming an existence like me is definitely not a problem. Great Soul Master Su Yun Tao. Is he strong? Ye Chen did not argue and decided to listen to what Su Yun Tao would say next. He felt that since Su Yun Tao said so much, there must be a purpose behind it. Sure enough, after taking a deep breath, Su Yun Tao continued, the Spirit Hall will wholeheartedly cultivate everyone who has the potential to become a strong man in the future. Although your talent is not good, I can make an exception and take you back to the Spirit Hall for training. Are you willing to accept it? The Spirit Hall. Ye Chen got goosebumps when he heard this. Turning his head to look at Tang San, Tang San's expression at this time did not react at all. Yes, Tang San still doesn't know the grievances between him and the Spirit Hall. Then for his own development in the future. I am willing. Ye Chen was silent for a while and responded. The Spirit Hall is the most prestigious and powerful organization in Douluo Continent, and it accommodates more than 80% of the soul masters on the continent. Practicing in the Spirit Hall is definitely faster than practicing in other places. Moreover, after joining the Spirit Hall, won't you be able to see Bibi Dong every day? Very good. Su Yun Tao nodded with satisfaction. Originally, the Spirit Hall would accept some soul masters when it performed the spirit awakening for the children in the towns of Douluo continent every year. However, after the awakening of the spirit, Su Yun Tao had a vacant soul master quota. If the standard is not met, it will be difficult to report to the Spirit Hall. Then in the end, the only one in the Holy Soul Village who can barely meet the admission standard of the Spirit Hall is Ye Chen. So he decided to do it once and for all. About half an hour later, Su Yun Tao completed the handover with the Holy Soul Village. Only Tang San and Ye Chen were worthy of attention during this trip to the Holy Soul Village. But Tang San's spirit was really hard to imagine, and Su Yun Tao finally chose to take Ye Chen back to the Spirit Hall. After many twists and turns and half a day, Su Yun Tao and Ye Chen came to the Spirit Hall, which was said to be extremely powerful on the mainland. But the expected picture seemed to be slightly different from what he saw. In a courtyard of the Spirit Hall. Meet Master Su. As soon as Su Yun Tao arrived, a grey-haired old man in the soul-seeking courtyard of the Spirit Hall hurried out to greet him. Seeing Su Yun Tao, he was so respectful. As expected. Damn. Ye Chen just realized it now. Although it doesn't look shabby, it can't be called a magnificent courtyard. How could it be the Spirit Hall? Moreover, it must be a trivial matter for Su Yun Tao to make a decision. What he said about bringing me back to the Spirit Hall for training is actually just pulling me to the Spirit Hall to do odd jobs. Old Qin, you are still alive. Su Yun Tao forced a smile after seeing the grey-haired old man, then he pointed at Ye Chen behind him and said, "Hey, this is the new kid in your soul-seeking courtyard. Train him well and train him to be like you in your lifetime. Oh, by the way, I'm here to take over your job." Su Yun Tao added after he finished speaking. Old Qin looked at Ye Chen with a little doubt, as if he understood something, and then said, "Don't worry, Master Su, leave this child to me. Don't let me down." Su Yun Tao nodded with satisfaction, then turned and left. "Come with me, little guy." Old man Qin smiled at Ye Chen and led him into the soul-seeking courtyard. "Hello, Mr. Qin." As soon as old man Qin entered the courtyard, many errand boys greeted him. Unlike Su Yun Tao, these errand boys were very respectful. "Yes." Old man Qin smiled slightly. After everyone signaled, they continued to lead Ye Chen to the inside, and finally walked into a room. The room was not big, similar to the small rental house in the city in the previous life, about 20 square meters, very shabby. The advantage is that it has all the necessary items, and it is facing the light, so you won't get eczema if you live in it. You will live here in the future. Old man Qin pointed to the room and said, "Here we are." Old man Qin roughly told Ye Chen what everyone in the Soul-Seeking Academy of the Spirit Hall should do, and what the foreman of the Soul-Seeking Academy should do. After all, he really wanted to make Ye Chen his successor. It also meant that he really remembered Su Yun Tao's words. After the explanation, old man Qin left. "You are not lying to me. I can still manage 100 or 200 people. My job is just to do miscellaneous things and help the soul masters in the hall find soul beasts. It's acceptable." After old man Qin left, Ye Chen said to himself. As one of the most powerful organizations in Douluo continent, the Spirit Hall naturally has a large number of soul masters. And their soul-seeking academy, as the name suggests, is mainly responsible for finding some soul beasts needed by soul masters for advancement. After all, there are too many soul masters. If they look for them one by one, the time cost of the soul masters will be very high. Moreover, if the soul masters of the same Spirit Hall all have their eyes on a soul beast, won't they have to fight over it? The soul-seeking academy is to prevent such things from happening. But after thinking about it, Ye Chen sighed in a low voice, "But in such a place, when can I become a strong man who soars over Douluo continent? Forget it, let's take a look at my own spirit first. Don't think about the answer you can't think of. Only by looking at the present can we look forward to the future." Ye Chen immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and released his spirit shield sword. Boom! With a slight roar, a rusty iron sword appeared in front of Ye Chen. But... damn it! It's called a shield sword, why is there only a sword and no shield? Are there counterfeit products for martial souls now? Ding! Congratulations to the host for releasing the martial soul shield sword, and the super god level sword drawing system is activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the novice task. Ding! The host's novice task is, draw the sword 50,000 times, and the soul power will increase by 5 levels. Draw the sword 50,000 times, and the soul power will increase by 5 levels? Is it so easy? Hey, wait, was that the system's voice just now? Originally, I just wanted to release my martial soul and practice for a short while. But Ye Chen didn't expect that the system he had been looking forward to finally appeared at this time. China has been great for tens of thousands of years, and the Chinese don't lie to the Chinese. It turns out that there is really a system to rely on when traveling through time. If I can improve my soul power just by drawing my sword, then why should I practice? Isn't it enough to play with my martial soul every day? After a few smirks, Ye Chen finally calmed down and asked the system, "You don't have only this one function, do you?" Chapter 2 Start practicing, draw the sword. Ding! Yes, host. You can only get rewards by drawing the sword. Unhappy, the system is a waste. What are the rewards? Ye Chen asked again. Ding! The host can check the reward module by himself. With a puzzled mood, Ye Chen, who originally looked down on the system, opened the reward module, but couldn't help covering his mouth in shock. I saw that the reward module was divided into many small modules: Martial Soul Advancement Module, Soul Ring Module, Soul Power Module, Soul Skill Module, Soul Bone Module, and another module. At the bottom of the reward module, a line of small words was displayed. The current number of times the host draws the sword, 0. So, as long as I draw the sword enough times, I can get a better reward. Ye Chen was puzzled, so he casually clicked on the Martial Soul Advancement Module. Martial Soul Advancement Module. Intermediate Weapon Martial Soul Advancement, Flame Wool. The number of sword draws reaches 10 million times, the host can exchange it. Advanced Weapon Martial Soul Advancement, Red Sky Feather. The number of sword draws reaches 100 million times, the host can exchange it. Top Weapon Martial Soul Advancement God Level Weapon Martial Soul Advancement. A huge amount of information poured into Ye Chen's mind. It was the first time he saw the situation of using the system to advance his martial soul. After all, it was his first time to travel through time. And his low-level shield sword martial soul could actually advance to high level, even super, God level. The most important thing is that the name of the martial soul is also changing. What is Flame Wool, Red Sky Feather, which one is not better than this shield sword? Good, so awesome I can't bear it. The heart rate accelerated, making Ye Chen fall into a brief climax, and almost fainted in one breath. Flipping through other modules, each module is full of good things. For example, the Soul Ring module. From the 10-year Soul Ring, the sword is drawn 1,000 times, to the million-year Soul Ring, the sword is drawn hundreds of millions of times. And these soul rings will ignore Ye Chen's physique. As long as the number of swords drawn is enough to exchange, then he can directly obtain the soul ring. In other words, as long as he saves hundreds of millions of swords, he can get a million-year soul ring with 10-level soul power. Another example is the soul power module. Level 1 to 20, in addition to the novice task of drawing the sword 50,000 times and giving the 5th level of soul power, each subsequent level of soul power will consume 50,000 swords. Level 21 to 40, in addition to the task, each subsequent level of soul power will consume 500,000 swords. Level 41 to 60, in addition to tasks, each level of soul power will require 5 million sword draws. Level 61 to 80, in addition to tasks, each level of soul power will require 50 million sword draws. Level 81 to 100, in addition to tasks, each level of soul power will require 500 million sword draws. Soul Skill Module. On the premise of being able to obtain soul rings, all soul skills on soul rings are designated for exchange. Attack soul skills, defense soul skills, auxiliary soul skills. There are even soul skills of various attributes, as well as composite soul skills. Composite soul skills have many attributes and functions. The exchange price ranges from the lowest 1 million sword draws to hundreds of millions of sword draws. Soul Bone Module. The lowest 10,000 year soul bone consumes 100 million sword draws. 100,000 year soul bones consume billions of sword draws. 1 million year soul bones consume 10 billion sword draws. Other modules. Various elixirs, various immortal herbs, and even various adventures, etc. It is true that only Ye Chen can't think of it, and there is nothing that the system can't give. I thought the system was useless, but I didn't expect that I was the frog in the well. Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Ye Chen roared proudly. With this system in the future, can't he slap Su Yuntao in the face? No, Su Yuntao alone is not enough. I want to slap everyone in Douluo continent in the face. Ye Chen looked confident, and his roar also scared the servants in the yard. Everyone thought that there was another crazy person in the soul-seeking courtyard. After all, everyone who entered the soul-seeking courtyard had expected to be trained by the spirit hall. But Ye Chen didn't care about their thoughts. Next. Since you already know how to improve yourself, let's start now. As long as you complete this novice task first, your soul power can reach level 6. Ye Chen suddenly grasped his martial arts shield sword and began to swing it. Well, now it should only be called the rust sword. Because there is no shield. Ye Chen placed the rust sword across his waist and held the hilt with one hand, which was a bit like the front posture of drawing a sword. At the same time, the rust sword followed his action and quickly raised it to the front of him. Swish! The action was completed at the same time, and the system also gave Ye Chen feedback at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the sword. The current number of times the host draws the sword, 1. Very good, the system feedback means that the action is correct. Ye Chen continued to draw the sword. He had roughly calculated that if he drew the sword 10,000 times, it would only take 1,000 minutes, which is more than 16 hours, according to 50 times a minute. It takes less than a day to improve the soul power of level 5. It is a sure thing. Moreover, Ye Chen was an assassin in his previous life. After crossing into this world, he could not save other things, but his physical strength was still there. Maybe it doesn't take 16 hours at all. 10 hours is enough. Before dark. Shua shua. The terrifying desire to win suddenly erupted at this moment. Ye Chen wanted to quickly complete the tasks issued by the system to strengthen himself. But he didn't expect it. Although his physical strength in this life is much better than that of his peers, it will always be limited by age. Especially now that he is only 6 years old, even if he is stronger, without the support of soul power and soul skills, it is still difficult to be as strong as in the previous life. After several hours of continuous sword drawing, Ye Chen's physical strength seemed to be close to exhaustion. Moreover, he was far from reaching the goal of drawing the sword 50,000 times. Sure enough, I still overestimated myself. Panting heavily, Ye Chen's forehead was full of sweat, and the shield sword in his hand became particularly heavy. In order to be able to draw the sword efficiently, Ye Chen finally decided to rest for a while. Then, after half an hour of rest, Ye Chen continued to draw the sword. Swish swish! Start drawing the sword again. Cultivation is a long process, but drawing the sword is also not an easy task. During the second sword drawing, Ye Chen's speed slowed down a lot. Because his physical strength loss was too serious, if he didn't control the frequency of sword drawing, then the next time he rested, his right arm would be useless. This was the intuition that Ye Chen should have as an assassin. Of course, it is also human nature. Never want to lose the big for the small. So, in this boring summer, the sun sets and the sun rises, and the servants of the soul-seeking courtyard disperse and gather in the courtyard again. Ye Chen spent most of the day and one night drawing the sword. It was not until the early morning of the next day that someone called him to eat outside the door, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. 40,009,998, 49,999, 50,000, 50,001. With a low roar, Ye Chen drew out the last sword, even one more than the task required. Perhaps he wanted to try to get extra rewards for completing the extra task. Ding! Draw the sword 50,001 times. Congratulations to the host for completing the rookie task, and the soul power has been increased by 5 levels. The task reward will be issued soon. The task reward has been issued successfully. A series of sounds from the system sounded. And in this slightly noisy sound, several faint golden lights surrounded Ye Chen's body and slowly overflowed into his body. Ye Chen only felt indescribably comfortable all over his body, because the physical strength lost by drawing the sword seemed to be slowly recovering. This comfortable feeling lasted for a stick of incense before slowly dissipating. Ding! The overall strength of the host has been improved. Would you like to check the current attribute panel? Check. Host, Ye Chen. Age, 6 years old. Martial Soul, Shield Sword. Soul Power, Level 6. Soul Ring, none. Soul Bone, none. Soul Skill, None. Well, it's the same as not watching it. Except that the soul power level has been improved, other aspects are even easier than not watching it. There are no extra rewards. Ye Chen smiled helplessly. But fortunately, drawing the sword can really improve oneself. If you know this, the way of practicing in the future will be much simpler. Well, maybe it will be much simpler. In fact, Ye Chen was not sure in his heart. After all, in addition to the task, within the soul power level 1 to 20, every time you want to increase one level, you need to draw the sword 50,000 times. That is to say, like today's pain, he spent the same amount of time, and he could only get one level of soul power in return. Ah, if you compare it this way, the task is really good. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Suddenly, at this moment, the voice of the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the task module. The host's new mission is being randomly generated. Ding! The new mission has been successfully generated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the koi mission. Draw the sword 100,000 times to obtain a martial soul upgrade. Good guy, the mission is here as soon as I said it. Or is it a koi mission? Ye Chen slapped himself a few times for no reason. After making sure that he was not dreaming, he almost shouted out loud. Compared to yesterday's rookie mission, the mission issued by the system today is obviously more exciting. Let's not talk about whether it is a koi or not. Just looking at the rewards, Ye Chen couldn't help but tremble with excitement. You know, if he redeems it by himself, he needs to draw the sword at least 1,000,000 times to advance his martial soul. But this koi mission only requires 100,000 times. Such a great thing really happened? After a long period of surprise, Ye Chen slapped himself a few times again, this time to calm himself down. Because his body is not strong enough to support him to draw the sword 100,000 times again. Take a good rest first, and wait until your physical strength is almost recovered. After Ye Chen calmed down, he said to himself. Just now someone called me to eat, so I'll eat first and then have a good sleep. Practicing so healthily, the young man will have a wife in the future. Chapter 3 Mission of the Soul-Seeking Courtyard. Opening the door with tiredness, Ye Chen followed a servant in the soul-seeking courtyard to the cafeteria to have a simple breakfast, and then returned to the room. After not sleeping for a whole night, sleepiness quickly swept his mind. As soon as he entered the room, Ye Chen fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up again, it was already dusk that day. It seems that I still can't stay up late. Not to mention that my head is bald, it is easy to sleep all day by sleeping during the day. With a helpless sigh, Ye Chen climbed up from the bed. After this sleep, his physical strength has almost recovered. Except for the pain in his right arm, there are no other problems. So, Ye Chen decided not to go to dinner, but to continue practicing. The requirement of this koi task is to draw the sword 100,000 times to get the reward, and it cannot overlap with the previous 50,000 times. Based on the time I spent last time, I am afraid it will take at least twice as long. Ye Chen muttered to himself while releasing his weapon spirit, shield sword. But when he really started to draw the sword, he found something that made him happy. That is, after the last rookie mission, his soul power has been upgraded from level 1 to level 6. The increase of 5 levels of soul power has slightly enhanced Ye Chen's physical fitness. Originally, he could only draw the sword more than 50 times a minute. After the soul power level was increased, Ye Chen can now draw the sword at least 60 times a minute. Of course, only about 60 times of sword drawing per minute is obviously not very fast compared to the total number of hundreds of thousands of times. But at least, as long as the physical strength is reasonably distributed, the time to complete this mission will definitely be greatly shortened. When he thought of this, Ye Chen felt full of energy, and the speed of drawing the sword began to slowly improve. Rest once every 2 hours, each rest lasting 20 minutes. However, after all, when Ye Chen woke up, it was already late. In order to ensure that he could get up early to practice the next day and develop good habits. After more than 4 hours, although he still had some physical strength left, Ye Chen stopped drawing the sword. In these more than 4 hours, there were 2 2-hour sword drawing sessions. During the first 2 hours, Ye Chen drew the sword a total of 8,000 times. During the second 2 hours, Ye Chen drew the sword a total of 7,900 times. A total of about 16,000 times. In this way, if you can practice 12 hours a day, 2 days will be enough. Even if it is not good, 3 days can be easily completed. But this is all under ideal conditions. When I came to this soul-seeking courtyard, I haven't taken on the task assigned by the spirit hall. Alas, if I suddenly receive a task at that time, I'm afraid I can't practice with peace of mind. Speaking of this, if I knew that Su Yuntao didn't have any good ideas in his heart, Ye Chen swore that he would never follow Su Yuntao to the spirit hall. Not only did he practice with fear every day, he had never seen any of the 3 beauties in the spirit hall. It can be said that he had come to this world in vain. Damn Su Yuntao! He began to retract his spirit and looked at the dark sky outside the window. Ye Chen realized that it was already late at night. He didn't think about it anymore and fell asleep on the bed. It was early in the morning of the next day. Ye Chen, who had just woken up and was about to get up, suddenly heard a knock on the door before he could stand up. It sounded very urgent. Logically speaking, under the care of old man Qin, no one dared to do this. What happened? Squeak! The shabby door was opened by Ye Chen, making a very uncomfortable sound of opening the door, which also made Ye Chen's mind clear a lot on the spot. After seeing the person coming, he became more awake. Mr. Qin. Xiao Chen, I heard that you went to bed very late last night. Are you energetic now? Old man Qin did not explain the reason for coming, but began to care about Ye Chen. Because he felt that Ye Chen should not belong to such a place where he had nothing to do all day. Ye Chen was only 6 years old. Compared with decades of long life, Ye Chen still had plenty of time to choose his future. He didn't want to see Ye Chen waste his beautiful life like himself. Fortunately, what happened? Mr. Qin. Ye Chen was slightly stunned and went straight to the point. The higher UPS have assigned a task, but it's okay. If you are not in good spirits, you don't have to go today. Old man Qin smiled slightly. Then he turned around and left. But Ye Chen followed closely behind old man Qin. Above. Ye Chen looked confused. Do you mean the spirit hall? Yes. You know, although our soul-seeking academy is also a part of the spirit hall, we have always been working for them. The status is extremely low. Even I have to be humble. Even if it is just a soul master of level 20 or 30. Old man Qin paused and continued to explain, today, a soul master from the spirit hall wants to hunt soul rings, so our soul-seeking academy must find a suitable soul beast. Soul-seeking academy, really went to find soul beasts. Ye Chen was just thinking about this last night, and it came true today. I don't know whether to say that I am unlucky or that I have a good mouth. What type of soul beast does that person want? Ye Chen asked. SHH, don't call that person. I heard that person has a very strong background and is favored by His Holiness the Pope in the Spirit Hall. At this time, old man Qin suddenly covered Ye Chen's mouth and reminded him in a low voice, you can say whatever you want in the Soul-Seeking Academy, but you must remember that you must be careful when you leave the Soul-Seeking Academy. After seeing Ye Chen nodded as if he understood, old man Qin continued, that person wants to obtain the 4th soul ring, so this time we are looking for a 1,000-year soul beast, the Dream Fox. Dream Fox? 1,000-year soul beast? Ye Chen was slightly stunned. I'm afraid the highest soul power in our soul-seeking academy is not even at level 20. Is it really appropriate to look for a 1,000-year soul beast? A soul master who is not even at level 20? No wonder, Ye Chen asked. Especially since the one from the Spirit Hall wants to obtain the 4th soul ring. The Dream Fox must be at least several thousand years old. With all the people in the soul-seeking academy, they can't beat it. Ha ha ha, what are you thinking about? Hearing Ye Chen's question, old man Qin couldn't help laughing. We are only responsible for finding and conveying the location of the Dream Fox in time. Someone will deal with the soul beast when the time comes. Oh. Ye Chen responded thoughtfully and stopped talking. When they arrived at the soul-seeking courtyard, a lot of chores had gathered in the courtyard, at least more than 100 people. And the next moment, with only old man Qin's order, all the people in the soul-seeking courtyard started to set off in an orderly manner, aiming directly at the southeast of Wuhan City. Chapter 4000-Year Soul Beast, One-Horned Dream Fox. The southeast of Wuhan City is the place where the most soul beasts gather on Douluo continent, called the Star-Do Great Forest. Here, in addition to the many types of 1,000-year soul beasts and 10,000-year soul beasts, it is said that in the deepest part of the Star-Do Great Forest, there are also 100,000-year soul beasts. As long as one can obtain the soul ring of a 100,000-year soul beast, one can gain a huge boost. So the Douluo Great Forest is where countless soul masters hone themselves. Ye Chen and the servants of the Soul Seeking Academy are responsible for searching for the so-called Dream Fox at the outermost edge of the Douluo Great Forest. After all, if they go deeper, these people will easily be aced, wiped out, by soul beasts. The Spirit Hall does not really ignore the lives of the servants of the Soul Seeking Academy, but just makes the most of them. Be careful, once you find the trace of the Dream Fox, immediately start to tell each other and spread the news. At this time, at the outermost edge of the Douluo Great Forest, Old Man Qin reminded everyone cautiously. As soon as the reminder was finished, everyone dispersed, basically in groups of 5, to avoid being wiped out to the greatest extent. Ye Chen was in a group with Old Man Qin and 3 other people. The 5 people also quickly reported to the group to search. With their strength, they can only rely on their eyes to search, and they can only rely on running when they encounter soul beasts. Even if they encounter ordinary 100-year soul beasts, everyone will not act rashly. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen, don't you understand? The Old Man Qin, who was in the lead, led the 4 people to slowly move forward while explaining science to Ye Chen. With the 5 of us, we are still capable of killing a 100-year-old soul beast. However, most of the soul beasts in the Xingda Great Forest are very bloodthirsty. Once they smell the blood, we will easily be besieged by soul beasts with higher strength, so we must not act rashly. Old Man Qin carefully turned into a bush, looked ahead and observed for a long time, and jumped out of the bush again, prompting everyone to continue moving forward. He looked very old, but his behavior was unusually coherent and skilled, not like a white-haired old man. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a little admiration. It is said that it is easiest for small people to develop feelings, and it is indeed true. The 5 people moved forward in a group, and the other 4 each stared in one direction, while Ye Chen was surrounded in the center, with a full sense of status. According to the words of Old Man Qin, he had to teach Ye Chen how to find souls first. That's it. They slowly advanced forward for another half an hour. Old Man Qin suddenly looked up and saw that the trees nearby had become much denser. The sunlight was blocked a lot, and visibility was very limited. As if he realized something, the next moment, Old Man Qin quickly waved his arms and said to everyone, "Retreat, quickly evacuate this area. There is no doubt that something is wrong. The change in the surrounding environment means that this place is no longer outside the Douluo Great Forest. At least, this is no longer a place where everyone can stay." Old Man Qin, who has decades of experience in soul hunting, quickly realized this. But just when everyone decided to retreat, suddenly, the depths of the Douluo Great Forest began to riot abnormally. An extremely harsh roar sounded, shaking the nearby trees. At the same time, the 5 people were shocked to find that their legs and feet were like lead, and they couldn't move at all. What a joke! Are you so unlucky today? One of the 5 people, a servant who didn't look very smart, shouted in grief. Obviously, he had already started to give up. He even spread his hands helplessly. "You are the Traverser?" Ye Chen felt impressed. But what's the point of giving up? Waiting to die? As the riot in the depths of the forest became more intense, suddenly, a very large figure jumped down from the air and rushed towards everyone. The soul beast was about 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. It was pink all over. It had the appearance of a fox, but there was an extra horn on its head. "It's a one-horned dream fox." Old Man Qin reminded everyone in surprise. But the reminder was useless. Because everyone couldn't move at this time, they could only watch the one-horned dream fox attack them step by step. One-horned dream fox. Ye Chen glanced at Old Man Qin. Old Qin was at the front of the 5 people. There was no doubt that if the one-horned dream fox started hunting, Old Qin would be the first to die. Old Qin was the only person he knew in the Soul Seeking Academy, and Ye Chen was unwilling to let the soul beast take Old Qin away. Think about the weakness of the one-horned dream fox. His brain began to think quickly, and Ye Chen kept speculating all the possibilities within a limited time. If possible, he really wanted to learn from Ikyu and draw 2 circles on his head. Well, the premise is to shave his head. It was said and done. Seeing the one-horned dream fox in front of him, Ye Chen seemed to have thought of a flaw. No matter how strong the 1,000-year soul beast was, it was only a 1,000-year soul beast. With its strength, although it was easy to kill itself, it should not be so strong that it could directly trap the target in place and slaughter it at will. So why was it trapped in place? Thinking back to just now, before seeing the one-horned dream fox, everyone could no longer move at all. That was because they. Ye Chen understood, it's a sound, everyone quickly cover your ears. Although the legs and feet can't move, the arms can still be moved. Taking the lead, Ye Chen covered his ears first. Sure enough, in the next moment, his body was liberated, and his legs and feet began to recover as usual. And in order to let everyone see his recovery, Ye Chen rushed to the front and faced the one-horned dream fox directly. Xiao Chen. Engineer Yet. Seeing Ye Chen do this, everyone hurriedly followed suit, covering their ears tightly, and quickly evacuated after their legs and feet recovered. However, Ye Chen himself was not so lucky. Originally, the sole skill of the one-horned dream fox relied on sound to capture the target. Before everyone saw the one-horned dream fox, they were already unable to move. In addition, the one-horned dream fox was extremely fast and soon came to them. Although everyone was no longer in trouble at this time, Ye Chen had no more time to escape. This kid for us. Engineer Yet, you are really a role model in our soul-seeking academy. We will remember you forever. Engineer Yet, I believe you. The people who just avoided the disaster were very moved by Ye Chen's behavior, but it was obvious that they were no match for the one-horned dream fox. After a few simple words of worrying about Ye Chen, they actually fled. No, not fleeing. But they went back to inform the upper level, that is, the person who wanted to obtain the dream fox. Only if that person comes, the one-horned dream fox will be knocked down. And before that person comes. Xiao Chen, you have to live. This book is free forever. If you think this book is okay, I hope you will comment and vote more. Thank you. Chapter 5 Broken Sword and Invincible Shield. A little kid with only level 6 soul power faces a 1000-year soul beast. What is the winning rate? In the past, it was definitely 0. And now? It's hard to say. Shield sword. With a cold shout, Ye Chen released his martial spirit and held it firmly in his right hand. The skillful way he drew the sword was quite like the style of a hero in a martial arts novel. The sword wind rose, and the green leaves fell. In fact, it was like this. Ye Chen, who had tens of thousands of times of experience in drawing the sword, drew the sword very quickly. Even before the unicorn dream fox hit him, he chopped the horn on the top of the unicorn dream fox's head with a sword. Kaka! What sound? Ye Chen and the unicorn dream fox both paused for a moment. But humans are humans after all, and their brains think much faster than 1000-year soul beasts. XXXX. Taking advantage of this gap, Ye Chen hurriedly pulled away and ran away. I don't know whether the one-horned dream fox cancelled the release of its soul skills during the pause, or whether the one-horned dream fox's soul skills were timed out. When Ye Chen fled, even if he didn't cover his ears, it would have no effect. After confirming that the next attack of the one-horned dream fox could not directly attack him, Ye Chen fixed his eyes and looked back at the one-horned dream fox. He did not hear the sound just now wrong. There was definitely a click. Did my shield sword cut off the horn on the top of the one-horned dream fox's head? Ye Chen muttered to himself. He was also a little excited. But he was shocked a few seconds later. The horn on the top of the one-horned dream fox's head was intact, and even emitted colorful light in the sun. Looking at his own martial soul shield sword. Fuck, there is a crack in the shield sword. This is my martial soul. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Ye Chen's whole body was a little overwhelmed. His martial soul was damaged, and his body was naturally hurt. But what Ye Chen didn't understand was that he just chopped with a sword, how could the shield and sword break? No wonder Su Yuntao once said that his martial soul was only a little better than the blue-silver grass. It's true. A born useless martial soul, no combat power, a low-level weapon martial soul, anything will break, and it's the martial soul that breaks. Ah! After confirming that it was not its own horn that broke, the one-horned dream fox turned around happily on the spot for a few times. At the same time, it showed a smug look. It seemed that it didn't take Ye Chen as a dish at all. Indeed. In the past, a soul master without even a soul ring could not be the opponent of a 1000-year soul beast. It's still the same now. Beast killing people without destroying their hearts, don't you understand this principle? Ye Chen looked at the one-horned dream fox speechlessly, and then looked at the shield and sword in his hand. He suddenly felt mixed emotions. You can run, but you will be killed by the one-horned dream fox soon. If you don't run, you can't beat it, and you will be killed by the one-horned dream fox even faster. But where can I vent this anger, this frustration of being looked down upon by a beast? 20 years in the east, 20 years in the west, don't bully shit. Ye Chen hadn't finished speaking yet, but the patience of the one-horned dream fox had reached its limit. It looked very hungry. It was drooling like a river. It suddenly increased its speed, faster than before when it attacked everyone. Ye Chen only had time to use his shield and sword to parry, and his legs had no time to run away. Fierce fight. What was different this time was that the one-horned dream fox took the initiative, and it directly used the sharpest claws in its body to deal with Ye Chen's shield and sword. Another click. Ye Chen's body also rolled back several times with the sound. It was obvious that it was still the shield and sword in his hand that broke this time, and it seemed that it was not enough to resist the next attack. After all, golden light began to emerge from the cracks of the shield and sword. Isn't this the end? Hey, wait! Golden light! Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. Could it be the golden legend? However, the next moment... Ao. The patience of the unicorn dream fox was completely exhausted at this time. As a 1000-year soul beast, it is not a top soul beast, but it has always killed humans with one blow. Especially humans whose soul power is less than level 10. The unicorn dream fox looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. But today, the human in front of him not only cut off his horn with the dirty thing in his hand, but also survived his first attack. This is intolerable for a soul beast, for itself. Ao. The unicorn dream fox roared fiercely and frequently, as if it had returned to the breeding season of spring, and was very excited. But Ye Chen knew that this was not the case. Because he found that the horn on the head of the unicorn dream fox began to change. The tip of the horn constantly gathered dark purple energy, gathered into a ball, getting bigger and bigger. Ao! And accompanied by with a final climax-like shout, the dark purple light ball gathered and quickly attacked Ye Chen. The light ball was extremely fast and had a wide coverage, leaving no room for Ye Chen to escape. Forced to do so, Ye Chen could only choose to use the shield sword in his hand to resist again. Although the shield sword might be completely broken this time. But compared with the martial soul and one's own life, the most important thing is of course life. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking sounded. After the unicorn dream fox launched the soul skill, the shield sword in Ye Chen's hand finally broke completely without torture. But what neither the unicorn dream fox nor Ye Chen expected was, although the shield sword had been completely broken, the soul skill launched by the unicorn dream fox did not move forward at all. It barely stopped less than 20 centimeters in front of Ye Chen. And in that 20-centimeter distance, there was still a golden light flashing, which was more dazzling than the dark purple light. What is this? Looking at the dazzling golden light, Ye Chen was puzzled. At this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, shattering the martial soul. Ding! The host's martial soul has been successfully unlocked as a whole. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the shield attribute state. In this state, the host can have a relatively invincible defense attribute and has a chance to rebound all attack attribute soul skills. What? Relatively invincible? Ye Chen wanted to ask the system something else. But the system's voice stopped abruptly. At the same time, the golden light in front of Ye Chen's eyes became more and more dazzling, and in just a moment, it devoured the soul skills released by the unicorn dream fox. In addition, a flawless iron sword that looked like a brand new one condensed in Ye Chen's right hand. Even near the blade of this iron sword, there was a transparent shield with golden light. This is... My martial soul suddenly recovered, and there was even a transparent golden shield wrapped around the sword body. The martial soul has been strengthened. Ye Chen waved the shield sword in his hand without knowing why. Suddenly, the surrounding wind was blowing wildly, and the trees were swaying. In the place where the golden light shines the brightest, a beam of light of the same color shoots out from it. This book is permanently free. If you think this book is good, please comment and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 6, Hulina, the Saint of the Spirit Hall, Part 1. The golden light pointed directly at the one-horned dream fox, and pierced through its body in just a moment, leaving only a purple soul ring floating around. Ye Chen did it. No, it was the shield sword that did it. At the most critical moment, the shield sword activated the shield attribute and rebounded the one-horned dream fox's soul skills. As a soul beast with weak defense, the one-horned dream fox could not withstand its own soul skills at all, and died shamefully and indirectly under its own soul skills. Miraculously, it was a little relaxed. Ye Chen thought he was dead. But the protagonist is the protagonist. It is easy to live, but difficult to die. So the shield of the shield sword needs to be activated in this way. After killing the unicorn dream fox, Ye Chen stared at the corpse of the unicorn dream fox in disbelief, fearing that the unicorn dream fox was not dead and would suddenly come back to life in the next moment. But dead is dead. The soul ring of the unicorn dream fox is the biggest proof. Sure enough, Su Yuntao's words can't be believed at all. What, the shield sword is only a little stronger than the blue-silver grass? Is it just a little stronger? It's obviously much stronger. Not long after confirming that the unicorn dream fox was dead, Ye Chen released his martial soul again. At this time, the appearance of his martial soul is no longer just a rusty iron sword. There is also a golden translucent light shield surrounding the sword body of the iron sword, which looks very beautiful. And the golden light shield is the key to defeating the unicorn dream fox. What surprised Ye Chen even more was that the change of the shield sword this time was not only reflected in the appearance, but also its weight was much lighter. If Ye Chen held it in his hand before, it was like touching an iron sword, but now the shield sword gave him a feeling that it was more like a feather, light and fluttering. The weight was almost negligible. Is this the power of having a system? Feeling the light weight of the shield sword in his hand, Ye Chen really wanted to kowtow to the system on the spot. But the system was not a person and could not be materialized. I can only bury this grateful heart in my body with tears. Then, since the weight of the shield sword is not enough to affect me, can the speed of drawing the sword be improved? Let's try it. Swish swish swish. Pulling out the shield sword suddenly, Ye Chen was just waving his right arm, extremely relaxed. At the fastest time, he could even draw the sword 3 to 4 times in 1 second. The efficiency is more than a little higher than before. Especially now that there is still a 6th level soul power, although not much, but it is no problem to persist for 1 to 2 hours without rest. Now it happened that the one-horned dream fox had been solved, and the people from the spirit hall had not arrived yet. Ye Chen did not want to waste such a good opportunity to draw the sword. Just like that, outside the Xingda Great Forest, without paying any attention to the body of the one-horned dream fox, Ye Chen began his journey of drawing the sword today. In the quiet environment, only the sound of the shield and sword cutting through the air could be heard. Squeak squeak. Again and again, very rhythmic. What's that sound? At this moment, a girl not far away seemed to have heard the sound of Ye Chen drawing the sword, and showed a puzzled expression. She looked like she was about a teenager, but her figure seemed a little hot, which did not match her age. Her fair skin was exposed in the air, like it was illuminated like a mirror, emitting a milky white light. Exquisite face, slightly upturned nose, eyes flickering calmly. Could it be Menghu? In doubt, the girl walked towards the source of the sound. Chapter 7 Hulina, the Saint of Wuhan Hall, Part 2. This girl is none other than Hulina, the Saint of Wuhan Hall. The noble silver soft armor covers her whole body, which sets off her figure gracefully and extremely charming. The breeze adds a bit of tenderness. After hearing the report from the soul-seeking court, Hulina quickly got up and went here to capture Menghu. Because capturing Menghu was her mission. In other words, she wanted to obtain Menghu's soul ring as her 4th soul ring. But when Hulina heard the noise and rushed here, she found that Menghu was dead. And in such a place, there was actually a child who looked very young. Did he kill the one-horned dream fox? Seeing Ye Chen drawing his sword, Hulina did not rush out to ask. Instead, she hid not far away, and looked at Ye Chen curiously with a pair of cute big eyes. The strange boy looked handsome, and he kept drawing his sword. Hulina was attracted to him when she saw him for the first time. She even ignored that the dream fox she wanted was dead. Because she found that the boy in front of her was too focused. The focused boy seemed to have a glow in his eyes. Unconsciously, Hulina was obsessed with it. Is he from the spirit hall too? Hulina was full of questions. He would appear in such a place and be related to the dream fox. And he obviously didn't look like he had a very high soul power. If the boy in front of him was not from the spirit hall, where would he come from? It would be great if he really came from the spirit hall, so what is this? Hulina didn't know in her heart. But the more she observed Ye Chen, the stronger this idea became in her mind. Could it be that I can see him often this way? Hulina suddenly had such an idea in her heart, and her face flushed instantly. Bang! At this moment, the shield sword in Ye Chen's hand suddenly slipped out of his hand and stabbed abruptly on a tree in front of him. After an hour of high-speed sword drawing, he was a little overwhelmed. Others rely on brains and physical strength to practice, but I rely entirely on physical strength to practice. In this hour, Ye Chen could draw the sword 2 to 3 times per second on average. In just a short period of time, he had drawn the sword 10,000 times. Of course, it was still a long way from the goal of 100,000 times of the koi mission. Take a break first. After the shield sword flew out of his hand, Ye Chen did not choose to go to the landing point to take it back, but directly put away his martial soul. Is that his martial soul? It looks pretty good. Hulina praised. Whoosh! Immediately, she opened her right hand slightly, and a thing similar to a water bottle appeared out of thin air and flew towards Ye Chen at a very fast speed. He should be thirsty now. Hulina smiled shyly and didn't say anything more. But her face was full of pride, as if she was saying don't thank me. Then, there was another bang. This was the sound of Ye Chen being hit on the back. And the thing that hit him was the water bottle thrown by Hulina. Just kidding, how can ordinary people detect the things thrown by a level 40 soul master, let alone catch them? Ye Chen stumbled on the spot and fell to the ground. Who the hell threw things randomly? Seeing that it was a water bottle that hit him, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a soul beast. If it was a soul beast, he would really be unable to escape this time. This book is permanently free. If you think this book is okay, I hope you will comment and vote more. Thank you all. Chapter 8 Hulina's invitation. Ye Chen, who was supposed to be irritable, suddenly heard a burst of laughter from a girl. For some reason, after seeing her face, Ye Chen's anger subsided. Who are you? I think you look familiar. I always feel like Tai Hai Wang. But if you say you don't look familiar, I always feel like I've seen you somewhere when I was watching anime in my previous life. Ye Chen finally decided to ask politely. My name is Hulina, what about you, little brother? Hulina smiled with her lips pursed, quite charming. Especially her eyes flickered, just looking at each other, Ye Chen almost lost his mind. It's her. No wonder she looks so familiar. My name is Ye Chen, Ye of the Leaves, Chen of the Hours. Ye Chen stretched out his right hand and wanted to shake hands politely to show his sincerity. But Hulina didn't know what Ye Chen wanted to do. This made Ye Chen very embarrassed. The next moment, he quickly took his hand back. At the same time, it also caused Hulina to laugh and tremble. Could it be that Hulina wants the soul ring of the Dream Fox? Ye Chen, who had watched anime in his previous life, knew that Hulina's martial soul was the Sky Fox, and now Hulina appeared in such a place. He roughly calculated in his mind. It is very likely that Hulina is the one that old man Qin mentioned. Hulina, the saint of the spirit hall, is also quite favored by Pope Bibi Dong. Tisk tisk. It is better to have a good background than to have a system for traveling through time. Ye Chen? Then I will call you Xiao Chen Chen from now on, he Hulina replied with a smile. Why do you have to add a small word, is small cute? In Ye Chen's mind, small means little Korean, little idiot, little NT. It doesn't sound good no matter how you listen to it. But he is only 6 years old in the real world after all, and there is no way to refute it. You look very happy, little Chen Chen. As if thinking that Ye Chen's lack of rebuttal means that he has accepted it, Hulina shouted more and more vigorously, and only stopped when Ye Chen's face turned red. Are you also from the spirit hall? Which elder do you practice under? Hulina asked Ye Chen again after she was tired of shouting. And while asking, she walked towards Ye Chen, kneading his face, not paying any attention to his depression. Ye Chen was somewhat disgusted by Hulina's teasing. He frowned and said, I didn't practice under any elder, but came from the soul-seeking institute of the spirit hall. My task is to find suitable soul beasts for you soul masters every day so that you can quickly obtain soul rings. Although I accidentally killed the soul beast you wanted today. Of course, Ye Chen didn't say the last sentence directly. Because Ye Chen didn't know what Hulina was doing now. What if Hulina suddenly turned hostile if she knew that he killed the soul beast she wanted? Ancient books often say that women turn their faces faster than turning pages of books, and that women under the mountain are tigers, etc. Ye Chen had to be more cautious. Soul-seeking institute. Hulina looked at Ye Chen with a dark and slightly complicated look. As the saint of the spirit hall, she naturally knew the responsibilities of the soul-seeking institute. But the little boy in front of him was only 6 years old. At such a young age, is he really willing to stay in the soul-seeking institute for the rest of his life? Thinking for a long time. Although Hulina didn't think Ye Chen had the chance to enter the spirit hall, when she thought of Ye Chen's eyes that sparkled because of his concentration just now, Hulina softened her heart. She suddenly wanted to take Ye Chen back to the spirit hall. With her identity as the saint of the spirit hall. Didn't the soul-seeking academy teach you that the smell of blood is the most taboo in the Douluo Great Forest? Your soul power is so weak, and you are practicing next to the corpse of the one-horned dream fox. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by other soul beasts? Moreover, in the soul-seeking academy, even if you practice for a lifetime, I'm afraid you won't be able to break through the 50-level soul power, right? Hulina asked. Then, she threw out an olive branch. Are you willing to go to the spirit hall with me? There you can speed up your practice. First, she pointed out Ye Chen's shortcomings, and then proposed to take Ye Chen back to the spirit hall. Such a statement, put in front of any soul master, can't be refused. Hulina's move can be described as simple and crude. Join the spirit hall. Hearing this, Ye Chen almost twitched with a sour heart. He really planned to join the spirit hall. Who would have thought that Su Yuntao would trick him into the soul-seeking academy? Now Hulina started to say similar things again. Isn't it another scam? When he enters the spirit hall, he will become a gatekeeper or something like that. Standing at the gate of the spirit hall every day, or doing whatever the elders of the spirit hall ask him to do. No spare time at all. Not to mention cultivation. If this is the case, he might as well stay in the soul-seeking academy. At least old man Qin values him very much. And with a powerful system, what Ye Chen lacks the most now is cultivation guidance, and what he lacks is only time. In the soul-seeking academy, he has enough time. My qualifications are not enough to enter the spirit hall. Even if I enter the spirit hall, no one will recognize me. Rather than being looked down upon there, the soul-seeking academy is more suitable for a loser like me, right? Ye Chen refused. But Hulina wanted to say something after hearing Ye Chen's reason. But Ye Chen has decided to leave here. After all, just as Hulina said, the soul beasts in the Douluo Great Forest are very sensitive to the smell of blood. If you stay any longer, something will inevitably happen. Ye Chen walked slowly out of the forest, and Hulina followed behind him. Thank you for your reminder, but I have made up my mind. Along the way, Ye Chen and Hulina communicated with each other. Although Ye Chen intended to shake off Hulina, Hulina had no intention of leaving. I don't know if she really didn't understand what Ye Chen meant, or if she was pretending not to understand. Half an hour later, after leaving the Xingda Great Forest, Ye Chen did not immediately look for Old Man Qin and his group. Instead, he came to a safe open place and started practicing again. Swish swish. The shield sword was released by Ye Chen again, and he continued to practice in front of Hulina. What a stubborn, unromantic little brother. Seeing Ye Chen ignoring her and practicing on his own, Hulina pouted a little unhappy. She asked herself that she was not bad looking, and she was also the most beloved saint of the Spirit Hall by the Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. All the men she met before were flattering. Now she was ignored by Ye Chen. How could this be tolerated? Hey! A burst of wind sounded, and Hulina took out a stool from her Horcrux. Then, without saying a word, she sat next to Ye Chen and watched. With her pouty mouth and her hands supporting her chin, she looked very cute. Humph, if you don't join the Spirit Hall today, I will follow you for a day and see who can outlast the other. Chapter 9 Flame. The mission of transcendence is coming. Space Horcrux. Ye Chen glanced at the silver ring on Hulina's right hand. Space Horcruxes are also sold in other modules of the system. You can quickly store what you need. But it also consumes the number of sword draws. Yes, this ring is a Space Horcrux. My teacher gave it to me. With it, I can save a lot of trouble. Oh, sorry, I forgot that you work in the Soul-Seeking Academy and don't have a teacher. Seeing Ye Chen's eyes, Hulina seemed to show off and raised her right hand. The abominable ring even reflected white light and reflected in Ye Chen's eyes. The teacher gave it to me, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. She is worthy of being a woman who can cover the sky with one hand on this continent. She is really generous. Ye Chen couldn't help smacking his lips. Shua. At the same time, Ye Chen's movements did not stop. In order to get more rewards earlier, he must hurry up to draw the sword. Strive to achieve the freedom of sword draws one day. Change whatever you want. Not good. Suddenly, at this time, Hulina cried out, stood up suddenly and said, since the one-horned dream fox is dead, I have to go back and report to the teacher. I will come to play with you after my sister goes back to report, Xiao Chen Chen. Hulina left after she finished speaking. Ye Chen ignored her and kept practicing. When he was tired, he sat down to rest for a while. Until noon, he returned to the soul-seeking courtyard. The servants in the courtyard looked at Ye Chen in shock, especially old man Qin, whose eyes were almost falling to the ground. Xiao Chen, are you okay? When we went to find you, we found that you were gone. We thought. Old man Qin was so excited that he spoke incoherently, as if he thought Ye Chen had been torn to pieces by the soul beast. I'm fine. Ye Chen shook his head and simply told everyone in the soul-seeking courtyard what happened. However, he concealed the fact that he was lucky to kill the one-horned dream fox. He only said that a high-level soul master came to save him. After all, if you want to stay here, you can't show your ability to be different from others. Otherwise, it's hard to get along with others. In the following time, there were no other tasks in the soul-seeking academy, and Ye Chen still went to the place where he practiced in the morning to practice. The next day, with a long ding sound, Ye Chen, who was still practicing in ecstasy, suddenly realized that his task might be completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the sword 100,000 times and completing the koi task. Ding! Congratulations to the host's martial soul for advancing and will soon advance. Ding! Congratulations to the host's martial soul for changing and gaining an extra level of soul power. Clang! A metallic explosion sounded, and the next moment, the shield sword in Ye Chen's hand began to change. I saw a fiery red light blooming on the shield sword, and it clanged at the same time. In this fiery red light, the length of the shield sword slowly increased, and the translucent golden light shield surrounding the sword body also slowly increased. Until the end, the shield sword was almost several centimeters longer. And the color turned into fiery red. Looking closely, there was still a trace of flame on the edge of the sword. Success! My martial soul has now advanced to the intermediate martial soul, fiery flame, and the soul power has reached level 7. Ye Chen looked at the shield sword in his hand with surprise. Although it was still a sword and a shield, from now on, his martial soul was no longer called a shield sword. This is a good thing. More importantly, he could feel the immense energy contained in the fiery flame just by holding it. It was very different from the previous shield sword. It felt better. The next step was the test of drawing the sword. Boom! Ye Chen drew out the sword, and unlike the previous sound of the wind, the sound of the fiery flame breaking the wind caused a slight roar in the air. The flame element left after the sword was drawn still remained in the air. Compared with the previous time, it was like a shotgun changing to a rifle. But Ye Chen didn't wait for too long to be happy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the koi mission. Ding! The host's new mission is being generated. Ding! New mission surpassing mission. Draw the sword 200,000 times, the host can successfully upgrade the 4th level soul power and obtain a random quality soul ring. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Draw the sword 200,000 times, upgrade the 4th level soul power. You can also get a random quality soul ring. In other words, this soul ring is not necessarily of white quality. Ye Chen couldn't help but think about it in his heart after hearing this. The task rewards of this system are more generous each time. Drawing the sword 200,000 times can not only upgrade the soul power, but also get a soul ring for free. Although the quality of the soul ring is random, as long as you don't draw a white soul ring, it's like making a lot of money. After all, if you exchange it in the soul ring module, a 100-year soul ring requires drawing the sword hundreds of thousands of times to 1 million times. Not to mention the 100-year soul ring. 1000-year soul ring, 1 million times to 10 million times. 10,000-year soul ring, 10 million times, 100 million times. 100,000-year soul ring, 100 million times, 1 billion times. 1 million-year soul ring, 1 billion times. Compared with the task, the price to be paid for redemption is too high. Tisk tisk, the system's task rewards are still good. Ye Chen deeply understands. He thought that he really had to draw the sword endlessly in his life to redeem rewards, but he didn't expect that the system also had tasks, which greatly reduced the number of times the sword was drawn. It's like playing a game, thinking that you have to pay 648 Krypton gold, but someone told him that you don't need 648, you can take it home for 6.48 yuan. This is a privilege. But before that, I still have to improve my soul power first. I remember that I completed the task before. After the mission, the number of sword draws has not been cleared. At this time, Ye Chen suddenly thought of this problem. Then, he hurriedly opened his system module. Sure enough, at the bottom of the page it was displayed, the host's current number of sword draws, 150,000 times. The rewards for the novice mission and the koi mission have been obtained, but the number of sword draws has not been cleared. According to the system rules, Ye Chen can now increase his soul power by 1 level by 50,000 sword draws, and by 3 levels by 150,000. If not now, when will it be? Exchange soul power levels, exchange all. Ye Chen said to the system. Ding, exchange successful. The host can increase his soul power by 3 levels in total. Hua hua hua. 3 faint golden lights flashed, and Ye Chen felt a warm current passing through his body, and his soul power directly reached level 10. The next thing to do is very simple. That is to complete the transcendence task and obtain the first soul ring. As for what kind of soul ring it is, just leave it to fate. Boom! The flame wool was pulled out fiercely, and Ye Chen continued to practice. At this time, a familiar voice sounded. Hey, Xiao Chen Chen, you really practice here? Chapter 10 The First Soul Ring, the 10,000-year soul ring. Hulina is really a girl who keeps her word. She said she would find Ye Chen after reporting back, and she would definitely do it. Look, she came the next day. It was also thanks to her that she knew Ye Chen was practicing here. As soon as she arrived here, Hulina threw another bottle of water from her space soul device and threw it to Ye Chen. She looked like a good friend who had known each other for a long time, with a smile on her face. For some reason, Hulina has always cared about Ye Chen. Even though her 4th soul ring has not been found yet, it does not affect her enthusiasm to find Ye Chen at all. How is your practice going? Hulina smiled. Not bad. Ye Chen bowed slightly, meaning to thank him for the bottle of water, but his face was expressionless. You are only 6 years old, but you have to learn to act cool like an adult. You are becoming less and less cute. Hulina teased, but she was not angry. She immediately pulled out a stool from the space soul device and sat next to Ye Chen, supporting her chin with both hands, and just stared at Ye Chen's practice. Ye Chen didn't care at all. As the saying goes, if there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Now is the best time for him to practice. Only by getting stronger quickly can he gain a foothold in Douluo continent. No one and nothing can enter his heart. Is this sword your martial soul? Yes. Why is there such a big difference compared to yesterday? Advanced. What is advanced? It means strengthening the martial soul. Oh, is it already a top martial soul? Hulina thought it was a joke and didn't take it seriously. Xiao Chen Chen, I'm going to ask you a very serious question next. What? Do you have someone you like? No, the two of them interacted with each other. Although Ye Chen had always been very cold, he could not resist Hulina's enthusiasm. Ye Chen, who could do it 3 times a second, could only do it twice a second at most. The efficiency of cultivation was greatly reduced. But Hulina was the saint of the spirit hall after all, and he could not and did not dare to say anything to her. In this way, Ye Chen drew his sword while dealing with Hulina. 3 days later. It was another bright morning. Still at the outermost edge of the Stardo Great Forest, Ye Chen continued to draw his sword. Under the premise that the speed of drawing the sword was getting faster and faster and his soul power level was getting higher and higher, finally, with the loud sound of the sword, Ye Chen completed the goal of the transcendence task. Draw the sword 200,000 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the transcendence task. The host will soon receive a reward. Ding! The host's soul power level can be increased by 4 levels. The first soul ring has not yet been obtained. The soul power level is saved. After the host obtains the first soul ring, the soul power level will automatically increase. Ding! Does the host start to obtain random quality soul rings now? The system's voice kept ringing. Yes. Ye Chen agreed decisively. Now that his soul power level has reached level 10, it is difficult to improve the soul power level without soul rings. And soul rings are one of the important props of soul masters. They can provide soul masters with soul skills and improve their comprehensive abilities. The better the quality of the soul ring, the more the comprehensive ability is improved. Ye Chen has no reason to delay the acquisition of soul rings. Ding! Random quality soul rings begin to be obtained, 100 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 1,000 years, 100 years. There is no regular randomness, and Ye Chen cannot do anything to intervene. This random process lasted for a whole stick of incense. Finally, when the system's voice became stable, a series of prompts sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first soul ring, the 10,000-year soul ring, the dry snake soul ring. It has been directly absorbed by the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the first soul ring. It is detected that the host has 4 levels of soul power remaining. The host's soul power level can be directly upgraded to level 14. Ding! Soul power level upgrade successful, please check the attribute panel by yourself. Dry snake soul ring? After hearing the system prompt, Ye Chen hurriedly opened his attribute panel to find out. Host, Ye Chen. Age, 6 years old. Martial soul, fiery flame. Soul power, level 14. Soul ring. First soul ring, dry snake soul ring age 84,000 years. Dry snake introduction. Shao, the beasts of ancient times have extremely poisonous damage. All targets hunted by dry snakes will be successful. The first soul ring soul skill, burning sword slash. Soul skill introduction, burning sword slash can cause 5 stages of huge damage to the target, and has a probability of causing burning poison damage to the target, reducing the target's attributes in all aspects. Soul bone, none yet. Soul skill, none yet. Did this soul skill inherit the poisonous ability of the dry snake? Combined with my martial spirit, it can produce the exclusive burning sword slash. A smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. And it's a 10,000-year soul ring. Ye Chen, who believed that a 100-year soul ring would not be lost and a 1,000-year soul ring would earn blood, had also thought that he could obtain a better soul ring. But when the reward comes, the excitement and joy inside are beyond words. This time it was really a bloody prophet. His mother opened the door for the bloody prophet, and the bloody prophet came home. Let's see its power next. Ye Chen thought to himself. Boom! Accompanied by a long cry of flaming catkins. The next moment, Ye Chen directly clenched the flaming catkins in his hands and slashed not far away. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the 5 roars, a tree as thick as a small drainage barrel fell down in front of it, and where several branches were broken, there was a faint flame. That's the probability of burning sword slash adding burning poison. Can just the first soul ring be so powerful? And I only have level 14 soul power. If it is level 94, is it possible that I can kill Douluo with one sword? Ye Chen was overjoyed. If this is the case, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in Douluo continent in the future? There are still 200,000 sword draws left, so let's raise the soul power level first. Immediately, Ye Chen used all the remaining 200,000 sword draws after the Transcendence mission to exchange for soul power levels. A few more faint golden lights flashed through, and his soul power reached level 18. Ha ha ha, within a week or so, the soul power has increased by 17 levels. A genius can't do more than that. Ye Chen laughed. He felt very comfortable when he thought that a week ago he was still complaining about everything in the Soul Searching Academy, and a week later he became a so-called genius. Moreover, his current first spirit ring is still a 10,000-year spirit ring. In terms of combat effectiveness, it should be no worse than an ordinary 20 or 30 level spirit master. Even stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Transcendence mission, new missions are being generated. Ding! The host's new mission is successfully generated. Advanced mission, draw the sword 500,000 times, and you can get Space Horcrux, Fairy Grass, and other rewards. At this moment, a new task arrived again. The reward for the mission turned out to be the Space Horcrux that Hulina had been showing off not long ago, and even the reward of Fairy Grass. I don't know if the Fairy Grass Tang San obtained is as good as. Forget it, never mind, let's complete the task first. After muttering a few words to himself again, Ye Chen was about to continue practicing. A familiar voice sounded again, Xiao Chen Chen, my sister is here to see you. Have you missed me? Hu Lina. Chapter 11. In the blink of an eye, the martial spirit has advanced again in 9 years. Unexpectedly, Lina would stay with her every day instead of searching for her 4th soul ring. Ye Chen was really speechless. When he first traveled to Douluo continent, his goal was already very clear. Either become stronger, or meet the rumored Tang San and Bibi Dong. Now I only see one Tang San. Becoming stronger is like the moon in the water, just out of reach. How could he be in the mood to chat with Lina every day? After saying a simple hello, Ye Chen still silently drew his sword. Lina seemed to understand Ye Chen's character, and without saying much, she just sat on the stool and watched Ye Chen practice. Occasionally, when Ye Chen was resting, he would chat for a few words and then hand him fresh spring water. She looks like a little spoiled wife. This is true every day. Just like that, 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Chen officially transformed from a 6-year-old yellow-haired boy into a handsome 15-year-old boy. And in these 9 years, a lot of things happened. Let's talk about the old man Qin from the Soul Searching Institute. After trying to persuade Ye Chen for a long time, he retired in tears and reluctantly handed over the position of foreman of the Soul Searching Institute to Ye Chen. To say that I am helpless is really helpless. After all, old man Qin had always hoped that Ye Chen could enter the Wuhan Palace. Unexpectedly, Lina went to the Soul Searching Institute several times to find Ye Chen, but Ye Chen didn't agree. You said this, silly boy. Furthermore, the expansion trend of Wuhan Palace is getting faster and faster. At the same time, the conflicts between Wuhan Palace and Douluo continent, the 2 great empires and many sects, are also intensifying. According to Lina, Bibi Dong has been looking for an opportunity to test the strength of the major forces. But he has never been able to find a suitable opportunity. So I wanted to go to the Elite Soul Master competition in person this year to see how the juniors from the major forces performed. At present, the golden generation of Wuhan Palace are also ready to go. Today, it is still the outermost part of the Star Do Forest, close to the outskirts of Wuhan City. Ye Chen, who is already 1.81 meters tall, is wearing a silver-white robe and has been practicing here for 9 years. Boom boom boom. Ye Chen quickly drew his sword, and could almost only see the afterimage of the flaming catkins. The surrounding air also became extremely dry as he drew his sword. It gives people a feeling that it seems to be on fire the next moment. It's obvious. Compared with 9 years ago, Ye Chen's speed of drawing the sword has undergone earth-shaking changes. 1 second ago, he could draw the sword at most 3 times, but now he can draw the sword at most 40 times. An average of 30 times per second. The big fan in the soul-seeking courtyard refers to him. And as his age and soul power grow, his daily practice time gradually increases. Even if he practices without rest for 2 or 3 days, it will not have much impact on him. Just a few days ago, Ye Chen did this. In just 3 days, the number of times he drew the sword reached a terrifying 8 million times. Lina, who was watching him practice next to him, was shocked and smacked her lips repeatedly. She also praised him as 30 lang in 1 second. Ding! Just when Ye Chen was practicing excitedly, the voice of the system rang. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the sword 100 million times and completing the outstanding task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the goal, and you will be promoted to a martial soul. After hearing the voice of the system, Ye Chen finally decided to stop practicing and advance his martial soul first. I don't know if my sword drawing speed can be improved again after my martial soul is successfully upgraded. If so, I will get a 1,000,000-year soul ring for my next soul ring. Raising the flame wool in his hand, Ye Chen quietly waited for the martial soul to be upgraded. This time, his task was to draw the sword 100 million times and upgrade his martial soul to a high-level martial soul, the Red Sky Feather. 100 million times is not a small number. It took Ye Chen nearly a month to achieve it completely. Who would have thought how he spent this month? Getting up early and going to bed late every day, sometimes he didn't even eat a bite of food or drink a sip of water for several days. Paying so much time, just for this moment. Start the upgrade directly. Ye Chen said to the system. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, the system did not nag too much and directly transformed Ye Chen's martial soul. The originally fiery red flame wool suddenly broke away from Ye Chen's right hand and floated into the air. In the air several meters high, the flame wool began to slowly transform from fiery red to translucent dark red. Moreover, the length of the flame wool was also changing. As if carved from a crystal clear ruby, after an hour of transformation, the flame will completely advance to the red sky feather. And the appearance of the red sky feather has become completely different from before. The translucent sword body, the disappeared light shield, and the two feather-like decorations on the hilt, stretched across both sides. You are really getting more and more handsome, just like me. With a slight tap of his heels, Ye Chen flew into the air and held the red sky feather in his hand. At the same time, the moment he held the hilt, a huge, violent energy poured into his body from the red sky feather. The next moment, whether it was the silver-white robe, the originally tied black long hair, or the dark pupils, they were all replaced by bright red. Ye Chen's appearance has changed dramatically. But this is far from over. Around Ye Chen, bright red rays of light intertwined with each other, eventually forming a translucent red light shield that wrapped him in it. Is this the red sky feather? The previous light shield has now transformed into a more comprehensive light shield with a wider coverage. Ye Chen seemed a little surprised. If the previous flame wool made him feel that his attack ability was greatly improved, the current red sky feather gave him a feeling that his defense ability was also greatly improved. Although the light shield around him looks very thin, Ye Chen can feel that even a soul master who is 10 levels higher than him can't easily break this light shield. That is to say, it can block the attack of a soul master of level 80. Moreover, this light shield is all around him. It can avoid the enemy's sneak attack and siege with a high probability. This is the real shield sword. Ye Chen stroked the sword body with appreciation. At the same time, several soul rings of different colors suddenly appeared under his feet. There are 7 in total: black, black, red, 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 red. With only 7 soul rings, he has 500,000-year soul rings. If I were not human, I'm afraid everyone on the continent would want to kill me, haha. Ye Chen laughed heartily and fell from midair. He was quite satisfied with his growth in the past 9 years. Although drawing a sword is a very boring thing, every time he opens his attribute panel, he feels that everything is worth it. System, open my attribute panel. Chapter 12 Growth in 9 years. Host, Ye Chen. Age, 15 years old. Martial Soul, Chixiao Feather. Soul Power, Level 71. Soul Ring. First Soul Ring, Dry Snake Soul Ring, Soul Ring age 84,000 years. Introduction to the Dry Snake, a beast from ancient times, with great poison damage. All targets hunted by the Dry Snake are successful. First Soul Ring Soul Skill, Burning Sword Slash. Soul Skill Introduction, Burning Sword Slash can cause 5 stages of huge damage to the target, and has a chance to cause burning poison damage to the target, reducing the target's attributes in all aspects. Second Soul Ring, Crazy Rhino Soul Ring, Soul Ring ages 90,000 years. Introduction to Crazy Rhino, a beast from ancient times, with extremely powerful armor-breaking ability, can cause huge damage to the target in a short period of time. Second Soul Ring Soul Skill, Armor-Breaking Strike. Soul Skill Introduction, a charged strike, hit the target 100% reduced defense, power increased by 100%. 100. Third Soul Ring, Otherworld Devouring Wolf King Soul Ring, Soul Ring age 100,010 years. Introduction to Otherworld Devouring Wolf King, a wolf pack leader from the ancient world, with extremely strong attack and defense. Third Soul Ring Soul Skill, 10,000 Sword Shadow Killing Array, Sword Array Blessing. 10,000 Sword Shadow Killing Array Introduction, summon a large number of flying swords, limit the movement of targets within the range, and cause huge damage to targets in the Shadow Killing Array. Sword Array Blessing Introduction, summon the Sword Array to add defensive attributes to itself, and resist the first fatal attack 100%. Fourth Soul Ring, Dark Dragon Soul Ring, Soul Ring age 100,010 years. Introduction to Dark Dragon, one of the most powerful masters from a certain other world, even if dead, is a symbol of the peak of strength in that world. Fourth Soul Ring Soul Skill, Dark Invasion, Dragon Roar. Introduction to Dark Invasion Soul Skill, forcefully impose a dark negative state on the target, and produce 5 seconds of absolute control on targets with weak mental power. Dragon Roar, enchant the martial soul, and when you draw the sword, there will be a series of dragon roars, which greatly improves the dark attack ability of the next soul skill. Fifth Soul Ring, Creation Dragon Soul Ring, Soul Ring age 100,100 years. Introduction to Creation Dragon, like the Dark Dragon, it comes from another world, and the two are equally powerful. 5th Soul Ring Soul Skill, Sky Dome, Baptism of Light. Sky Dome, clears its own negative state. Baptism of Light, enchant the martial soul, and when you draw the sword, there will be a series of dragon roars, which greatly improves the light attack ability of the next soul skill. 6th Soul Ring, Absolute Shadow Beast Soul Ring, Soul Ring age 100,100 years. Introduction to Absolute Shadow Beast, a strong man in ancient times, its speed is unmatched. 6th Soul Ring Soul Skill, Sword Clone, Absolute Shadow 7th Segment. Sword Clone, can summon several giant swords and transform into the appearance of the original body, with both attack and appearance being 50% of the original body. 7th Stage of Absolute Shadow, speed increases rapidly, and the target is attacked from 7 different directions, with each attack increasing damage. 7th Soul Ring, Ancient Sword Soul, Soul Ring age 150,000 years. Soul Skill, Weapon Soul True Body. Weapon Soul True Body, fusion of soul and martial soul, maximizing the power of weapon martial soul, one sword can break the soul, the effect depends on the target's mental power. Soul Bone. Head Soul Bone, quality 80,000 years. Ancient Sword Soul Head Soul Bone, Soul Skill is Fate Binding. Use mental power to forcibly remove the gain attributes on the target, including gain soul skills. Right Leg Soul Bone, quality 90,000 years. Ancient Shield Soul Right Leg Soul Bone, Soul Skill is Fate Favor. Consume a lot of soul power, implement a 5-second invincibility effect, and be immune to all control and negative status additions during the invincibility period. Soul Weapon. Space Soul Weapon, Jun Nixu Jade Pendant, which can accommodate objects in a space of 100 cubic meters. Others. Chapter 13 Zhu Douluo Yueguan's Trial. All the content on the system panel is Ye Chen's growth in the past 9 years. Not only has his soul power reached the 71st level, officially becoming a soul saint, but his martial soul has also become a high-level martial soul, the feather of the red sky. The most important thing is that he also has 5 100,000-year soul rings and 2 extremely powerful soul bones. Both the soul skills on the soul rings and the soul skills on the soul bones have made his strength unprecedentedly improved. You know, a high soul power level is not necessarily powerful, but a soul master with a solid foundation and a high soul power level is truly invincible. With Ye Chen's current configuration, even a soul Douluo of level 80 cannot be his opponent, and even a title Douluo with a lower strength may not necessarily have an impact on him. In other words, Ye Chen today can be roughly equivalent to a title Douluo. But even if my strength is enough to compete with the titled Douluo, I can't stand on the Douluo continent. There are countless titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall, and there are also many titled Douluos hidden in every corner of the Douluo continent. What Sea God Douluo Poseidon, Legend Douluo Tang Chen, 99 level Extreme Douluo Jiande Oliu, etc., all of them are close to the rhythm of God. One of them is in the Sea God Island, one is in the Spirit Hall, and the other is in the Killing City. Each of these 3 places is ruled by them. Although Tang Chen has lost his mind, but his strength should not be underestimated. The road is long and long, I will search up and down. Ye Chen couldn't help sighing in his heart, I can't easily become their enemy, at least not now. After all, his cultivation depends entirely on the system, and the secret of the system alone cannot be known to the enemy. I really want to stand on the Douluo continent and oppose the legendary Extreme Douluo. At least I can become a real titled Douluo, right? By then, relying on the rewards of the system and his own unremitting practice, he will truly have a place in the Douluo continent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the last task. The host's new task is being generated. Ding! The host's new task has been successfully generated. The task is to draw the sword 200 million times. The host can increase the age of any 2 soul rings, and the maximum increase is 100,000 years. At this time, Ye Chen heard the system's prompt. Okay, this is the sponsor. On the Douluo continent, I can do nothing, but I have to listen to the system. After hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen sighed helplessly, drawing the sword 200 million times to increase the age of 2 soul rings. It is better to directly exchange for a 100,000 year soul ring. But there is no way. It is easy to obtain soul rings, but it is extremely difficult to increase the age of soul rings. Either get something like the reward Tang San got after clearing the Sea God Island, or self-destruct the spirit ring. There are 2 ways, both of which are extremely inappropriate for Ye Chen now. First, He has no interest in the sea god position, he wants to become a god himself. Second, who would be so bored that he would self-destruct the spirit ring? Behavior that harms others and does not benefit oneself is absolutely unacceptable. It just so happens that my first and second spirit rings are both 10,000-year spirit rings. If I complete this upgrade task, then my 7 spirit rings will all be 100,000-year spirit rings. 7 100,000-year spirit rings? And it's only a level 70 spirit saint. In the entire Douluo continent, who can compare with me? Tang-san? Bibi Dong? Who can say that cultivation does not rely on talent and golden fingers, but on hard work? System, first convert all the 100 million times of sword drawing that I left into spirit power levels. Ye Chen suddenly remembered that he still had 100 million times of sword drawing left, and immediately said to the system. To increase the soul power from level 60 to level 80, each level requires 50 million sword draws. It can just increase the soul power by 2 levels. Swish swish. 2 brighter golden lights emerged from Ye Chen, and after a moment, Ye Chen's soul power reached level 73. Okay. In the future, I will use tasks to exchange rewards, and use sword draws to exchange soul power levels, just right. Next, let's complete the system's upgrade tasks. Swish swish swish. Pulling out the red sky feather, Ye Chen began today's training. My martial soul has advanced to the red sky feather, and my soul power level has reached level 73. The speed of sword drawing has also been greatly improved. Now I can draw the sword more than 50 times in 1 second, close to 60 times. If calculated at 60 times per second, then 1 minute is 3,600 times, 1 hour is 216,000 times, and it will be completed after countless hours. With the improvement of Ye Chen's martial soul this time, his sword drawing speed can be called a turbine, faster than a large fan. The benefit of being fast is that he needs less time to complete the task. Elder Yueguan, is this really okay? After all, he is also a member of our spirit hall. If I do this, I really feel a little sorry for him. Just when Ye Chen was practicing, 2 extremely fast figures appeared outside the Stardo Great Forest, approaching Ye Chen quickly. The leading black shadow was extremely fast, and from time to time he would leave the black shadow behind him by a large distance. Moreover, his expression seemed very relaxed, as if he was taking a leisurely walk. While moving forward, the black shadow was looking for an appropriate opportunity to wait for the black shadow behind to catch up. Saintess, don't worry, I won't use my full strength. Moreover, if such an excellent genius does not have a substantial love for the spirit hall or you, how can he be worthy of staying in the spirit hall? Ye Chen, an unprecedented genius in Douluo continent, let me Yueguan see how excellent you are, and how you can make the saintess absent-minded and unwilling to practice all day long. In the Stardo Great Forest, the 2 were extremely fast, running towards Ye Chen one after the other. The one who was called the saint was naturally the saint of the spirit hall, Hulina, and the one who was called the elder was actually one of the elders of the spirit hall, and also the most trusted elder of Pope Bibi Dong, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. He came here for only one purpose this time. That was to test how powerful the genius Hulina mentioned was. He actually refused Hulina's invitation to enter the spirit hall repeatedly, and would rather stay in the soul-seeking courtyard where there were many chores all day long. Saint, you will hide in the dark later, and leave the things to me. When he was about to reach where Ye Chen was, Yuguan smiled slightly and said to Hulina. But looking at the smile that was obviously very ordinary, Hulina felt cold all over. It seems that Elder Yuguan is serious this time. Xiao Chen Chen, you must not blame me. Hulina thought to herself. But at this moment, Ye Chen, who was practicing, suddenly felt a huge breath approaching him quickly. This breath was very powerful, even surpassing himself. Who is it? Ye Chen suddenly turned in a certain direction and shouted at the 2 people who were about to come. Everyone, please give me a few recommendation votes. Poor, a little plot, it ends around chapter 20, you can quickly review it or skip it, but leave the flowers and tickets, hehe. Chapter 14, Who is the clown? Since you have the courage to practice near the Stardo Great Forest, how dare you not have any defensive means? As early as when he first decided to practice here, Ye Chen exchanged the perception field for the novice special price from other modules of the system. This perception field is not on the soul bone or the soul ring, and its effect is extremely small, but it can sense nearby targets with much higher soul power than yourself. Even, it can sense the approximate strength of the target. When Zhu Douluo and Hulina just stepped into the perception field, Ye Chen sensed Zhu Douluo. Of course, he did not sense Hulina. Although with his current ability, he can sense Hulina even without the field. But when Ye Chen sensed Zhu Douluo, he no longer had so many concerns. After all, the person he sensed was at least above level 90. Title Douluo. Who would be in the mood to sense for a while longer? Oh? Interesting, you sensed me so quickly. At this moment, Zhu Douluo Yu Guan, who was hiding in the dark, seemed a little unbelievable and couldn't help but be surprised. He is a title Douluo. And, according to Hulina, Ye Chen in front of him had just broken through to Soul Saint not long ago. A Soul Saint of more than 70 levels could actually see through the existence of a title Douluo. He is indeed a genius. But such an excellent genius, why don't you want to join the Spirit Hall, and stay in the ordinary soul-seeking courtyard for the rest of your life? What can I do for you, senior? Why don't you come out and see me? Ye Chen looked calm, and at the same time released his spirit, the crimson sky feather, and held it firmly in his hand. Ha 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 ha, I just happened to pass by. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwen laughed when he heard the voice. He originally wanted to observe Ye Chen in the dark for a while. But now that he has been discovered, there is no need to hide any more. He nodded to Hulina and flew out. May I ask this little brother, has the saint of the Spirit Hall, Hulina, come to you often recently? Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwen asked Ye Chen with a smile. Evil, cold, smiling but not smiling. This is Ye Chen's first opinion of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwen. And the look of awe without anger, the majesty of domineering, all prove the horror of this person's strength. The horror of the strength of the titled Douluo. What if there is, what if there isn't? Facing such an opponent, Ye Chen still looked calm. As for why he was regarded as an opponent, rather than someone who happened to pass by here. The reason is very simple. There is no such coincidence in the world. Even if there is, he would not ask about Hulina right away. Interesting. After seeing Ye Chen's calm look, Zhu Douluo couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but as the majesty of the titled Douluo, he still couldn't let this kid out. Well, you don't look like a person from the Spirit Hall. Zhu Douluo Yu Guan flashed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, and continued, then I'll say it directly. I have an irreconcilable relationship with the Spirit Hall. Tell me about the news of the Spirit Hall Saint Hulina, and I will keep you alive, otherwise. What else? Death? Ye Chen frowned slightly and looked at the man in front of him coldly. He didn't recognize that the man in front of him was Zhu Douluo Yu Guan. But when he heard this person mention Hulina, a ball of anger rose in his heart. Although a few years ago, when Hulina first appeared, Ye Chen often chose to ignore her and regarded her as an obstacle on his way to becoming stronger. But with the days and nights of these years, in Ye Chen's heart, Hulina has long been regarded as the person he values most in Douluo continent. If anyone dares to attack her, even if the gods are here, Ye Chen will kill them. Otherwise you will die here. Ye Chen's eyes were cold, and he said what Zhu Douluo Yuegwen had not finished, but the U in this sentence has become Zhu Douluo Yuegwen. A mere soul saint of more than 70 levels actually threatened the titled Douluo. This was something Zhu Douluo Yuegwen never expected. At the same time, he began to appreciate the little ghost in front of him more and more from the bottom of his heart. Courageous. What? Little ghost? Have you developed feelings for her? Zhu Douluo Yuegwen pretended to be angry, but privately turned his head to look at the place where Hulina was hiding not far away, thinking about another thing in his heart. If Hulina can be with this guy named Ye Chen, it can be regarded as a beautiful thing in the world. You don't need to know. Ye Chen said coldly again, and his momentum was not inferior to that of Zhu Douluo Yu Guan. You have courage, but I don't know how long you can last with this courage. Zhu Douluo Yu Guan smiled slightly. The next moment, he no longer beat around the bush and directly burst out his breath from his body. Talking about Hulina was just to deliberately provoke Ye Chen's anger. The real intention of Zhu Douluo Yu Guan was to see what strength Ye Chen had. Now that Ye Chen has the intention to fight, he will go and meet this so-called genius. The dignity of the title Douluo is not something you ignorant people can challenge. Pretending to be angry, Zhu Douluo Yu Guan took action. His body floated in the air, and at the same time, 9 soul rings representing the strength of the title Douluo appeared one after another beside him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. It looks like a standard configuration. But in someone's eyes, is this the soul ring of a titled Douluo? Ye Chen shook his head disdainfully. The highest is only a 10,000-year soul ring, and Zhu Douluo Yuguan's graduation soul ring is of the same quality as his entry soul ring. Is this also worthy of being called a titled Douluo? And what does the confidence in Yuguan's eyes mean? Who is the real clown? It's a bit interesting. At this time, Zhu Douluo Yuguan looked at Ye Chen's disdainful look and was immediately furious. Originally, he really wanted to test it. But after practicing for more than 100 years, he finally became a titled Douluo, but at this moment, he was disdainful of the little ghost in front of him. I must teach him a lesson today. This time, Zhu Douluo Yuguan was really angry. Fourth soul skill, Sword of Light. The next moment, the fourth soul ring under Zhu Douluo Yuguan's feet lit up, and then a giant sword condensed from some plants slashed towards Ye Chen. It smells like chrysanthemum. Using the fourth soul skill right at the beginning. Ye Chen is only level 70. Hulina, who was hiding not far away, saw that Zhu Douluo Yuguan seemed to be serious, and couldn't help but start to worry about Ye Chen. She completely forgot that she was actually only level 50 soul power. Not as good as Ye Chen. Even her fifth soul ring was obtained with the help of Ye Chen. Elder Yuguan, if you dare to hurt Ye Chen, I will never let the teacher let you off easily. Daily request for votes and comments. The more votes and comments, the faster the update. Chapter 15 Soul that can defeat title Douluo Saint? Thanks to brother Deng Huo Wang for sending me 2 monthly tickets, thank you very much. Clang. A metallic collision sounded, and Ye Chen didn't even use his soul skill. Relying on the shield attribute of the red sky feather alone, he blocked the fourth soul skill of Zhu Douluo Yuguan. He even rebounded the Sword of Light. Fortunately, Zhu Douluo Yuguan still had some strength and easily avoided his soul skill. But a small row of trees behind him were cut off halfway. The originally empty surroundings became even more empty. What the hell? What soul skill is this? Zhu Douluo Yuguan's eyes widened. He thought it was Ye Chen who released the soul skill. Oh? Do you think I have already launched an attack? Ye Chen, who did not answer Zhu Douluo Yuguan directly, smiled slightly and did not take this soul skill with no killing power into consideration at all. His red sky feather was strengthened twice by the shield sword, and his own martial soul shield attribute was also strengthened twice. Facing the soul skills released by Zhu Douluo Yuguan's fourth soul ring, 1,000-year soul ring, what is there to fear? Once the Qi Xiao feather is pulled out, the shield attribute is directly activated. The relative invincibility state is naturally generated. What's more tragic is that this shield attribute originally has a probability of rebounding the target attack, but Zhu Douluo Yuguan happened to fall into this probability. The quality of the martial soul and the soul ring attached to the martial soul will always be the most important things for soul masters on the Douluo continent. What kind of boring chicken soup is it that relies on hard work for bad talents? It's just poisonous chicken soup after all. Next, let's try the power of my seventh soul ring. Ye Chen ignored the question asked by Zhu Douluo Yuguan. He didn't allow anyone to threaten Hulina. Weapon Soul True Body. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded. The next moment, Ye Chen directly released his Weapon Soul True Body, which came from the soul skills on the soul ring he had just obtained a few days ago. The shining bright red light began to quickly wrap Ye Chen. And behind him, a huge bright red phantom quietly emerged. It was a cold face like the messenger of hell, still Ye Chen's appearance, but it looked more terrifying and shocking. At the same time, Ye Chen's hair color and pupils also turned bright red, which was more dazzling than the red sky feather in his hand, and it was daunting. Every time Ye Chen waved the red sky feather, the shadow behind him would repeat the action of swinging the sword. But the size of the red sky feather in the shadow's hand was too large, which was dozens of times larger than the red sky feather in Ye Chen's hand. Every time it was waved, it would cause the surrounding air to explode continuously. Bang! Next, Ye Chen's soul ring also lit up quickly, and 7 soul rings appeared at his feet. Black, black, red, 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 red. This damn, powerful soul ring configuration. It was like 7 streams of light penetrating the sky and the earth, and reflected in the eyes of Zhu Douluo Yuguan. Especially the 5 red lights, which made Yuguan's heart suddenly burst with pain. Where did you get these 100,000-year soul rings? Zhu Douluo Yuguan looked at Ye Chen in front of him, and felt his legs become weak and trembled slightly. This damn Hulina had never said that Ye Chen's soul ring configuration was like this before. Moreover, when Ye Chen released the soul ring, what was the oppressive feeling coming from his whole body? It made him feel uncomfortable and breathless. So Ye Chen looked at him with such disdain just now? Thinking of this, Douluo Yuguan seemed to understand. Next, I will launch an attack. The first soul skill, Burning Sword Slash. Attack and defense switched. After rebounding Douluo Yuguan's Sword of Light, Ye Chen launched an attack. At the same time, with the blessing of the weapon Soul True Body, the huge phantom behind him also released the Burning Sword Slash at the same time. The soul skill in his hand is physical damage, and the soul skill of the phantom is mental damage. If both soul skills hit, then I'm sorry. Even if you don't die, you can't be a normal person for the rest of your life. But this is not over yet. At the same time, Ye Chen's soul ring flashed again, and the second soul skill was released. Dark Invasion. The first soul skill from the fourth soul ring, the Dark Dragon Soul Ring, Dark Invasion, can forcibly control people with weak mental power for 5 seconds. Clang! A sound similar to shackles was heard, and a huge deterrent force came. When Douluo Yuguan reacted, he was already controlled by Ye Chen in place. Obviously, his mental power is not strong at all. It's a little interesting, what kind of ability is this? Douluo Yuguan's expression changed. When Ye Chen released the Burning Sword Slash, Yuguan was still confident to dodge it, but the next Dark Invasion made him unable to move. He could only watch the Burning Sword Slash coming towards him. He was forced to do nothing. Martial Soul True Body. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul True Body, Qirong Tong Dianju. 5th Soul Skill, Shadow Clone. At the critical moment, Yuguan naturally did not dare to hide it anymore, and released his martial soul true body and his proud soul skill Shadow Clone together. Yuguan, who was controlled by the invasion of darkness, was suddenly covered with golden light, and countless sharp scales that looked like dragon scales gathered on his body in the light. At the same time, the 5th soul skill Shadow Clone allowed his original body to escape and indirectly avoid Ye Chen's attack of the burning sword, which was also covered with dragon scales. But the Shadow Clone that seemed to be covered with dragon scales was not so lucky. Ye Chen's burning sword directly hit it, causing his Shadow Clone to instantly break into the air. Tell a joke. The 5th soul skill of the titled Douluo was actually blocked by a soul. The first soul skill of the saint was defeated. Such a genius, such an existence, actually appeared in the Unknown Soul-Seeking Academy. Moreover, with your talent, even the Pope's Douluo Yuguan's eyes were full of disbelief. It is not an exaggeration to say that Ye Chen in front of him is simply the number one person in Douluo continent. Too outrageous. The most important thing is that Ye Chen is only a soul saint now. What if he becomes a titled Douluo? It's not over yet, noble titled Douluo. Dragon Roar. Sword Clone. Absolute Shadow 7th Stage. 3 soul skills were released again. Under the blessing of the weapon Soul True Body, Ye Chen exuded a huge murderous aura. It seemed to tear the space apart. A little good boy, you actually really took it seriously. Gulp Douluo Yuguan saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help swallowing deeply. You know, soul skills are the main means of soul masters, and each soul skill consumes a lot of soul power. Ye Chen released 3 soul skills in one breath. Could it be that he wanted to kill himself? Moreover, after releasing these 3 soul skills, he did not show any signs of being too tired. How terrifying is this kid? Things suddenly developed to this point, which was something that Douluo Yuguan never expected, and it was also something he could never accept. I heard that some books stopped updating after being raised. I wonder if you brothers have heard of it. It is better to read books than to raise them. As long as you brothers give strong support and keep reading, I will keep updating and bet my 2 livers. Chapter 16 Defeat Yuguan. Almost in an instant, Ye Chen released 3 soul skills. Not good. At this time, Douluo Yuguan could no longer say interesting teasing words, because he found that there was a huge problem waiting for him. Can he avoid Ye Chen's attack? 8th soul skill, Gate of Holy Light. 9th soul skill, Chrysanthemums withered, wounds all over the ground, and people are heartbroken when flowers fall. With his life hanging by a thread, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan made a decision in a short time. He directly released his strongest soul skill, and used the 8th soul skill to strengthen the 9th soul skill. A large number of strange chrysanthemums appeared out of thin air, surrounding chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwan, and formed a gate-like structure formed by strange chrysanthemums in front of him. This is the 8th soul skill, Gate of Holy Light. All soul skills that pass through the 8th soul skill, Gate of Holy Light, can cause moderate damage to the target and add the mark of chrysanthemum to the target. And the 9th soul skill, chrysanthemums withered, wounds all over the ground, and people are heartbroken when flowers fall, transforms countless strange chrysanthemums into sharp swords, causing a lot of damage to targets in the range. After passing through the Gate of Holy Light, the power of these strange chrysanthemums will be greatly improved again. Each piece of the mark of chrysanthemum that hits the target can cause additional damage. The linkage of the 8th and 9th soul skills can be said to be the strongest attack moment of Ju Douluo Yuguan. Bang with a bang, Ye Chen's 3 soul skills collided with the enhanced 9th soul skill released by Ju Douluo. All the surrounding trees were cut off halfway, and the wind blew violently. Hulina, who was hiding in the dark, was almost blown away by the energy of the collision. The bushes that allowed her to hide were completely shattered. Boom bang dong, various huge explosions filled the entire environment. It was obviously a soul saint against a titled Douluo, but the power caused was greater than that caused by 2 titled Douluos. This situation was unexpected for both Ju Douluo Yuguan and Hulina. Moreover, Ju Douluo Yuguan became more and more exhausted in the process of resistance, while Ye Chen looked like he had no burden. How strong is he? No one knows. However, if he didn't tell Ye Chen the purpose of this test, he would be defeated by Ye Chen soon. A trace of cold sweat oozed from Ju Douluo Yuguan's forehead. As a superior, he was full of confidence and teasing towards Ye Chen, but now he has become so unbearable. No more teasing. I can't lose. Ju Douluo Yuguan gritted his teeth. If he was defeated by a soul saint this time, how could he live if it got out? But his 9th soul skill was so difficult against Ye Chen, how could he win? Saint, come and explain to this kid. In a hurry, Ju Douluo Yuguan took a compromise and asked Hulina to come out and explain to Ye Chen. If Ye Chen really cared about Hulina, he would never attack him again, right? Moreover, he would not really lose by then, at most a rumor that he was tied with Ye Chen would be spread. The battle continued. The energy fluctuations caused by the collision of soul skills are also constantly increasing. Xiao Chen, stop quickly. It's all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Hulina did not dare to neglect it and hurried over from not far away. After all, Ju Douluo Yuguan is a titled Douluo who is close to teacher Bibi Dong. If he is really killed, it is inevitable that the teacher will be angry. But speaking of the bottom of her heart, Hulina once again refreshed her view of Ye Chen from the heart. Although Ye Chen used to look weak, he had a pair of focused and clear eyes that attracted her all the time. And now, Ye Chen's strength is even higher than that of a titled Douluo. Such an excellent and handsome Ye Chen has become more charming. Who would not like such a perfect boy? What's more, Ye Chen just broke up with Ju Douluo Yuguan for himself, right? Does he like me? Hulina showed a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. Sweet smile. Buzz. Ye Chen, who was about to launch another attack, suddenly heard Hulina's cry, and she said something like misunderstanding. What exactly is going on? Ye Chen was a little confused. But the soul skills he released did not mean to be cancelled at all, and he still put infinite pressure on Ju Douluo Yuguan. This was the second time that Ju Douluo Yuguan never expected. Didn't this kid even listen to Hulina's words? Or did he want to defeat me to gild himself? Ju Douluo Yuguan, who was getting more and more exhausted, looked at Ye Chen with a firm look, and then looked at Hulina standing aside with a crazy face. He really wanted to give each of these 2 people a brain bang as a senior. It's time, is there no one to take care of me? Ju Douluo Yuguan wanted to cry but had no tears. He hurriedly shouted to Ye Chen, stop, I surrender, is it okay if I surrender? Surrender? Humph. Ye Chen ignored Ju Douluo Yuguan, but looked at Hulina in confusion. Are you sure this is all a misunderstanding? Ah. Hulina reacted, yes, it's a misunderstanding. He is the Yuguan elder of the Spirit Hall, stop it quickly. Yuguan? Ju Douluo Yuguan? Is Ju Douluo Yuguan so vulnerable? Ye Chen said oh. But since Hulina said so, stop it. Bang. Cancelling the release of the soul skill, Ye Chen walked leisurely in front of Hulina and gently knocked on the top of Hulina's head. Are you testing me? No. Hulina blushed with shame at Ye Chen's move, Yes, I'm sorry Xiao Chen Chen, it's me. Hulina actually felt a little guilty. In the final analysis, this matter does have something to do with her. Because she knew about this matter, but she didn't tell Ye Chen. Even though Yu Guan asked to keep it secret. Oh, Elder Yu Guan must have come up with the idea and came here by himself. Ye Chen seemed to understand something and smiled slightly. You can't blame him entirely, I also have a certain responsibility. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan. Sorry, then I'll leave? Faced with the slightly teasing conversation between the two, the defeated Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan had no face to stay here any longer, and even left awkwardly without explaining to Ye Chen why. This really gave Ye Chen a headache. But just when he was puzzled, Hulina suddenly lowered her head in shame, and her slightly pouting lips were as tempting as cherries. Xiao Chen Chen, are you blaming me in your heart? Ye Chen nodded, but then looked at Hulina seriously. It must be your fault. It's your fault that you don't know how to protect yourself. Look, there are red spots on your legs from mosquito bites. There are indeed a few red spots on Hulina's fair calves. It must be because she was bitten by mosquitoes in the bushes when she was nearby just now. I'm serious, will you blame me? Hulina became a little serious. What's the matter? The test of the spirit hall is not something you can decide. Ye Chen gently patted Hulina's head and comforted her. Hulina is just in her early 20s now, which is the most beautiful age for a girl. Putting aside her attractive figure, when Ye Chen saw her seductive eyes, he couldn't help but secretly exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, what a fairy! Of course, the real reason for not being angry was not because Hulina was beautiful, but because he knew Hulina's character. If it weren't for Zhu Douluo Yu Guan's instructions, Hulina would definitely come out to explain at the first time. This book is free forever. If you think this book is okay, I hope you will comment and vote more. Thank you all. Chapter 17 Hulina's Beloved. This book is free forever, so I hope that all readers, if you like this book, don't forget to give more votes and comments. Your support is my motivation to move forward. Thank you again for the monthly ticket sent by brother Deng Huo Wang. I wish you all the best. Oh, so you really knew that Zhu Douluo Yu Guan was coming to find me? You hid in the corner secretly. Aren't you afraid of being bitten by mosquitoes? Ye Chen sighed as he looked at the blushing Hulina. If we don't change the subject, the fire will burn, and the body will be strong. I know. Hulina blinked her cute big eyes, and while feeling guilty, she secretly glanced at Ye Chen with her big eyes. But Ye Chen didn't blame her, and even felt a little cute. Because he felt that if it was not Zhu Douluo Yu Guan who was injured just now, but himself, Hulina would definitely rush out faster. The feelings cultivated in the past 9 years cannot be broken by today's incident. Friends of friends, sparring and fighting seriously, is it a big deal? At most, I will break my arms and legs. Ye Chen didn't care at all. I believe Zhu Douluo Yu Guan will definitely not care. Right? Then why did Elder Yu Guan come to test me? Ye Chen asked Hulina again. Do you really want to know so much? Hulina asked back with her cute big eyes. Of course, he almost killed me. Ye Chen replied indignantly. It was you who almost killed him, okay? Hulina pouted. He was the first to do it. Wait, tell me what happened. Tell you what the reward is. Hulina saw that Ye Chen was not angry, so she felt relieved. Then she looked at Ye Chen expectantly. Over the years, she has received many benefits from Ye Chen, but they were all toys. Like kites, bicycles and the like. Douluo de Lu didn't have something. After all, she was a girl, and cultivation was too boring. She preferred novel things, and Ye Chen could satisfy her. Ye Chen shook his head speechlessly. Of course, he knew what Hulina was thinking, but it was easy to give things, but it was difficult to teach Hulina how to use them. I still remember that when I taught Hulina to fly a kite, Hulina didn't pay attention to the toughness of the line at all, and ran too fast, breaking the line directly. And the bicycle, Hulina couldn't keep the balance no matter what. It was Ye Chen who pushed her to run all the time. Ye Chen didn't have so much time to teach her these. He had to become a titled Douluo quickly. How about giving you this? Ye Chen thought for a long time, and suddenly remembered that there were some fairy grass in his space soul weapon Jun Nixu jade pendant, so he took one out and handed it to Hulina. This is the heartbroken red of love sickness, the king of flowers, with a very high grade. Taking it can increase your cultivation, and it has a certain restraining effect on plant-type soul masters, and can even protect you in times of crisis. Well, the method is to use a drop of blood to make it recognize you first. Heartbroken red of lovesickness. Hulina took the fairy grass and stared at it with her big eyes from time to time. It was a flower as red as blood, and each petal shone like a red crystal, very beautiful. It looks good, but are you sure you want to give it to me, Xiao Chen Chen? Originally, she just wanted to tease Ye Chen, but Hulina didn't expect Ye Chen to really give her a reward. But it was obviously her own fault just now. She was really a little entangled whether to accept it or not. Of course, what are you thinking about, silly girl? Ye Chen looked at Hulina helplessly, and continued to add, but if you want to be recognized by Acacia Heartbroken Red, you must have a loved one. I'm afraid you can't be recognized now. Wait until later. Before Ye Chen finished speaking, he saw Hulina had already dripped a drop of blood on Acacia Heartbroken Red. There was no trace of the entanglement just now. This made Ye Chen smile in his heart. He quite likes such a character. Be brave to admit mistakes and be brave to get out of trouble. Isn't it easy to live like this? At this time, the petals of Acacia Heartbroken Red actually began to dissolve the drop of blood quickly, becoming more charming and pure. What the hell? Hulina was actually recognized by the Heartbroken Acacia Red. How is it possible? Does she have a loved one? Seeing this situation, Ye Chen, who should have been happy for Hulina, suddenly felt a little unhappy. But the efficacy of the Heartbroken Acacia Red will diminish with the passage of time, and the best time to get the most benefit is when it is just recognized. Sit down and absorb it. Ye Chen reminded. Oh. Hulina sat cross-legged on the ground obediently and began to absorb the Heartbroken Acacia Red. Ye Chen was her guardian. The Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall. Douluo Yuguan rushed in with a look of embarrassment, and he was staggering when he walked. Obviously, he suffered a lot of internal injuries in the battle with Ye Chen not long ago. If Hulina hadn't rescued him in time, I'm afraid he might have really died in Ye Chen's hands. In the inner hall of the Pope's palace, a woman in a luxurious purple robe was sitting. She had an excellent appearance, even more outstanding than Hulina. Of course, her outstanding appearance was not simply reflected in her appearance, but her whole body exuded a cold and noble aura. This aura, combined with her superior appearance, made her look particularly outstanding. This woman was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong propped up her forehead with one hand. After sensing that someone had broken into the Pope's palace, she suddenly opened her eyes, and two sharp eyes shot directly at Douluo Yuguan like a venomous snake. It's you, how did things go? Without caring about Douluo Yuguan's abnormality, Bibi Dong asked directly what she wanted to know. 2 days ago, she sent Yuguan to test Ye Chen's strength. However, how to test was decided by Douluo Yuguan himself. Your Holiness Pope, that guy no, Ye Chen is now a soul saint, and his strength is quite good. Douluo Yuguan tried his best to tidy up his appearance to make himself look less embarrassed. But it was hard to believe that he was fine when he looked like he might fall down at any moment. Soul Saint? In 9 years, from a first-level Soul Master, he became a Soul Saint of more than 70 levels, and he rose 8 levels every year on average. Is what you said true? Bibi Dong was shocked when she heard this. She had heard from Hulina that there was a genius in the soul-seeking academy named Ye Chen, who not only cultivated very fast, but also gave Hulina all kinds of strange things that did not belong to the Douluo continent. Out of curiosity, Bibi Dong asked Yuguan to test Ye Chen. But she didn't expect that the fast cultivation speed that Hulina mentioned was actually this fast method. 8 levels in 1 year. What kind of genius is this? Compared with Ye Chen, Bibi Dong also admitted that she was not as good as him. It's absolutely true, Your Holiness. And Douluo Yuguan looked complicated. And what? Bibi Dong suppressed her inner excitement and asked. And Ye Chen's soul ring configuration is quite good. Among his 7 soul rings, there are 2 10,000-year soul rings and 500,000-year soul rings. Douluo Yuguan added. What? A 100,000-year soul ring? Or 5? Hearing this, Bibi Dong was completely upset and suddenly he jumped up from the throne and teleported to the side of Douluo Yuguan. His eyes were extremely hot. You mean, he is a mere soul saint, but he has 500,000-year soul rings. This book is free forever. If you think this book is okay, I hope you will comment and vote. Thank you. Chapter 18 Absorption is complete, Hulina's achievements. Bibi Dong herself also has a 100,000-year soul ring, but only 2, one for each martial soul. So she knows how difficult it is to obtain 100,000-year soul ring. But now she heard from Zhu Douluo Yuguan that Ye Chen has 500,000-year soul rings. How could she not be shocked? And how could such an outstanding genius let him spend his life quietly in the soul-seeking academy? Bibi Dong thought deeply for a long time. Yuguan, what do you think about pulling Ye Chen into the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Let him go to the all-continent elite soul master competition with Nana and others. Good steel must be used on the blade to fully play its role. Bibi Dong also cherishes talented soul masters very much. Of course, the premise of this cherishment must be that this person must be used by the Spirit Hall. Although Ye Chen is not a main member of the Spirit Hall at present, he is at least working in the soul-seeking court of the Spirit Hall, and can be regarded as a member of the Spirit Hall. Next, it is time to focus on training him. Zhu Douluo Yuguan sighed and said, but Ye Chen is very stubborn. The saint girl has tried to win him over many times in the past 9 years, but he refused every time. Now if we win him over, will he really be willing to come? Yuguan also understood how important it was to win Ye Chen over, but he believed that with Ye Chen's character, he would definitely refuse again. Humph! Not coming? If he doesn't come, get rid of him to prevent future troubles. Does he have the courage? Bibi Dong just looked at Zhu Douluo Yuguan calmly, but suddenly a cold breath filled her body, almost suffocating Zhu Douluo Yuguan. No one can disobey her. This is the ruling power of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Even though Bibi Dong was so optimistic about Ye Chen before. But if Ye Chen refused the Spirit Hall's solicitation, she would definitely regard Ye Chen as an enemy. Even though Ye Chen is really an unprecedented genius on the Douluo continent. However, we can't just think of the bad side of things. What if Ye Chen agreed? What should we do? At that time, he will easily win the championship of the All-Continent Soul Master Elite Competition. Show the strength of the Spirit Hall to the entire continent. Even, Ye Chen can play an absolute role in the process of the Spirit Hall unifying the entire Douluo continent in the future. He is the most important chess piece of the Spirit Hall's layout on the continent. It's just a non-threatening attempt to win him over. Bibi Dong is willing to put down her face to win over Ye Chen. Even if she goes there in person, it's fine. You go and express the meaning of the Spirit Hall to him, and say that it was me who said it. Bibi Dong ordered Yuguan. This. Zhu Douluo Yuguan scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. He had almost angered Ye Chen by testing him before. If he went to express the sincerity of the Spirit Hall again, he would inevitably be beaten up by Ye Chen again. Or let the saint go. I think the relationship between the saint and Ye Chen is extraordinary. If the saint speaks, the possibility of success is higher. Yuguan was scared. He definitely didn't want to go a second time. For the sake of his own life, he must try his best to avoid this attempt. Enough! Bibi Dong shouted coldly, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Nana has tried to win over Ye Chen hundreds of times in the past 9 years. Have you ever seen her succeed? But I am not as good as the saint. Zhu Douluo Yuguan replied weakly. In fact, there was another sentence he didn't dare to say to Bibi Dong, which was that he was almost killed by Ye Chen. Just kidding. It's better not to say such things, otherwise he will become a laughingstock for all the titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall. So what do you mean? Bibi Dong shouted angrily, do you want me to go there in person? I think it's okay. This will not only express the sincerity of the Spirit Hall, but also put pressure on Ye Chen, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Your Holiness the Pope. It's just absorbing a fairy grass. I didn't expect that 3 hours have passed. On the outskirts of the Xingda Great Forest, Ye Chen was lying on the branch of a big tree boredly. Not far away was Hulina, who was still absorbing the acacia heartbroken red. While Hulina was absorbing the acacia heartbroken red, she was surrounded by a layer of light red mist. The mist blew Hulina's bangs, revealing her white forehead. It is said that without bangs, you are half as ugly. But for really good-looking people, this sentence is the same with or without bangs. Ye Chen even thought that Hulina would look better without bangs. Of course, the premise is that this kind of bangs does not include baldness. Wow wow! Just when Ye Chen was staring at Hulina intently and drooling, suddenly, a breeze blew. Hulina, who was in the middle of the open space, suddenly opened her eyes, sat up from the ground, and patted her dusty butt cutely. Xiao Chen Chen, where are you? Sister has finished absorbing. As soon as she finished absorbing, Hulina called Ye Chen's name. She didn't even know if Ye Chen was still here. Here, here. Ye Chen jumped down from the tree, landed gracefully, and ran towards Hulina quickly. I'm already 15 years old, how can I not? Can you stop calling me Xiao Chen Chen? It's like calling me a brat. Ye Chen complained, but Hulina smiled. What? I've called you Xiao Chen Chen for 9 years, and you still have objections now? No objections, I'm just making a suggestion. Ye Chen was helpless. He Hulina smiled and walked over to pat Ye Chen's head, but found that Ye Chen was too tall now. If she wanted to pat her head, she had to jump up on the spot. Damn, Xiao Chen Chen, why are you growing so fast? Not cute at all. Hulina pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and began to act like a spoiled child with her back to Ye Chen. I know why Hulina, as the saint of the spirit hall, has a good talent, but her strength is growing very slowly. This girl obviously doesn't take cultivation seriously, okay? She's always smiling and not doing her job. Ye Chen sighed helplessly and walked in front of Hulina again, bending slightly, giving Hulina a chance to touch her head with her hand. Hulina was happy again and patted Ye Chen's head proudly. Be good, little Chen Chen's sister will buy you some candy later. How is the absorption of the acacia heartbroken red? Ye Chen asked unhappily. Not bad. What do you mean by not bad? It's just not bad. What level of soul power are you at now? Faced with Ye Chen's question, Hulina did not answer directly. The next moment, she patted her palms cutely, puffed out her full chest with great pride, and used both hands to indicate her current soul power level. She made a 5 with her right hand and slightly bent her left index finger, indicating the number 9. This means that her current soul power level is level 59? Brothers, I am here to ask for votes again. I hope you will comment and correct me. I will make changes if there are any deficiencies. Chapter 19 The Soul Master Competition is coming. You should know that in the original work, before Hulina participated in the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition, her soul power should have been only about level 51 at most. After absorbing the Acacia Heartbroken Red, her soul power level actually increased by 8 levels, reaching the terrifying level 59. How powerful is this Acacia Heartbroken Red? Ye Chen admired the fairy grass sent by the system from the bottom of his heart. But even such a good fairy grass, Ye Chen has a lot of it in the June Snow Jade Pendant, but he can't use any of it. Maybe this is a small shortcoming of the system. While opening a door for himself, he also closed a window. It's really a pity. And I am now at level 59 with full soul power, and there is always the possibility of advancing to level 60. At this time, Hulina said again. What? Ye Chen was surprised again. Is level 8 not enough? This Acacia Heartbroken Red has actually been upgraded to nearly level 9. Hulina, who has just become a Soul King, is about to become a Soul Emperor. P.S. 1 Soul Warrior, level 1 to level 10. 2 Soul Master, level 11 to level 20. 3 Great Soul Master, level 21 to level 30. 4 Soul Master, level 31 to level 40. 5 Soul Sect, level 41 to level 50. 6 Soul King, level 51 to level 60. 7 Soul Emperor, level 61 to level 70. 8 Soul Saint, level 71-1. Soul Douluo, 81 to 90. 2. Ordinary Title Douluo, 91 to 94. 3. Peak Douluo, Super Douluo 95 to 98. 4. Peerless Douluo, Ultimate Douluo 99 to 100. 5. Such a fast improvement, even Ye Chen was envious. 6. After all, if he wants to increase his soul power by 1 level, he has to draw his sword 50 million times, which is not as fast as eating fairy grass. 7. What a pity, the All-Continental Elite Soul Master Competition is about to take place, and I don't know if I can reach level 60. 8. Hulina put her hands behind her back. Although she was very anxious, she still looked so relaxed. 9. All-Continental Elite Soul Master Competition? Ye Chen's heart moved. Hulina is going to participate in the All-Continental Elite Soul Master Competition? Is it the one where she competes with every academy? In that academy duel, there were contestants from various forces and academies, and even Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and others. Ye Chen vaguely remembered that in the original work, the Wuhan Academy lost to the Shrek Academy. 9 years of getting along made Ye Chen always regard Hu Lina as the most important person. If Hu Lina lost to Tang San and his group, he would be unhappy no matter how he thought about it. Why not take advantage of the all-continental elite soul master competition not starting yet to raise Hu Lina's soul power level to soul emperor? Ye Chen frowned. Nana, how long will it take until the all-continental elite soul master competition starts? There are still about 3 days. Wait. Hu Lina's face flushed when she heard Ye Chen call her like that. Oh my god, Xiao Chen Chen, what did you call me just now? For a moment, Hu Lina's heart was beating like a deer. 3 days? I guess there is still a chance. Ye Chen frowned and continued, are you willing to work hard in these 3 days to reach level 60 soul power as soon as possible? If you want soul rings, I will help you get them. Nana. Hey. I'm talking to you. Looking at Hu Lina, whose mind was wandering, Ye Chen became unhappy. I'm still worrying about her now. She's so good, she doesn't care at all. And, Ye Chen still clearly remembers that Hu Lina absorbed the acacia heartbroken red. This means that Hu Lina already has a loved one. What is he trying to do by doing this? What? Adding to your own troubles. I heard it. Hu Lina just reacted and saw Ye Chen's unhappy face. She quickly stuck out her tongue and said coquettishly, don't be angry, Xiao Chen Chen. Oops. A saint of the spirit hall, just because Ye Chen looked a little unhappy, her heart beat suddenly in panic. Hu Lina, you are so useless. Hu Lina thought secretly in her heart. Then what do you think? Or do you think that the soul power of level 59 is enough? Seeing this, Ye Chen shook his head helplessly. All okay. Hu Lina smiled, but continued to think in her heart, Xiao Chen Chen is obviously many years younger than me, but he has always behaved very maturely. Every time he frowns, I feel like I have done something wrong. He is almost like a teacher. Alas, the child is too difficult. However, she didn't know that with Ye Chen's cultivation over the past 9 years, his strength has been continuously strengthened, and the aura in his words and deeds is inevitable. Because that is the symbol of strength. I don't know how long it will take to participate in the all-continent elite soul master competition this time. If it takes a long time, will you forget me, Xiao Chen Chen? Or will the feelings fade a lot? Hu Lina looked up at Ye Chen and hesitated. She is the saint of the spirit hall, and she has many responsibilities, and those responsibilities are what she cannot shirk, and she is unwilling to shirk. But the result of this is that as she gets older, it may become more and more difficult for her and Ye Chen to get together in the future. If Ye Chen really forgets her in the future, what should she do? Hu Lina mustered up her courage, but always hesitated at the last moment, and couldn't say a word. Actually what? Ye Chen looked at Hu Lina in confusion. He was quite happy when he heard Hu Lina say so much, and always felt that Hu Lina also cared about him, but Hu Lina stopped talking at the critical moment. Stupid, it's nothing, Hu Lina muttered, and then said, anyway, during the days when I go to participate in the competition, you must remember to think of me every day. When I come back, I will come to see you immediately. Hu Lina's face turned into an apple with shame. God knows how she had the nerve to say these words, but in the end she did express all the meanings that should be expressed. As for how much Ye Chen can understand, it depends on when this wooden man can open his mind. Then I will go back first. After saying that, Hu Lina trotted away. Ye Chen looked at Hu Lina's back and remained silent for a long time. So why can't I go with her? Buzzbulletin on average, the sword is drawn 45 times per second, 2,700 times per minute, and 162,000 times per hour. It will take about 600 hours. Even if you don't eat, drink or sleep every day, it will take almost a month. The road is long and arduous. I will spit blood to practice. This book is permanently free. If you think this book is good, I hope you will comment and vote. Thank you. Chapter 20, Bibi Dong's arrival. 2 days later. There is still 1 day before the start of the All-Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Hu Lina didn't come to Ye Chen because she wanted to cultivate tacit understanding with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Ye Chen naturally knew about this, so he didn't take it to heart. He has been practicing these 2 days. It is indeed the legendary not eating or drinking, and the results are extremely efficient. But it is still far from the goal of 200 million times. At this time, Ye Chen, who was about to draw the sword again, suddenly received a warning from the perception field. but the perception field did not return any results to him for the first time. You know, when Douluo Yuegwen came to test him, the perception field was very strong. Not only did it give a warning, it even estimated the approximate soul power level of Douluo Yuegwen. Today, now, why did it suddenly fail? Hey! The surrounding trees suddenly began to sway abnormally. There was no wind, in such an environment. Ye Chen looked around with caution. It was obvious that the person who entered the perception field this time either had a higher soul power level than Douluo Yuegwen, or was good at disguise. Who could it be? Ye Chen was still thinking. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. The speed was so fast that he could see it with his eyes, but his brain could not react. It turned out that this person was a woman. The woman's face was stunning, with a fair face, light willow leaf eyebrows, big eyes but full of coldness, and a very symmetrical nose and mouth, not too much or too little, a perfect beauty. She was covered in purple clothes, and under her slender jade neck, her breasts were like white jade, half covered and half hidden, and her waist was so tight that it was barely even a hand could hold. A pair of slender, moist, and well-proportioned legs were exposed, and even her beautiful jade feet were silently charming, sending out an alluring invitation. This woman's beauty was undoubtedly unique in the world, but most importantly, she also had an incomparable cold aura, which made her look like an iceberg beauty, making people want to be out of reach. Are you Bibi Dong? Appreciating beauty besides, Ye Chen shook his mind and looked at Bibi Dong in shock. That's right, Bibi Dong is the most memorable woman in the original book. It's no exaggeration to say that even if Bibi Dong turned into ash, Ye Chen could recognize her at a glance. Of course with him, no one can hurt Bibi Dong, how could she turn into ash? Don't ask why. Just fight for justice. Bibi Dong seemed a little surprised, do you know me? Yes yes. After Ye Chen heard Bibi Dong's voice, he didn't know why, his heart was like the results of the college entrance examination in his previous life, he was particularly nervous, and he spoke hesitantly, Your Majesty the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, everyone in the whole continent knows, everyone knows. Oh? Ha 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 ha, you kid are quite interesting, but am I really that famous? Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment when she heard the voice, and was actually amused by the boy in front of her. If listening to someone flattering is a kind of enjoyment, then listening to a handsome boy flattering is a kind of enjoyment. Moreover, for some reason, when Bibi Dong saw Ye Chen for the first time, her heart, which had not been throbbing for decades, beat for a second in panic. This was the first time for her. So after hearing Ye Chen's answer, Bibi Dong couldn't help laughing. Although she didn't expect it herself. It was very famous in the past, and it will be more famous in the future. Ye Chen also laughed hee to ease the embarrassment. Bibi Dong is one of the two people he wants to see most after coming to Douluo continent, and the most important one. He must leave a good impression on her. Of course, he has to tell the truth. It's better not to flatter and lick the dog intentionally. First, it will cause Bibi Dong's disgust, and second, he is not such a person at all, and there is no need to deliberately change himself in order to gain the favor of others. At the same time, Ye Chen is also secretly observing Bibi Dong. If his guess is right, Bibi Dong's current soul power level is at least 98 levels high. With twin martial souls, the soul rings on each martial soul are also extremely good soul rings, and there are even 100,000 year soul rings like his. Compared with Douluo Yuegwen, Bibi Dong is more than a little stronger. This is also the key reason why the perception field can sense Douluo Yuegwen, but not Bibi Dong. The strength is too strong. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, and did not talk to Ye Chen about some irrelevant gossip. Instead, she turned her back to Ye Chen and walked in front of a relatively thick tree, then turned to Ye Chen and asked, I heard that you have been working in the Soul Seeking Academy. Yes, I am now the Dean of the Soul Seeking Academy, mainly responsible for organizing personnel to provide soul beast movements to the soul masters of the Spirit Hall, so that they can obtain the soul rings they need faster. Ye Chen explained to Bibi Dong like reciting a resume. But Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall after all, how could she not understand what the Soul Seeking Academy does? She nodded lightly to show that she didn't want to hear this at all, which made Ye Chen, who was already embarrassed, even more embarrassed. Nana invited you to join the Spirit Hall before, right? Why did you refuse? After a long time, Bibi Dong asked again. Ye Chen was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted and told the truth. At that time, whether it was my soul power level or my spirit, I was not worthy of entering the spirit hall. Besides, in the spirit hall, I was afraid that I would not have more time to practice, which was for my own future. Ye Chen's words were not false at all, and he said the same thing to Hulina at the beginning. So Bibi Dong nodded lightly again after listening. As a peak Douluo of level 98, she understood the importance of time to spirit masters. Especially for those young spirit masters who are still growing rapidly. They would rather take risks to grow than delay their practice because of trivial matters. But now that they already know that Ye Chen has 5100,000 year spirit rings and has a promising future, Bibi Dong couldn't let Ye Chen go on like this. At least she had to know whether Ye Chen would be loyal to the spirit hall. If I say that you will have more free time after joining the spirit hall, would you be willing to join? Bibi Dong asked tentatively. This Ye Chen thought about it, and finally shook his head, saying, the Soul Seeking Institute is also a part of the spirit hall, so you don't have to test my loyalty. But there are some things that I have my own opinions on, and I don't want to be a pawn in the hands of others. So, I'm sorry, I can't agree. This book is free forever. If you think this book is okay, I hope you will comment and vote more. Thank you all. Chapter 21 Ye Chen volunteered. This kid. He was able to directly understand the deep meaning of his words. He was even able to euphemistically express that he didn't want to obey the orders of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong was suddenly shocked. Is Ye Chen really only 15 years old? His way of dealing with people is really unique. Think about it, saying that he is in the soul-seeking court of the spirit hall means that he is a member of the spirit hall. But the mission of the soul-seeking court of the spirit hall is extremely pure, just to find soul beasts, and other things are not their responsibility. The deep meaning of Ye Chen's words is, I can admit that I am a member of the spirit hall, and I can help you find soul beasts, but I will not help you unify the Douluo continent. You say this is absolutely unique? Bibi Dong was almost confused by the words of the little ghost in front of her. But she has been through after decades of vicissitudes and changes in the world, she has eaten more salt than Ye Chen has eaten. She soon saw through Ye Chen's thoughts. Fortunately, her main purpose of coming to Ye Chen this time was not to pull him into the spirit hall, so she didn't care too much about this matter. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, deliberately showing an angry look, and continued, Nana has mentioned you many times in front of me, but I didn't expect that you would not be willing to join the spirit hall even for her. I heard from Ju Douluo Yu Guan that Hulina and Ye Chen have an unusual relationship. So Bibi Dong decided to try with Hulina's name. Sure enough, Ye Chen's face changed slightly after hearing Hulina's name. Bibi Dong thought Ye Chen had been tricked. Continue to persuade, if you join the spirit hall, you can see her every day. Even so, are you not tempted at all? Ye Chen did not expect Bibi Dong to use Hulina to seduce him. As the noble pope of the spirit hall, would he actually make a fuss about love affairs? You know, Bibi Dong's own emotional aspects are still a mess, and she even became a spectator. It seems that Bibi Dong really wants to pull herself into the spirit hall. She will do anything. But Ye Chen also knows what the spirit hall's position is and what the spirit hall's future goals will be. He doesn't want to be a pawn in the goal of one party and disrupt the entire Douluo continent. He just wants to use his abilities to protect those he cares about. That's all. Now the ambitions of the spirit hall are not yet known to everyone, so Hulina is not in any danger in the spirit hall for the time being. Ye Chen naturally won't worry about Hulina early now, so his face changed slightly, not because of Bibi Dong's stimulation. Instead, he suddenly thought that Hulina was about to participate in the All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition, in which Hulina would most likely be defeated by Tang San and his group. He didn't want this to happen. Your Holiness, I heard that the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition will be held soon. I wonder if you have already selected the participants from the Spirit Academy. Ye Chen took the initiative and began to ask Bibi Dong. But when things got to this point, a funny scene appeared. As the saying goes, no one knows who will be the final winner until things develop to the end. This is the coincidence. Ye Chen thought that Bibi Dong came here to win him over to the Spirit Hall, so he focused the topic on the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition. But what he didn't know was that Bibi Dong's purpose of coming this time was the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition. It's really no coincidence. Bibi Dong tried hard to restrain the joy in her heart and still put on a cold look. Of course, if you say that she didn't feel happy at all, that's also possible. Why? Are you interested in this? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows slightly and said lightly, the contestants from the Spirit Hall must be the elites of the Spirit Academy. They are also the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. They will definitely keep the championship in the Spirit Hall. Golden generation? If Tang San hadn't appeared, perhaps the Spirit Academy would really win the championship. But Tang San and I are both time travelers, and Tang San, a time traveler, will change the history of Douluo continent. He even destroyed the plan that the Spirit Hall had planned for decades. Ye Chen would not agree with what Bibi Dong said. But if I tell Bibi Dong directly that the Spirit Academy will lose, it will lack persuasiveness. I can't tell Bibi Dong that I came here from a time travel, right? And I have also watched Douluo continent. The word time travel alone is difficult to explain to people, not to mention knowing their future fate. Ye Chen frowned slightly and said, can I take the initiative to apply to become a participant of the Spirit Academy? Of course, I can guarantee that I will definitely leave the champion in the Spirit Hall. Seeing that Bibi Dong did not respond, Ye Chen hurriedly added. It seemed that he was afraid that Bibi Dong would not agree. But after hearing this, Bibi Dong suddenly fell silent. She was eager for Ye Chen to participate in this competition. After all, if there was no Ye Chen, Bibi Dong would only have an 80% chance of winning, but if there was Ye Chen, Bibi Dong would definitely have a 100% chance of winning. Why not? While feeling fortunate that Ye Chen agreed, Bibi Dong was also wondering why Ye Chen was willing to take the initiative to become a participant of the Spirit Academy. When she heard that Ye Chen took the initiative, Bibi Dong was actually very surprised in her heart. Is it really as Zhu Douluo Yu Guan said? Is it for Hulina? After thinking about it, Bibi Dong only thought of this possibility. This kid is indeed in love with Nana, Bibi Dong thought secretly in her heart. But after falling in love, will this kid really love Hulina for the rest of his life and protect her for the rest of his life? Bibi Dong didn't know, and didn't want to know. Once she encountered emotional problems, she had a headache more than anyone else, and even wanted to escape more. Bibi Dong, who had originally planned to spend some time to induce Ye Chen to participate in the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition, suddenly felt a sense of loneliness and frustration in her heart after hearing Ye Chen's initiative to volunteer. However, since Ye Chen had already volunteered to participate in the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition, Bibi Dong was too lazy to waste words and immediately approved Ye Chen's request. Then see you in the finals. Immediately, she gently raised her right hand and disappeared directly on the spot. But when she left, her cold figure became more lonely and vicissitudes. Only Ye Chen was left staring at the place where she disappeared in a daze with a confused face. What the hell? Were you talking and laughing just now? Why? Did you turn hostile and disappear after hearing me say that I was going to participate in the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition? And when the competition started, was there anyone to pick me up? You won't let me go to the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition alone, will you? Damn it, if it wasn't for Hulina, who would be willing to participate in this crappy competition? After Bibi Dong completely disappeared, Ye Chen fell into a very annoyed mood. But on second thought, Bibi Dong actually left after hearing that he was participating in the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition. Could it be that Bibi Dong's purpose of coming this time was not to win him over to the Spirit Hall, but to let him participate in the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition? I thought about the anti-routine, but I didn't expect to be tricked by the routine in the routine. I'm the clown. Fuck. After thinking about it, Ye Chen became even more annoyed. Please vote, please vote, please vote. I will say it 3 times. If you vote and I vote, you will win the lottery tomorrow. I heard that some books stopped updating after being published. I wonder if you have heard of this. It is better to read than to publish. As long as you support me and keep reading, I will keep updating. I will bet my life on it. Chapter 22, Joining Hulina. The day before the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition, Ye Chen was still practicing outside the Xingda Great Forest. At noon, a carriage from the Spirit Hall came to pick him up. From the coachman, he learned that all the contestants from the Spirit Academy, including Hulina, had already set off except him. He didn't know whether Bibi Dong didn't value him or believed in his strength too much, so she sent someone here so late. It was like she was about to take the college entrance examination, but she was still hesitating. Even he hadn't cultivated a tacit understanding with other contestants from the Spirit Academy. I haven't seen anyone except Hulina. Ye Chen was actually a little excited in the carriage. The trials for the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition will be held in the Tiandu Empire. And the Tiandu Empire is a place he has never been to. Now that he has the opportunity to go to the Tiandu Empire, while participating in the competition, he must also broaden his horizons. But the distance between Wuhan City and Tiandu City is not ordinary. It is said that according to the speed of ordinary carriages, it may not be possible to get there in 10 days. Hulina and other people from the Wuhan Academy went there in a carriage equipped with special soul guides. But Ye Chen's carriage was ordinary, with nothing. Obviously, Bibi Dong was testing him again. Fortunately, Ye Chen was not panicked at all, and took out a round soul guide from the space soul tool Liuyunixu jade pendant. The whole thing was black and very sticky, and it stuck to the carriage as soon as it touched it. Soul guide travel 1,000 miles a day. If you have this item, it's like riding a high-speed train, and you don't need a horse to pull the carriage. This scared the coachman who was originally with Ye Chen. Finally, in the evening, Ye Chen arrived at Tiandu City in the Tiandu Empire. To be more specific, he came to a hotel that looked very expensive. Of course, for the Wuhan Hall, no matter how expensive the hotel is, they can afford it. After all, the Wuhan Hall has a lot of gold soul coins. Naturally, they can get some superior treatment. Following the footsteps of the guide, Ye Chen quickly entered the interior of the hotel and came to the outside of a room. Dong dong dong. The guide knocked on the door, and soon, someone opened the door from the inside. And the person who opened the door was none other than Hulina. When Hulina saw Ye Chen, in addition to disbelief, there was more surprise in her eyes. She only heard her teacher say that the last contestant of the Wuhan Academy would arrive later, but she didn't hear that it would be Ye Chen. Xiao Chen Chen, are you the last contestant? When they were still at the door, Hulina threw herself into Ye Chen's arms in surprise. Ye Chen didn't expect that it was Hulina who opened the door. I haven't seen her for about 3 days, and Ye Chen was a little happy in his heart. Well, maybe just a little happy. Ye Chen pretended to be calm. Who is it? Nana. After hearing the movement at the door, the other people in the room also came out one after another. There were 5 people in total. The leader looked a bit like Hulina, but looked more evil, which was exactly the opposite of Hulina's temperament. It should be Hulina's brother Xiaoyu. And the person standing next to Xiaoyu obviously had a strange look at Ye Chen, who was held by Hulina. Although he didn't say anything, Ye Chen read anger in his eyes. Presumably this person should be Yan, who had a crush on Hulina since childhood. There were 3 more people behind them, all of whom were sent by the Spirit Academy to participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Ye Chen, the one I've been talking about to you. Little Chen Chen, he's amazing. Hulina was like introducing a treasure, lying in Ye Chen's arms to introduce others. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. When did the noble spirit hall Saint Hulina act like a spoiled child in a man's arms? It was too hard to accept. But what was even harder to accept was... Hulina turned around and said to Ye Chen coquettishly, "You're really something. You didn't tell me in advance that you were coming, and I'm still thinking about you and missing you every day. I can't practice well." This. Sister, pay attention to the points. Xiaoyu on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and hurriedly pulled Hulina out of Ye Chen's arms with a smile, and then said to everyone in an extremely awkward manner, "Okay, now that our last contestant is here, let's formally introduce the rules of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition." After that, Xiaoyu politely invited Ye Chen into the room. Everyone sat down one by one, waiting for Xiaoyu's introduction. Except Hulina and Yan. Hulina kept her eyes on Ye Chen after Ye Chen came, with a smile on her face. Although Yan, like Hulina, kept his eyes on Ye Chen, his face was full of jealousy. But Ye Chen was not worried at all. With Yan's strength, is it useful to be jealous? I can beat him in seconds. He is jealous, which only means that Hulina is good enough. That's all. Next, Xiaoyu, as the captain of the Wuhan Academy participating in the All-Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, officially began to explain the rules to everyone. The All-Continental Elite Soul Master Competition is hosted by the 2 empires of Tiandu Empire and Xingdu Empire, and organized by our Wuhan Hall. It is the largest Soul Master competition in the Soul Master world. In this competition, each participating academy must send 7 players to compete, and the age of these players must be under 25 years old. Secondly, during our competition, we must remember that friendship comes first and competition comes second. We should try our best to avoid injuring opponents, and we are not allowed to kill opponents. If an opponent is killed, the academy will be eliminated directly and will have to bear all the consequences. Tisk. Yan interrupted Xiaoyu, soul skills are blind, and the strength of the participating players is evenly matched. At the critical moment, will we allow those rubbish academies to make all kinds of trips? Xiaoyu looked at Yan and reminded him solemnly, you must know what the purpose of this Soul Master competition is. The reason why our Wuhan Hall CO organizes the competition is to recruit Soul Masters. If the situation you said really happens, we are willing to withdraw from the competition. Are you serious? Yan looked at Xiaoyu in disbelief. Of course not. Xiaoyu smiled slightly and said, yesterday, His Holiness the Pope had already found me and told me roughly about our new team member Ye Chen. Don't worry, with Ye Chen here, the situation you said will never happen. After saying that, Xiaoyu looked at Ye Chen meaningfully. Ye Chen's hair stood up. No need to do that. Ye Chen smiled awkwardly. In this situation, he really didn't want to act like this. After all, Yan was already very dissatisfied with him. He didn't want to be stared at by Yan every day before the game started. Harmony brings wealth. If it doesn't work, just find an opportunity to beat Yan up secretly and let Yan learn his lesson. Xiaoyu smiled at Ye Chen and continued to introduce, the preliminaries held in the Tiandu Empire are mainly team competitions, that is, 7v7 battles, using a points system, and teams with high points can advance to the next stage. It is worth mentioning that each of the two empires will have a team directly promoted to the finals. Logically, our Wuhan Hall also has such a team. But as you can see, this year His Holiness the Pope has cancelled the Wuhan Hall's qualification for promotion, so let us start from the beginning. The purpose is to give us a good training. I hope everyone will not disappoint the Pope's trust and let us win the championship of this Continental Elite Soul Master competition. Oh, I almost forgot. There is one more thing I want to tell you, which is what the Pope repeatedly told you. That is, in the preliminaries, Ye Chen, you should try not to shoot on the court unless it is absolutely necessary. This book is permanently free. If you think this book is good, please comment and vote. Thank you. Chapter 23, 9 Years of No Meeting, Goodbye Tang San. Good guy. After Xiaoyu said this, everyone in the room began to get agitated. Even Ye Chen himself was the same. Can't take action after playing? It's better not to play. Wouldn't it be better to just find a substitute? Why did Bibi Dong do this? Ye Chen didn't quite understand. Yan finally couldn't listen anymore, and asked Xiaoyu angrily, you mentioned Ye Chen from the beginning, and even the Pope favored him so much. What ability does he have? Yan has a bad temper. Especially after he noticed that Hulina had a crush on Ye Chen. His bad temper immediately exploded. He even mentioned Bibi Dong's name. Before Ye Chen opened his mouth to refute, Xiaoyu's face turned cold and he rebuked, how can you question the decision of His Holiness the Pope? Follow your orders. Otherwise, you will be in trouble when you return to the Spirit Hall. After Xiaoyu said this, Yan immediately shut up. After all, in the Spirit Hall, no one can question Bibi Dong's orders. Then everyone chatted for a few words and went back to their rooms to rest. There was a small episode during this period. Hulina actually wanted to sleep in the same room with Ye Chen. When asked the reason, she said that she wanted to discuss the specific matters of tomorrow's game with Ye Chen. If there were not many people around listening, Ye Chen might have agreed. In the end, Xiaoyu was more stable and criticized Hulina severely. Hulina then returned to her room pitifully. The next day. Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City, Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena. As a Tiandu division, the main arena of the district, the Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena, contracted all the activities of the Tiandu district. And today, the Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena is unprecedentedly lively. Before dawn, the Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena was already crowded with people. Among them, the young girls in love became the main audience of the Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena this time, accounting for a large proportion, about 60%. As Xiaoyu said, the age of the contestants of the All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition cannot exceed 25 years old, which is exactly the most ideal choice in the hearts of the girls. If you can marry a powerful young soul master, it will have a good impact on yourself and your family. Ye Chen followed Xiaoyu and others and slowly entered the venue. They were all wearing the uniforms of the Wuhan Academy, all white clothes, and a badge was embedded on the chest, which was consistent with the logo of the Wuhan Hall. When they just entered the venue, they immediately attracted widespread attention. The reason is that they came from the Wuhan Hall and took the initiative to give up the qualification for admission and were willing to start from the preliminaries. The Wuhan Academy is here. Look, the boy walking at the back is so handsome. Wow, he's very tall too. I wonder how strong he is? My family wants me to find a partner who is both handsome and strong. Ugh. Handsome is just something you imagined, right? Why don't you take a mirror to see what you look like? As the cheers from the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena continued, Xiaoyu took the lead in signing up and leading the way. He looked very experienced. Soon, all the people from the Wuhan Academy entered the arena. There are 29 teams participating in the Tiandu Division qualifiers this time. In addition to the original 28 teams, there is one more team from the Wuhan Academy. So the first round is a lottery, and one team will be given a bye and enter the next round directly. And in each round, if there are odd-numbered teams, a lottery will be held, and the team that gets a bye can advance to the next round. In this arena, Xiaoyu was still supplementing the rules with everyone, and the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire in the center of the arena also began to give an opening speech. The content of the speech was very simple, just welcoming everyone here, and then talking about some irrelevant things. When the Emperor of Tiandu Empire finished speaking, Ning Fengzi, the leader of Kaibao Liulai sect, spoke again. As the national teacher of Tiandu Empire, Ning Fengzi even said that the team of Tiandu Empire Royal Academy was the seed team, and had the highest probability of winning the championship of this year's All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition, and did not mention the Wuhan Academy that was relegated to the preliminaries. But this is understandable. You should work for whoever pays you. Ning Fengzi will not make himself look boring. After saying this, Ning Fengzi even took a special look at the location of Shrek Academy, and seemed to think that Shrek Academy also had the qualifications to win the championship. If Ye Chen had not come to participate in the competition in person this time, he might have thought that Shrek Academy had such qualifications. But since he was here, he naturally felt that what Ning Fengzi said was just some nonsense. Following Ning Fengzi's gaze towards Shrek Academy, Ye Chen soon found the players of Shrek Academy participating in this competition. The most conspicuous thing among them is their team uniforms. To be honest, they look like shit with all kinds of advertisements on them. They don't look like they are here to participate in the competition at all. They are more like here to advertise. Looking carefully, Ye Chen noticed the appearance of each team member. The leader is tall and looks high-spirited. He is the leader of the Shrek Seven Devils, Dai Mubai. There are two men beside him, both of whom look very wretched. They should be Oscar and Ma Heng-jun. Further behind him, there is a young man who looks very low-key. Ye Chen recognized it as Tang San at a glance. Recalling that the last time I met Tang San was 9 years ago. Tang San has changed a lot now. His appearance is much more attractive than before, and his mind is getting deeper and deeper. At the first sight of Tang San, even Ye Chen couldn't see through him. Obviously, they are both time travelers, so Ye Chen actually hopes from the bottom of his heart that Tang San can also be happier and not make himself too tired. But after all, bystanders see more clearly than those involved. Ye Chen really doesn't know how to persuade Tang San. He can only hope that Tang San in the future will not be as stubborn as in the original book and fight against the Spirit Hall. There are 3 girls behind Tang San, each of them is a top beauty. They are Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing. The 3 of them were called the Genius Girl Group of Shrek Academy in the original book. Although they all wore shit-like clothes, they still couldn't cover their beautiful faces. Especially Zhu Zuqing, who has a great figure, and Ning Rongrong, who is full of arrogance. Xiao Chen Chen, what are you doing? Suddenly, when Ye Chen was still observing Shrek Academy, Hu Lina, who was sitting next to Ye Chen, asked. When she followed Ye Chen's gaze, she immediately spotted the 3 beauties from Shrek Academy. Good for you, little Chen Chen. I've loved you for so many years in vain, right? You still want to eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot. Hu Lina pouted in dissatisfaction. Or it can be said that women's intuition is very accurate. Ye Chen asked himself that when he looked at Ning Rongrong and the other 3 more times in Shrek Academy, Hu Lina noticed it. But Ye Chen also blinked his eyes innocently, pretending to be wronged and asked Hu Lina back, when did I have food in the bowl? It's clear that he was tempted by all kinds of things in the bowl, but he never had a bite. Okay. This book is free forever. If you think this book is okay, I hope you will comment and vote more. Thank you all. Chapter 24 Overwhelming and advancing all the way. With the sky at the order of the Emperor of the Dou Empire. Then the official competition began. The competition was conducted by drawing lots. The opening ceremony of the first day was that the second team of the Tiandu Empire Royal Academy randomly selected a team to compete. Coincidentally, they drew Shrek Academy. It seems that they had some conflicts with Shrek Academy before. Both sides were in high spirits and neither of them gave in to the other. But Tang San was in the team sent by Shrek Academy, and the strength of the others was not weak. In less than a minute, the second team of the Tiandu Empire Royal Academy was knocked out. This was also the first upset on the first day. The game of Wuhan Academy was after the second day. The opponents faced by Ye Chen and his team were also extremely shabby. If the uniforms of Shrek Academy looked like shit, the uniforms of Ye Chen's opponents were even worse than shit. The strength was not worth mentioning. Even in the process of the game, Ye Chen really won without going all out. During this period, someone wanted to find a breakthrough from Hulina, the only girl in Wuhan Academy, but Ye Chen refused. He kicked the person out of the arena with a light kick from the dark. Just kidding. In the participating teams, except for Ye Chen, the highest soul power level of the others was only over 50, and those over 50 were all Ye Chen's teammates. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was a crushing victory. If Ye Chen had not shown mercy, the person who attacked Hulina might have been kicked to death. Wuhan Academy has been invincible since then, knocking out opponents all the way, and firmly occupying the first place in the Tiandu Division of the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition. Tiandu Division Soul Master Competition points. First place Wuhan Academy scored 12 points. Second place Shrek Academy scored 12 points. Third place Shenfeng Academy Team 2 scored 10 points. Fourth place Shrek Academy is tied with Wuhan Academy for first place. As for why they tied for first place, it was because the two teams were magically staggered during the game. After all, opponents were selected by drawing lots in each round, and one team would be given a bye in each round. But in fact, Wuhan Academy was slightly ahead of Shrek Academy because their game time was the shortest. So when the standings were announced, Wuhan Academy would be ranked first. When everyone thought that the next opponent would be Shrek Academy. What a coincidence, Shrek Academy had a bye. Or maybe luck is also part of strength. If Shrek Academy really ran into Wuhan Academy. Now that Ye Chen is here, Shrek Academy will never get another point. During the 10 days of the game, Ye Chen was originally very active, but Xiaoyu didn't let him take action casually. As a last resort, he practiced on his own, that is, drawing his sword, both on and off the court. The audience watching the game were stunned. WC, I paid to watch you play, not to watch you perform acrobatics. The most handsome guy in Wuhan Academy, are you still good enough? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are handsome. What do you know? The most powerful person will definitely make a move at the end. I believe that boy is definitely a master. CNMD, it's you, a woman with acne on your face again. Are you interested in that guy named Ye Chen again? Superficial, I just think he is suitable for me. Over the past 10 days, more and more people have questioned Ye Chen, but Wuhan Academy has easily code opponents all the way, so no matter how much they question, it will be useless. After easily passing the preliminaries, Wuhan Academy officially entered the journey of the promotion match. The rules of the promotion match and the preliminaries are quite different. The qualifying round was 7v7, but the promotion round was 1v1, and it was not an ordinary 1v1. Each team would first send one person to defend the ring. If they succeeded, they would welcome the next player from the opponent. If they failed, they would replace their own players. This is the legendary round-robin match. The promotion round lasted for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, Ye Chen, as the last person to play in the Wuhan Academy, had no chance to play at all. His teammates were too strong. Either Xiaoyu would defeat 5 players, and Hulina would go up to clean up the mess. Or Yan would defeat 5 players, and Xiaoyu would go up to clean up the mess. In a hurry, a month had passed, and Ye Chen could only watch from the sidelines all day. But fortunately, he did not have to play, which left him with plenty of time to practice. Ye Chen only had to practice every day. These days, the number of times he drew his sword was infinitely close to 200 million times. If he was given a few more days, he could complete the system task. On the 30th day, the promotion game was almost coming to an end, and Wuhan Academy was still leading the first place in the Tiandu division standings. Shrek Academy also occupied the second place with the same points. The third and fourth places were contracted by Shenfeng Academy and Shiwo Academy. The second team of the Tiandu Empire Royal Academy was eliminated long ago. Since only 2 teams from the Tiandu division could advance to the finals this time. Therefore, the Tiandu division officials set the following rules for the top 4 matches. The Wuhan Academy and Shrek Academy, which are currently ranked first and second, enter the winner group, and the Shenfeng Academy and Shiwo Academy, which are ranked third and fourth, enter the loser group. All other teams are eliminated. The first place Wuhan Academy will randomly select a team from the third and fourth place Shenfeng Academy and Shiwo Academy to compete. The second place Shrek Academy will compete with another academy. The winner can enter the finals. The opponent chosen by Wuhan Academy is Blazing Academy. The competition will be held in 2 days. Shrek Academy will naturally face Shenfeng Academy. It is not that Wuhan Academy is bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, so it chose the 4th place as its opponent. It is just that when the emergency meeting was held last night, everyone still felt that it was better to be safe. In this way, Hulina is relatively safe, and Ye Chen does not have to go on the field. It will help Ye Chen continue to practice. Except for Yan, who was dissatisfied, no one else had any opinions. So the minority obeyed the majority, and finally Xiaoyu, as the captain, chose Blazing Academy. After choosing the opponent, the others of Wuhan Academy went back to the hotel first, and only Ye Chen stayed in the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena. There was no competition in the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena these 2 days, so it seemed particularly quiet. Ye Chen also took advantage of the free time of these 2 days to continue to practice. He has now drawn the sword more than 190 million times. If nothing goes wrong, he can complete the system task within these 2 days. Remember that the reward for this system task is to increase the soul ring age of any 2 soul rings by 100,000 years. Ye Chen was eager to complete this task earlier. In this way, all 7 of his soul rings would become 100,000 year soul rings. This book is permanently free. If you think this book is good, please comment and vote. Thank you. Night owls, go, go, don't let your recommendation votes go to others. Use them to whip me hard. Chapter 25 Soul Ring Advanced, all 100,000 years. Buzz buzz buzz. The Chixiao feather vibrates pleasantly in the air, and it has a sense of rhythm. Ye Chen is rarely quiet. Now he can draw his sword more than 50 times per second. Finally, on the 2nd day. That is, the night before the game between Wuhan Academy and Shiwo Academy. With a loud reminder sound, Ye Chen stopped drawing his sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sword drawing 200 million times. Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the upgrade task reward, which can increase the age of any 2 of his soul rings by 100,000 years. Please select the soul rings that need to be increased in age. After about a month of hard work, Ye Chen finally completed the task of sword drawing 200 million times. Oh, finally completed! Ye Chen sighed for a long time, and then he said to the system, choose my first and second soul rings. After completing the task, his sword drawing times increased by 200 million times again, which can be directly converted into soul power level. This way, he can be promoted to level 77. It is also one step closer to the level of level 80 Soul Douluo. Ding! The host's first 2 soul rings are being reassigned soul ring age. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully resetting the soul ring age of the first 2 soul rings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade task. The host's next task is being generated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new task, draw the sword 300 million times. The host can choose 2 of the following rewards. Reward 1, the martial soul can be upgraded to the top level. After the upgrade is successful, the host's martial soul will become a top martial soul. Reward 2, the host can obtain 2 100,000 year soul bones, and the host will be given priority to configure areas that do not have soul bones. Reward 3, the soul ring age of all the host's soul rings will be increased by another 50,000 years. Reward 4, the age of any 2 soul rings of the host can be increased by another 200,000 years. Reward 5, the host can randomly obtain the qualification to inherit the ancient god's throne, but there is a high probability that it will obtain a low-level god's residence. Please think twice before acting. Good fellow, is the reward for this mission so generous? It's a pity that it took me nearly a month to draw the sword 200 million times. During this month, I often didn't eat, drink or sleep. Now I have to draw the sword 300 million times. If I continue to practice as before, won't I become a robot? Ye Chen sighed helplessly as he looked at the new task. This time it has to be 300 million times. It can't be completed in 1 or 2 months. But each of the 5 rewards is very real. The temptation is far beyond any previous task. System, convert all my 200 million times of sword drawing into soul power level. Ye Chen said to the system again. Ding! Exchange successful. The host's soul power level is automatically increasing. Level 74. Level 75. Level 76. Level 77. About 10 minutes later, Ye Chen's soul power level climbed all the way and finally reached level 77. And his sword drawing times were reset to 0 again. Level 77, if I complete the system's task this time, 300 million sword drawing times will just allow me to break through level 80, so there is no need to exchange additional soul power levels. Ye Chen thought. Moreover, even if I reach level 80 ahead of schedule, what does it matter? Starting from level 80, if you want to increase your soul power by 1 level, you need to draw the sword 500 million times. 500 million times. What does this mean? You have to go without food and drink for several months to increase 1 level. If this is the case, it would be better to get the best martial soul and soul ring first, and then increase the speed of sword drawing. System, open my attribute panel and check the latest changes of the soul ring. Ding! The host's system panel has been opened successfully. Please check it yourself. Host, Ye Chen. Age, 15 years old. Martial Soul, Scarlet Sky Feather, Advanced Martial Soul. Soul Power, Level 77, Soul Saint. Soul Ring. First Soul Ring. Red Soul Ring. 100,000 Years Soul Ring. Dry Snake Soul Ring lifespan, 184,000 years. Introduction to the Dry Snake, a ferocious beast in ancient times, with extremely poisonous damage. All targets hunted by the Dry Snake will be successful. The first Soul Ring Soul Skill, Burning Sword / Illusion Sword Domain. Burning Sword Cut. Soul Skill Introduction, Burning Sword / can cause 5 stages of huge damage to the target, and has a probability of causing burning poison damage to the target, reducing the target's attributes in all aspects. Fantasy Sword Domain. Soul Skill Introduction, the Phantom Sword field can perform hallucinogenic attacks on targets in this field, and in this field, the target's attacks will have a probability of being missed. Second Soul Ring. Red Soul Ring. 100,000 Years Soul Ring. Crazy Rhino Soul Ring. The Soul Ring has a lifespan of 190,000 years. Introduction to the Mad Rhinoceros, a ferocious beast from ancient times. It has extremely powerful armor-breaking capabilities and can cause huge damage to targets in a short period of time. The second Soul Ring Soul Skill, Armor-Breaking Blow, Gravity Guard. Armor-Breaking Blow. Soul Skill Introduction, charge up 1 blow, hitting the target will reduce defense by 100%, and increase power by 100%. Gravity Guard. Introduction to Soul Skills, after Gravity Guard is released, the host's shield attributes will be fully improved, and gravity punishment will be applied to targets in the area, greatly affecting the target's movement speed and the speed of releasing soul skills. In the Gravity Guard area, if the target stays for too long, it will suffer all aspects of damage, including mental strength. The third Soul Ring. Red Soul Ring. 100,000 Years Soul Ring. Soul Ring of the Wolf-Eating King from another world. The Soul Ring has a lifespan of 101,000 years. Introduction to the Wolf-Eating King from another world, the overlord of wolves from the ancient world, with extremely powerful attacks and defenses. The third Soul Ring Soul Skill, 1000 Sword Shadow Killing Formation, Sword Formation Blessing. 10,000 Swords and Shadows Killing Array. Soul Skill Introduction, summon a large number of flying swords to restrict the movement of targets within a range, causing huge damage to targets in the Shadow Killing Array. Sword Array Blessing. Soul Skill Introduction, summon a sword array to add defensive attributes to yourself, 100% resisting the first fatal attack. The fourth Soul Ring. Red Soul Ring. 100,000 Years Soul Ring. Dark Demonic Dragon Soul Ring. The soul ring has a lifespan of 101,000 years. Introduction to the Dark Dragon, one of the most powerful masters from a different world. Even if he dies, he is a symbol of the pinnacle of power in that world. The fourth soul ring soul skill, Dark Invasion, Dragon Roar. Dark Invasion. Soul skill introduction, forcibly impose a dark negative state on the target, and exert absolute control over the mentally weak target for 5 seconds. Dragon Roar. Soul skill introduction, enchant the martial soul, and when you draw the sword, there will be bursts of dragon roars, which greatly improves the dark attack ability of the next soul skill. Fifth soul ring. Red soul ring. 100,000 years soul ring. Creation dragon soul ring. The soul ring has a lifespan of 101,000 years. Introduction to the creation dragon, like the dark demon dragon, it comes from a different world, and the two are equally powerful. The fifth soul ring soul skill, Sky Vault, Light Baptism. Sky Dome. Soul skill introduction, clear one's negative status. Baptism of Light. Soul skill introduction, enchant the martial soul, and the dragon's roar will appear when you draw the sword, which greatly improves the light attack ability of the next soul skill. The sixth soul ring. Red soul ring. 100,000 years soul ring. Jueying Beast soul ring. The soul ring has a lifespan of 101,000 years. Introduction to the Jueying mysterious beast, a powerful man from ancient times, its speed is unmatched by anyone. Sixth soul ring soul skill, Sword Clone, Jueying 7th stage. Sword Clone. Soul skill introduction, can summon several giant swords and transform into the appearance of the original body. The attack and appearance are both 50% of the original body. Jueying 7 sections. Soul skill introduction, the speed increases dramatically, and the target is attacked from 7 different directions. The damage of each attack will increase. The 7th soul ring. Red soul ring. 100,000 years soul ring. Ancient sword soul ring. The soul ring has a lifespan of 150,000 years. Soul skill, incarnation of the weapon soul, the only one. The true body of the weapon soul. Ability introduction, fusing the soul with the martial soul to maximize the power of the weapon soul. One sword can break the soul. The effect depends on the target's spiritual power. A shield can extend the release time of all soul skills or improve the defense capabilities of all soul skills. Soul bone. Head soul bone. The soul bone quality is 80,000 years old. Ancient sword soul head soul bone. Soul skills. Bound by fate. Use mental power to forcefully remove the target's beneficial attributes, including beneficial soul skills. Right leg soul bone. The soul bone quality is 90,000 years old. Ancient shield soul right leg soul bone. Soul skills. Fate favors. Consume a large amount of soul power to achieve a 5-second invincibility effect. During the invincibility period, you are immune to all controls and negative status additions. Horcrux. Space Horcrux. Jade Snow Pendant in June. It can accommodate 100 cubic meters of space. Other. None yet. This chapter will beautify the attribute panel and hope it can be more detailed. In the future, except for the major updates of soul rings or soul bones, the complete attribute panel will no longer be provided. This book is free forever. I think this book is okay. I hope you can comment and vote more. Thank you all. Chapter 26. An accident happens, Ye Chen goes into battle. Very good, now my soul ring configuration is really all red. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. This time he came to the Tiandu Empire to participate in the competition. He thought he would not have time to practice, but he did not expect to be so cared for by Bibi Dong and the team members. While not losing the game, they even improved a lot in terms of strength. 77th level Soul Saint, 700,000 year soul rings, with such a big buff, the speed of drawing the sword is faster than before. Ye Chen thought to himself. But after all, the next task is draw the sword 500 million times. It takes a long time to practice. Ye Chen did not continue to practice. Seeing that it was getting late, and there would be another battle with Blazing Academy tomorrow, it would be better to go back to the hotel early and rest for a night. Half an hour later. When Ye Chen was about to step into the hotel, suddenly, the perception field had a strange reaction. The perception field, which had not reacted for a long time, actually began to warn Ye Chen. The perception field can only sense people with a higher soul power level than me. Is there a soul Douluo or a titled Douluo nearby? Ye Chen, who was about to step into the hotel, suddenly changed his face. He didn't think that the person with a higher soul power level than him was just passing by. Otherwise, the person would not be suddenly sensed by the perception field when he was about to go back. Swish! Through the perception field, Ye Chen roughly estimated the location of the person hiding nearby. But just when he wanted to track him, suddenly, Ye Chen, you're back! A familiar voice came from inside the hotel. When Ye Chen's mind was distracted for a moment, his perception field lost the man's whereabouts. Escaped. Ye Chen thought. Looking back at the person who called him just now, it was Xiaoyu, Hulina's brother. Why hasn't he slept yet at this time? Captain, what do you want to talk to me about? Ye Chen looked at the direction where the mysterious man was just sensed with some helplessness. After confirming that he had disappeared, he decided not to chase him. After all, tomorrow is the match with Blazing Academy. Although it is a 1v1 battle, if he fails to show up tomorrow for some reason because of chasing the mysterious man, Wuhan Academy will be disqualified. There are indeed some things, but it is not convenient to talk about it here. Come to my room. Xiaoyu looked at Ye Chen with a little doubt, as if wondering why he had been staring at other places since just now. But if it was in the past, he might think Ye Chen was a little stupid. But after hearing Bibi Dong tell him Ye Chen's true strength, Xiaoyu admired Ye Chen from the bottom of his heart, which was the opposite of his good friend Yan. And he also heard that his sister had a good relationship with Ye Chen. If he could really make a good story in the future, wouldn't he become Ye Chen's brother-in-law? Well, he had to have a good relationship with his future brother-in-law. After inviting Ye Chen into his room, Xiaoyu also explained to Ye Chen very politely, Ye Chen, have you never understood why His Holiness the Pope asked you to avoid fighting and not let you show your strength in the competition? Now let me tell you the reason. Because His Holiness the Pope knows that you are superhuman, but your teammates, that is, us, are just ordinary soul masters of more than 50 levels. Even except Nana, me and Yan, the others are only more than 40 levels. His Holiness the Pope also hopes that the rest of us, except you, can gain something in this competition, so he asked you to avoid fighting all the time. I also hope that you will not have a rift with His Holiness the Pope because of these things. No, I am not so serious about these things. After listening to Xiaoyu's explanation, Ye Chen understood Bibi Dong's intentions. But he really didn't care about this matter. After all, during the month in Tiandu City, he also completed the system's improvement task because of his leisure, and upgraded his two 10,000-year soul rings to as much as 100,000 years. So, no matter what Bibi Dong thinks, he doesn't care at all. As long as Hulina can be unscathed in the game, it's fine. That's good. Xiaoyu sighed, then you should rest early. Yet. Ye Chen nodded and turned and left immediately. After Ye Chen left the room, Xiaoyu smiled meaningfully and said to himself, not arrogant or impatient, it is indeed more suitable for Nana than Yan. The next day, the game between Wuhan Academy and Shiwo Academy is about to begin. Ye Chen, Hulina and other Wuhan Academy team members have arrived at the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena early, but Xiaoyu and Yan have not been seen for a long time. Until 1 minute before the game was about to start, Xiaoyu and Yan hurried to the field, but their expressions were more painful than each other, and no one knew what happened. What's wrong with you, brother? Hulina hurried to support Xiaoyu and asked in surprise. You know, according to the list that was discussed in advance, Xiaoyu was supposed to be the first to fight, but now Xiaoyu has become like this. Hulina was not only worried because Xiaoyu was her own brother, but also because she was afraid of missing the game between Wuhan Academy and Shiwo Academy. Yesterday I went to Tiandu City with Yan to hang out, but maybe I ate something unclean and got a stomachache. Xiaoyu, who was supported by Hulina, looked a little embarrassed, and at the same time he set his eyes on Ye Chen. Ye Chen, it seems that you need to fight in this game. Hey! Ye Chen was suddenly called out, showing a puzzled expression, but when I saw you last night, weren't you still fine? Yes, I went out with Yan again. Xiaoyu looked even more embarrassed. Obviously, after talking to Ye Chen last night, he was going to rest quickly. Who would have thought that Yan would suddenly come to him again and ask him why he wanted to talk to Ye Chen privately? As for Yan, the troublemaker, Xiaoyu would never tell him the reason. But Yan was not happy at that moment, and he got upset. I want to go out with him for a few drinks. As a good friend, Xiaoyu couldn't persuade him in the end, so he went out with Yan for a few drinks. But you have to order some side dishes when you drink, it's so boring to just drink it. I don't know where Yan got a bunch of beautiful mushrooms from, and asked the waiter in the store to fry them and eat them. Now it's good. When the two came back after eating and drinking, they were fine, but when it was done, their stomachs began to hurt. It's like being pregnant for 10 months. The pain was deep in the belly, and it was unbearable. Ye Chen, you have to know that our Wuhan Academy can't lose, and Wuhan Hall can't lose. Even for Nana, I hope you can help us this time. At this point, Xiaoyu had no other way, and placed the last hope of Wuhan Academy on Ye Chen. What do you say, brothers? Brothers who follow books late at night must arrange this recommendation vote. The author is writing late at night. See you in the hospital tomorrow if you don't vote. Pi_Pi. Come on and whip me with the recommendation vote. Chapter 27 Quick KO, Shocking Tiandu. For Hulina? That's right. Among the players of Wuhan Academy, if Xiaoyu and Yan can't play, only Hulina, who has the highest soul power level, can play. After all, even if the other players of Wuhan Academy play, they may not be able to successfully defend. The opposite is Shuo Academy. It is still a little famous in the Tiandu Empire. Its strength should not be underestimated. Of course, this strength is for others. If Hulina is alone, she will not be able to bear it after a round of battles, and it is even very likely to be defeated. Ye Chen has already said it. He will not allow such a thing to happen. At this point, let's fight. I know. Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Then he walked confidently towards the center of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. And the audience in the Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena, after seeing that Wuhan Academy sent Ye Chen, began to roar. CNMD, give me your money back. This guy has never played a good game. What is he doing here? Is he giving the opponent a blood? He was sent by the Spirit Hall. He has been slacking off. When he goes back, will the Pope of the Spirit Hall let him off easily? WCTMD, can you change someone? I bet 500 gold soul coins on the Spirit Academy to win the first game. As Ye Chen got closer and closer to the center of the Great Fighting Soul Arena, the curses became louder and louder. It was obvious that no one was optimistic about Ye Chen. They didn't think that a person who had no effect in previous games could win the first victory of the Spirit Academy. Some people even ignored the rules of the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena and started throwing things at Ye Chen. But did they really think Ye Chen was easy to mess with? The real revenge was not to slap these people in the face, but to completely shut them up. When those things were about to hit Ye Chen suddenly pulled out his spirit, and the red sky feather suddenly appeared in his right hand. At the same time, the shield attribute of the red sky feather was transformed into a translucent light shield surrounding him. For the audience in the Tiandu Great Soul Arena, most of them were just braggarts and could only be furious. There were few soul masters with high soul power levels, and most of them were ordinary people. When Ye Chen's shield attribute faced the attacks of these ordinary people, it could almost rebound the attack 100%. In other words, whoever threw the things, these things would be thrown back to those people's faces again. But Ye Chen still felt that this was not enough. In the translucent light shield surrounding him, Ye Chen also deliberately added a little soul power, which could make the force of rebounding these things several times greater than before. So not long after, before the first game officially started, screams came from the audience. So far, among the thousands of people in the audience, no one dared to say anything against Ye Chen. This is Ye Chen. With a loud whistle, the first game officially began. The first person to go to the battle from Wuhan Academy was naturally Ye Chen, and the first person to go to the battle from Blazing Academy was Huo Wushuan. Huo Wushuan stood face to face with Ye Chen. The expression on his face was very relaxed. Because he had carefully studied the information of each member of Wuhan Academy, and finally concluded that Ye Chen was the weakest one in Wuhan Academy. Huo Wushuan thought it was an extremely easy thing to defeat Ye Chen. I'm sorry, Ye Chen, the victory of the first game will be won by me. As he spoke, the first soul ring on Huo Wushuan's body lit up, and at the same time, a layer of dark red scales covered the surface of his body. Although his soul power level was not high, thinking back to so many competitions, Blazing Academy had only lost to Shrek Academy and Shenfeng Academy, with a bye. Quickly approaching Ye Chen, Huo Wushuan took the initiative to attack. When he saw that Ye Chen had no reaction to his attack, Huo Wushuan's eyes flashed with a sharpness. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to himself. He will not show mercy. For the Blazing Academy, he must win the first victory to boost morale. But just when Hua Wushuan was about to touch Ye Chen's body, his body stopped abruptly. When the right fist covered with scales was about to succeed, it suddenly stopped 5 centimeters in front of Ye Chen. And there was a faint translucent light shield at that 5 centimeters. It was this light shield that stopped his next move. What is this? Hua Wushuan looked at Ye Chen. At this moment, he actually felt a hint of danger from Ye Chen. Little dinosaur, your method has no effect on me. The Chixiao feather in Ye Chen's hand blocked him. Without releasing his martial soul and soul ring, he relied on the shield attribute of the Chixiao feather in his body to resist Hua Wushuan's first soul skill. Clang! With a clang, Hua Wushuan, who was full of confidence, was directly bounced away. Soul skill, Gravity Guard. Then Ye Chen really launched the attack, and the second soul ring on his body flashed by. Suddenly, the entire central part of the Tiandu Great Soul Arena was covered by his second soul ring and second soul skill. This Gravity Guard can impose gravity punishment on regional targets and limit the target's speed. And this soul skill comes from the 100,000-year soul ring. In addition, Ye Chen was originally a soul saint of level 77. Even the titled Douluo is restricted by Gravity Guard. Not to mention Hua Wushuan, whose soul power level is only level 40 or 50. What? Hua Wushuan, who had not yet reacted from the alternation of attack and defense, just wanted to resist Ye Chen's soul skill, but he suddenly found that his body could not move, and was immediately shocked. Fourth soul skill, Tyrannosaurus clone. Facing the aggressive Ye Chen, Hua Wushuan gritted his teeth and used his fourth soul skill. This soul skill consumed his soul power very much. Originally, it would only be used at critical moments. But now it seems that it is already a critical moment. I didn't expect it to happen less than a minute after the game started. Clone. Ye Chen was disdainful. He retracted the Chixiao feather in his hand and attacked Hua Wushuan directly. You should know that gravity protection can also slow down the speed of the target's soul skill release. Even if Hua Wushuan has decided to release the fourth soul skill, when his fourth soul skill is really released, Ye Chen will have hit him long ago. In order not to kill Hua Wushuan directly, Ye Chen used his fist to hit Hua Wushuan instead. Bang! With a huge explosion, Hua Wushuan's whole body responded and presented a parabolic route, quickly smashing out of the field. The whole battle seemed very slow, but in fact it took less than a minute. As Hua Wushuan's body fell outside the fighting arena, Ye Chen easily won the first game. There was no way, the two had a huge difference in strength, and this result was because Ye Chen showed mercy. Otherwise, Hua Wushuan might not even be alive at this moment. When the audience of the Tiandu fighting arena saw such a result, they all exclaimed "Oh!" At the same time. 30 seconds in the east, 30 seconds in the west, don't bully Ye Chen for being low-key. The boy who was not favored by them actually solved the battle in just a few dozen seconds, setting the fastest record of this year's All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition. NMD, I'm really blind to have such a talent. I'm really blind to have such a talent. Kook, why is it you, an ugly woman with acne all over your face, again? Do you think Ye Chen is yours again? Alas, I want to, but now I think it's not bad to be his concubine. Fuck. Ugh. The audience burst into warm applause. Whether it was the young girls who were already obsessed with Ye Chen's face or those who didn't believe in Ye Chen's strength, at this moment, they were all impressed by Ye Chen's strength. In Douluo continent, strength is respected. These applause also represent the surprise and respect of all of them for Ye Chen. And at this moment, it's not just these people. The Emperor of the Tiandu Empire and the national teacher Ning Fengzi who were watching the game in the VIP room were also like this. National teacher, what do you think? Strong, too strong. The Shrek 7 devils who were hiding in the audience watching the game were also shocked and sweating. Dai Mubai asked, Xiao San, if we compete with this Wuhan Academy, what do you think are our chances of winning? Tang San shook his head and sighed, without him, our chances of winning may be 80%, but with him, our chances of winning are almost zero. When did the boy who came from the same village as himself grow up to be so powerful? It is obvious that he, like himself, is not looked down upon by Su Yuntao who has awakened his Wuhan. Tang San looked at the center of the Tiandu Great Duhun Arena, but happened to meet Ye Chen's gaze. He felt a touch of shock in his heart, and his heart seemed to stop beating, suffocating badly. This is the majesty from the strong. Next, the game continued. The second player from Blazing Fire Academy was Huoyun. The third one was Huoyu. The fourth, fifth, sixth. But in less than 2 minutes, Ye Chen defeated the 5 members of Blazing Fire Academy again. And the KO speed was faster and faster. When the 6th player of Blazing Academy came on the field, he was kicked down by Ye Chen before he could even react. The total duration of the 2 players' match was 1 second. In fact, if there was a concept of milliseconds in Douluo continent, the duration of the match would be calculated more accurately. Definitely within milliseconds. But even so, Ye Chen's match duration also broke the record of the shortest match time of the Elite Soul Master competition of the continent since its establishment. The entire Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena began to boil. All the audience were shocked by Ye Chen's strength. For ordinary people like them, watching the game process is a kind of enjoyment, and watching a strong man KO his opponent is also a kind of enjoyment. Ye Chen is a strong man. In his lifetime, it is worthwhile to see such a young strong man appear. Ye Chen, Ye Chen, Ye Chen. At some point, someone in the audience began to shout Ye Chen's name rhythmically. Then, more and more people joined in the shouting. The sound was deafening. It was as if the entire Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena was built for Ye Chen. At this moment, it seems that Ye Chen has come to his home court. And in this jubilant and lively atmosphere, the 7th player of Blazing Academy began to play. Thanks to all the brothers for the recommendation tickets and monthly tickets pi_pi. I heard that some books stopped updating after being raised for a while. I wonder if you brothers have heard of it. It is better to read books than to raise them. As long as the brothers give strong support and keep reading, I will keep updating and bet my 2 livers. Chapter 28 Attack Again, Huo Wu disappears. The 7th player of Blazing Academy is Huo Wu. Looking at Huo Wu with a gloomy face, Ye Chen took a deep breath. Although he looks no different from when he first started the game. But in fact, since the Tiandu division started for so long, he has never attacked a female player. Now against Huo Wu, do we have to use a kick to end the game? It's too barbaric. But after all, this game is related to whether Wuhan Academy can advance to the next round, and Ye Chen's heart is very conflicted. No, I won't show mercy. Fortunately, in the end, Ye Chen's reason overcame his emotions, and he thought it was better to fight quickly. Without women in mind, the sword is naturally divine. On the other side, everyone in the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena, whether the audience or the royal family of the Tiandu Empire, now only wants to see how Ye Chen completes the feat of 1-on-7. Do you think he will show mercy, Nana? Xiaoyu, who had just recovered, asked Hulina at the competition seat. Hulina's eyes were like lightning, and her voice suddenly became a little strange. Showing mercy means cherishing women, but not showing mercy means losing grace. This I suddenly began to sympathize with Ye Chen. Xiaoyu was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Next, the game officially began. Unlike what Ye Chen had imagined, Huo Wu, who was under great pressure, did not panic at all, but seemed unusually calm. At the moment when the whistle of the game was blown, Huo Wu's slender body suddenly exuded a faint red light on the surface of the skin. She was more charming under the red light, as if she could burn the hearts of everyone present. After shaking her body, a layer of orange-red shadow gradually emerged behind Huo Wu, exactly the same as her figure. But this is definitely not the true body of the martial soul, but her martial soul fire shadow. The shadow of fire attribute is very special. Facing Ye Chen, Huo Wu knew that she could not win at all, but as a decent soul master, she would never want to be like her previous teammates. Before launching an attack, she was eliminated early. Moreover, since Ye Chen is very strong and has a soul skill that can limit speed, then let's see whether his soul skill is powerful or her speed is faster. As long as she can escape the area covered by the gravity protection, let's see how Ye Chen can play with her. The sound of burning flames sounded. Huo Wu's slender and white legs also moved quickly at this moment, running straight towards Ye Chen. But as the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. After all, Huo Wu is only a few years older than Ye Chen, and has little practical experience. Her so-called strategy of escaping from the gravity protection area can only escape from one of Ye Chen's soul skills at most. Then how can she escape from Ye Chen's other soul skills? She hasn't even seen Ye Chen's other soul skills. What's more, the most important thing is that Ye Chen's current strength is the 77th level of Soul Saint, and the 7 soul rings on his body are all 100,000 year soul rings. No matter which soul skill Ye Chen releases, Huo Wu, whose soul power level is only more than 40, can resist it. Gravity protection. From the Chixiao feather, a huge translucent dark red light shield appeared out of thin air, covering the area where Huo Wu was. And the range of this gravity protection, Huo Wu has never heard her teammates talk about it, until she really felt the pressure brought to her by the gravity protection. She found that Ye Chen's gravity protection actually covered the entire competition field. What about relying on speed to escape from the gravity protection? How is it possible? Unless you take the initiative to jump off the competition field. But that means she has voluntarily admitted defeat. Bang 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 bang. 4 explosions. 4 soul rings lit up at the same time. Huo Wu's 4 soul skills were also released directly, whether they could increase her speed or attack Ye Chen. But she was shocked to find that although the soul rings were lit up and the soul skills had been released, except for the soul skills that could increase her speed, the other soul skills had no reaction at all. What's going on? Shocked, Huo Wu was in a dilemma and rushed towards Ye Chen directly and empty-handed. You are young, why not practice more when you have time? Ye Chen's eyes suddenly became cold. He knew everything that Huo Wu didn't know. It was because the gap between the two was too big that the gravity protection not only restricted Huo Wu herself, but also restricted the soul skills she released. You know, soul skills are formed by the condensation and diffusion of soul power, and the moment Huo Wu releases her soul skills, her soul power that produces soul skills will be affected by gravity protection. The soul power contained in the soul skills will be compressed again because of gravity protection, or even restored to the most basic form of soul power, and finally dispersed in the air. This is the fundamental reason why Huo Wu's other soul skills have no effect except for being able to increase her speed. However, Huo Wu can also be regarded as a relatively good soul master. She can actually have a soul skill that works, which is worthy of Ye Chen's affirmation. It's time to end. When Huo Wu was about to approach, Ye Chen made his move when he saw the enemy. He was determined to resolve the battle quickly. So no matter how sure he was of Huo Wu's excellence, he would not show mercy. Bang! He punched Huo Wu in the chest without mercy. A soul master of more than 40 levels could not resist this punch. He was reluctant to do so, but at this moment, Huo Wu, who was hit by Ye Chen, disappeared in the powerful energy explosion without leaving any trace. Huo Wu just disappeared in the wind. Another clone. Ye Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that so many people in Blazing Academy would have clones. The previous Huo Wushuan had one, and now this Huo Wu also has one? But in the original book, Huo Wu should not have a clone at this time. What went wrong? But Ye Chen didn't really want to know the answer. Against an opponent like Huo Wu, he could easily win the game with his toes. Okay, since you have a clone, I'll see how long you can last in this gravity protection. In the center of the huge fighting spirit arena, as Ye Chen hit Huo Wu's clone, Huo Wu disappeared from the competition field. It was as if she had never appeared. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Huo Wu disappeared from the fighting spirit arena for 2 minutes. She was also the only one in Shuo Academy who survived Ye Chen for more than 1 minute. This also surprised the audience. Is Huo Wu stronger than Ye Chen? How is that possible? Ye Chen is just being gentle with women. What do you mean by being gentle with women? Are you blind? We can't find the person, how can we fight? Will she be melted by Ye Chen's punch? Even title Douluo are not so powerful. You look like a fool. And if you deliberately injure your opponent, you will be disqualified from the competition. But if Huo Wu hadn't been killed by Ye Chen, where did she go? This book is permanently free. If you think this book is okay, I hope you will comment and vote more. Thank you. Brothers, some brothers said that the plot is too slow, so I will update more in the next 2 days to pass the plot, and then return to the main storyline of the protagonist. Don't think I update too much. Chapter 29 Huo Wu is seriously injured, the best fairy grass. 2 minutes have just passed. At this time, just when the audience thought Huo Wu could create a miracle. On the other side, Huo Wu, who was hiding in the air, appeared under the pressure of the gravity guard as Ye Chen expected. And her condition did not look very good. Hey! Ye Chen found that Huo Wu had appeared and was about to go to end the game, but when he approached Huo Wu, he suddenly felt a breath of death coming out of Huo Wu's body. Did she stay in the gravity guard for too long? so she was dying. Ye Chen thought. In the all-continent elite soul master competition, it is not allowed to injure or kill opponents. This is a clear rule. If Huo Wu really had an accident in this game, obviously, the Wuhan Academy behind Ye Chen would be eliminated directly. Why bother? Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh helplessly. If he had known this would happen, he might as well withstand Huo Wu's attack and defeat her. But now that things have come to this, Ye Chen has no room to turn back. He could only release the first soul skill on his fourth soul ring, Dark Attack, before the referee noticed Huo Wu's abnormality, and wrapped himself and Huo Wu in a huge black curtain. He had thought dozens of times how fierce Dark Attack would be after controlling the target. But he didn't expect that today, he released Dark Attack just to cover up the fact that Huo Wu was injured. Huo Wu, do you have to prove that you are stronger than others? This was the case when he competed with Tang San in the original book, and now it's the same when he met me. Seeing that Huo Wu's body was no longer able to support it, Ye Chen rushed forward and gently embraced Huo Wu in his arms. Of course, his heart was pure and he had no other thoughts. Now Huo Wu's life breath was getting weaker and weaker, and he had to save her while he could still save her. Otherwise, Wuhan Academy would be eliminated directly. It just so happened that after practicing for 9 years, Ye Chen had accumulated a lot of precious immortal herbs, including some immortal herbs that could bring people back to life. Buzz! From the June Snow Jade Pendant, Ye Chen took out a bright red fairy grass and fed it directly into Huo Wu's mouth. Then he gently leaned Huo Wu against his body and kept inputting soul power into her. This fairy grass is called Douluo grass, which is the best of the best fairy grass. If it is taken by healthy people, it can make people forget the troubles of the world and has the effect of clearing the heart and moistening the spleen. If it is taken by dying people, it has the effect of resurrecting the dead. I remember that in order to obtain this top-grade fairy grass, Ye Chen did not sleep for 5 days and 5 nights. At that time, he was just a little soul master of more than 10 levels. After getting this fairy grass, he was so tired that he slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He also worried Hulina. It was such a precious fairy grass. Ye Chen wanted to cherish it and use it at a critical moment in the future. Unexpectedly, it was time to use it now. And it was used on a stranger. 5 minutes passed. Under Ye Chen's treatment, Huo Wu seemed to have improved a little. She opened her eyes weakly and found that she was held by Ye Chen. She wanted to struggle, but she had no strength at all. She could only stay quietly in Ye Chen's arms and accept the treatment given by Ye Chen. 10 minutes passed. Huo Wu's physical strength seemed to have recovered a little, and her hands and feet could move slightly. She wanted to push Ye Chen away, but found that her strength was the air was like tickling Ye Chen. She wanted to hit Ye Chen's chest with a heavy punch. But in the end, it turned into a small punch on your chest? It was a bit like a spoiled child. When she thought of this, Huo Wu's face became as red as the sunset. At this time, Ye Chen finally found that Huo Wu had woken up. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and asked Huo Wu with a slightly reproachful tone, "You know that you can't beat me, why do you have to stay in the gravity protection and wait for death?" You know, the gravity protection released by Ye Chen just now only covers the arena. As long as Huo Wu is willing, she can jump off the arena and admit defeat at any time. But she never admitted defeat, even risking her life, and insisted on staying in the gravity protection until the last moment. This puzzled Ye Chen. Humph! Huo Wu pouted in dissatisfaction. The seemingly sharp words came out like a cat, soft and weak. Wouldn't you be able to brag everywhere that you defeated 7 people from our Shuo Academy within 2 minutes? How embarrassing for our Shuo Academy! Huo Wushuan, 1 person, was knocked out by Ye Chen within 1 minute. Huo Yun and Huo Yu, 2 people, were knocked out by Ye Chen within 30 seconds. The total time after the other 3 people were knocked out by Ye Chen was no more than 20 seconds. If Huo Wu was defeated again in an instant, wouldn't it be less than 2 minutes? Huo Wu didn't want to become a laughingstock of other families or forces. This was her last stubbornness, and it was also in line with her character. Stupid! Ye Chen scolded, so you think you have to win the so-called face at the cost of your life? Ye Chen's expression became a little angry. This scared Huo Wu. But at the same time, Huo Wu felt a little strange in her heart. Does this person in front of me care so much about my life or death? Huo Wu thought. She and Ye Chen were just opponents in the competition, and maybe Ye Chen wanted her to lose as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, when she felt she was going to die, it was Ye Chen, the young man in front of her, who saved her. Why did you save me? We just Huo Wu's voice was as weak as a mosquito. But before she finished speaking, Ye Chen interrupted her and said, what else? Let you die, and then if you die, will our Wuhan Academy also face elimination? Straight man. A pure straight man. I just had a little fantasy. I didn't expect Ye Chen to tell the truth regardless of the occasion. Is it not okay to tell a few white lies for myself who is now powerless to resist? Huo Wu was so embarrassed that she really wanted to slap herself twice, but she was still weak and couldn't do it at all. With the effect of the worry-breaking grass and Ye Chen's auxiliary treatment, after 15 minutes, Huo Wu finally looked fine. She was too embarrassed to stay in Ye Chen's arms any longer, so she broke away suddenly, with a few blushes on her pretty face. Thank you, I will take the initiative to admit defeat. After that, Huo Wu wanted to turn around and leave the arena. But at this time, Ye Chen frowned slightly and grabbed Huo Wu who was about to leave. After all, Huo Wu had just recovered, and her body must be relatively weak. She slipped and was directly pulled into Ye Chen's arms again. Even inadvertently, their lips touched and they kissed each other. This book is free forever. If you think this book is okay, I hope you will comment and vote more. Thank you everyone. Chapter 30 Huo Wu's vow to advance to the finals. Oh no, it's the feeling of heartbeat. Huo Wu and Ye Chen kissed inadvertently, and her heart suddenly beat like a deer, thumping, thumping, and beating fast. She even fell in love with the feeling of this moment. The girl who had never kissed in more than 10 years gave herself up for the first time, and gave it to such a handsome boy who saved her life, Ye Chen. Huo Wu felt that Ye Chen was still very good. Except during the game, Ye Chen was a little unkind to her teammates. Could it be Huo Wu had an unrealistic idea in her mind? But it was soon shattered again. Ye Chen gently pushed Huo Wu away. Although he was a little panicked in his heart, his expression did not change at all. He was not interested in Huo Wu. Is your martial soul broken? Ye Chen asked sternly. Since he sensed Huo Wu's breath, Ye Chen had this idea in his heart, but he never dared to draw a conclusion. Until he was healing Huo Wu just now, Ye Chen became more and more certain of this idea. After all, he himself had broken his martial soul. He knew very well what the consequences would be after the martial soul was broken. Huo Wu has taken the worry-breaking grass, but she has not recovered to her best condition. It is definitely not because the effect of the worry-breaking grass is limited to this. There must be a deeper reason. Sure enough, the next moment, Huo Wu nodded hesitantly. Maybe he felt that when Huo Wu's martial spirit was broken, she had the same momentum as when he faced Menghu alone. Ye Chen snorted coldly, but his heart softened a little. He saw his own shadow in Huo Wu. She was obviously a poor picker, but she worked very hard. People who work hard are always the lucky ones in this world. Ye Chen decided to pity this girl named Huo Wu. You idiot! Ye Chen said helplessly, so you don't have the soul skill of a clone at all. The reason why you disappeared just now was because you used your martial spirit to resist my attack. Huo Wu was surprised why Ye Chen could understand her martial spirit so well. But it was indeed like as Ye Chen said, her martial soul, the fire shadow, has a special effect that can play a role similar to that of a clone. When she was about to approach Ye Chen, Huo Wu used her martial soul body to exchange positions with herself. Under the pressure of gravity protection, her martial soul body was very fragile, and even her defense ability was not as good as her own. So how could she resist Ye Chen's punch? The fire shadow was instantly shattered, which also caused Huo Wu, who exchanged positions with the martial soul body, to enter a brief dizziness. It was not until she appeared on the field again that Huo Wu realized that her martial soul was broken. This is for you. Ye Chen took out another fairy grass from the space soul weapon Jun Nixu Jade pendant and handed it to Huo Wu. It is Kilo Tulip. It has the effect of repairing martial souls. And it can greatly improve the soul master's soul power level. In the original work, Ning Rongrong absorbed the Kilo Tulip to upgrade the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. It is also the best thing to give it to Huo Wu, whose martial soul is now broken. Huo Wu took the Kilo Tulip, and her expression became a little complicated. It is said that people who take from others are short-handed and people who eat from others are soft-hearted. Huo Wu did not want to accept the benefits of others for no reason. But the reason why she finally took it was that she secretly made a vow in her heart, that is, I will never let Ye Chen down in this life. If possible, she must try her best to see Ye Chen again in the future. Even if she is a servant beside him, Huo Wu is willing. Because Ye Chen is worth it. After briefly explaining the matters that need to be paid attention to when absorbing the Kilo Tulip, Ye Chen cancelled the Dark Invasion. The two appeared in front of all the audience in the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena again. When the audience found that Huo Wu was still standing on the competition field, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh! No one has ever been able to spend more than a minute safely under Ye Chen's hands. This Huo Wu actually persisted for half an hour. Is the plot really going to reverse?" So, under the gaze of everyone, Huo Wu walked down the ring silently. What's going on? What happened? Why did she admit defeat? TMD, why did all of Ye Chen's matches today go against my expectations? RNM, fake matches, give me back the money. The audience in the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena once again talked about Ye Chen and Huo Wu, and doubts came one after another. But after this series of events, both Ye Chen and Huo Wu became calm again. To say that it was a fake match, Ye Chen's behavior did have a bit of fake match meaning, although it was caused by Huo Wu's own overestimation. And Huo Wu didn't want to disappoint Ye Chen's kindness. She was finally rescued, and she didn't have the narrow-mindedness to continue to entangle with Ye Chen. So, the two of them chose to wait in silence. The game ended with huge doubts. Ye Chen completed the feat of 1-on-7, defeated the Blazing Fire Academy, and successfully led the Wuhan Academy to the finals. Next was the match between Shrek Academy and Shenfeng Academy. There is a gap between the two academies. Shrek Academy finally won easily and became the second team in the Tiandu division to advance to the finals. Thus, the competition of the Tiandu division of the All-Continental Elite Soul Master Competition was completely over. The teams that advanced to the finals were Wuhan Academy and Shrek Academy. The finals were held in Wuhan City. Unlike previous years, there were only 5 teams in the finals of the All-Continental Elite Soul Master Competition this year. Team 1 of the Tiandu Empire Royal Academy, recommended. Team 1 of the Xingdu Empire Royal Academy, recommended. Team 2 of the Xingdu Empire Royal Academy, advanced to the Xingdu Division. Shrek Academy, second place in the Tiandu Division advanced. Wuhan Academy, first place in the Tiandu Division advanced. The 5 teams will decide the final champion in Wuhan City 1 month later. Ye Chen and the team members of Wuhan Academy also completed their tasks in Tiandu City. Since Hu Lina had to go back with others to report to Bibidong, they left first after returning to Wuhan City. Although Hu Lina was reluctant to part with Ye Chen. But it was hard to disobey the master's order. Ye Chen expressed his understanding. He could only return to the old place and continue to practice sword drawing. That was fine. Ye Chen had exactly 1 month of free time to practice. Buzz buzz. The Chixiao feather was quickly drawn out and returned to its original position. The speed was so fast that it didn't look like drawing a sword at all, but more like swinging a sword. But only Ye Chen himself knew that he had always been strictly drawing the sword. It was just that the accumulation of sword drawing experience day after day and the continuous improvement of his own strength made sword drawing a lot simpler. He would never be the person who got something for nothing, as the trolls said. Geniuses also need to practice, otherwise they are only one word away from being stupid. Now Ye Chen, after having 100,000 year soul rings all over his body, has been greatly enhanced, and the speed of sword drawing has naturally increased a lot. About 60 times per second on average. He can draw the sword about 4.5 million times a day. And the requirement of this system task is to draw the sword 300 million times. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take at least 2 months for Ye Chen to complete this mission. This book is permanently free. If you think it is good, don't forget to vote for it. Brothers, some brothers said that the plot is too slow, so I will update more in the next 2 days to finish the plot, and then return to the main story of the protagonist. Don't think I update too much. Chapter 31 Ye Chen grows up, Tiandu panics. As long as the brothers comment and vote for it, more updates will be added. 10 days later. Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City. After the Tiandu Division competition, the lively atmosphere in Tiandu City has not cooled down. The streets and alleys are still discussing the matter of the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition, and the person who is most talked about is Ye Chen. Titles such as the most mysterious young generation of Wuhan Academy and the strongest person in the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition are all given to Ye Chen. Moreover, because Ye Chen's ability is beyond everyone's imagination, the reputation of Wuhan Hall is getting better and better. Everyone thinks that Wuhan Hall has a good way to train soul masters, and many soul masters in Tiandu Empire want to join Wuhan Hall. This makes the rulers of Tiandu Empire panic. This night, in the Tiandu Palace, there are two middle-aged men who look about 40 years old, and the emperor sitting on the highest throne. However, each of them has a vicissitude in their eyes, making people feel as if they have been baptized for hundreds of years, with vicissitudes that should not belong to their age group. The spies reported that Ye Chen's true identity has been investigated. He is actually a member of the Spirit Hall, and he has been in the Spirit Hall for 9 years. At the top, a middle-aged man wearing a crown, with extremely pale hair and even a pale beard said. He is the Tiandu Emperor of the Tiandu Empire, Shui Yet. The ruler of one of the 3 top forces in Douluo continent. Powerful to the sky. Your Majesty, have you found out what level of soul power Ye Chen has? Another middle-aged man who was sitting next to Shui Ye but a few steps lower than Shui Ye spoke. He is the national teacher of the Tiandu Empire, and also the teacher of the Tiandu Empire's Prince Shui Qinghe and the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi, who has multiple identities, is highly valued by Emperor Shui Yet. Especially as the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is one of the 3 sects on Douluo continent, as the leader, Ning Fengzi himself is very noble. Emperor Shui Ye did not dare to neglect him at all. Not quite sure yet. Emperor Shui Ye shook his head and said, but judging from the strength Ye Chen showed in the Tiandu Great Soul Arena, he was able to defeat a soul master of more than 40 levels in an instant. I believe his strength is not too bad, and he should be at the level of 50 or above. Your Majesty, you are too conservative. The 7 people sent by our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were fighting against the Wuhan Academy at that time. Although Ye Chen did not attack directly, one of them was kicked by Ye Chen in secret and flew out of the arena immediately. You know, the people sent by our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Academy are all young people with soul power close to level 50. Since Ye Chen can do this, I believe his strength is at least above level 60. After Emperor Shui Ye said this, the last middle-aged man in blue said decisively. He is the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Yuanzhen. He is also a titled Douluo. He is as strong as level 96 and has 3 soul bones. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has top-level martial spirits and a very strong body. A Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex disciple of more than 40 levels is definitely capable of defeating an ordinary soul master of more than 50 levels. But such a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex disciple did not last a second under Ye Chen's feet. If Ye Chen only had a soul power of more than 50 levels, how could he achieve such a level? Unless he is not a human. I support the opinion of Chief Yu. If Ye Chen was only more than 50 levels, it would be impossible for him to have such strength. Ning Fengzi turned his head and looked at Yu Yuanzhen and nodded, saying, but, I think Chief Yu is a little conservative. Master Ning, what do you mean? Yu Yuanzhen frowned. Ning Fengzi, who was originally an old rival, seemed to have reconciled with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family on the surface, but he didn't expect that he was still so petty in his heart. Yu Yuanzhen felt cold in his heart. He thought that Ning Fengzi was deliberately targeting him, and suddenly regretted that he easily accepted the invitation of the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire. Don't misunderstand, Patriarch Yu. I saw Ye Chen's performance in the Tiandu Great Soul Arena with my own eyes. I personally feel that he may be stronger than me, Ning Fengzi explained to Yu Yuanzhen helplessly. They are all the leaders of the top 3 sects. They are obviously equal. But the old man Yu Yuanzhen looked down on the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and thought that the 7 Treasures Glazed sect was just an auxiliary sect and could not become a big deal. There was a conflict between the 2 sects because of this matter before. So the relationship between the 2 people is naturally not very good. Tisk. Yu Yuanzhen snorted coldly. Master Ning is an auxiliary weapon spirit. It is normal that he feels that he cannot beat the attack weapon spirit. Look. They are obviously the top 3 sects, both in the territory of the Tiandu Empire, and the distance between the 2 sects is not very far, but there are some people who prevent the relationship between the 2 sects from getting better. With Yu Yuanzhen's violent temper, it's no wonder that he broke up with his own son. Anyone who has such a father is extremely unlucky. Ning Fengzi couldn't help but look a little embarrassed when he heard this. Chief Yu thinks that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is very strong. Emperor Shui Ye also took the opportunity to ask, there has been news from the outside world that your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has added a few soul Douluo, whose strength is comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Is it true? Hee hee. Yu Yuanzhen smiled and agreed. But Ning Fengzi didn't want to let him go at this moment. He suddenly laughed strangely and asked again, I remember that Chief Yu has a son named Yu Xiaogang, right? Since he is your son, his strength should be very strong, right? But why has there been no news about Yu Xiaogang since he was born? As soon as Ning Fengzi said this, Emperor Shuiye also looked at Yu Yuanzhen. As if he wanted to see what. There have always been rumors that Yu Yuanzhen and his son have broken up, but this news has never been confirmed. That rubbish, he is not worthy of being my son. I expelled him from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family decades ago. He has nothing to do with our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yu Yuanzhen replied without any expression on his face. Oh? Really? But why did I hear recently that some people in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family often meet with Yu Xiaogang, and even have the intention of admiring Yu Xiaogang? Ning Fengzi pressed on. UTMD, Ning Fengzi. Are we here today to discuss the countermeasures to be prepared after Ye Chen appears, or to discuss my son? Yu Yuanzhen was a little angry, and he actually cursed directly. This made Ning Fengzi's face a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Emperor Shuiye came to the rescue and quickly comforted the two. Everyone, please give me some face, okay? Chief Yu is right. We are here to discuss how to deal with what is going to happen next. We must not hurt the harmony. This book is permanently free. If you think this book is okay, I hope you will vote and comment more. Thank you all. I heard that some books are kept for a while and the author stops updating. I don't know if you brothers have heard of it. It is better to read a book than to keep it. As long as you brothers give strong support and keep reading, I will keep updating it. I bet my 2 livers. Chapter 32 Tiandu Conspiracy, Asking for Help from Haoshan. Humph. Yu Yuanzhen took the opportunity to get off the hook and snorted coldly, even if the matter was exposed. In fact, it's not just Ye Chen who shines in the competition. Several other people in the Spirit Academy are also quite strong, and there are many Spirit Masters over level 50. Like Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hulina, they are all Spirit Masters over level 50. They deliberately gave up their admission qualifications, but it seemed like they wanted to demonstrate to all forces. They received high praise on the mainland, which led to more and more Spirit Masters wanting to join the Spirit Hall. Overall, the Spirit Hall this year is very ambitious, and we have to be on guard. Ning Fengzi no longer targeted Yu Yuanzhen and made an objective statement. In the last month, he watched almost every game of the Tiandu Division competition carefully, especially the game of the team sent by the Spirit Hall this time. Naturally, the strength of the Spirit Academy can be seen. But if it was put before the start of the All-Continental Elite Spirit Master competition, Ning Fengzi himself would not think that this competition would produce any genius or anything worth noting. It's nothing more than that one of the 3 academies, the Spirit Academy, the Tiandu Royal Academy or the Shrek Academy, can win the championship. It can't affect the stability of the continent for so many years. But Ye Chen's appearance made Ning Fengzi feel a little uneasy. He always felt that the Spirit Hall deliberately let Ye Chen appear in the last game of the Tiandu division to attract everyone's attention. When everyone's attention reached its peak, Ye Chen defeated the Blazing Academy with a score of 7. Use Ye Chen to hype the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's move was quite clever. Unfortunately, no one is a fool in the Douluo continent. Ning Fengzi felt it and also conveyed it to the Emperor Shuiye of the Tiandu Empire. Shuiye thought about it and agreed deeply, so tonight, he summoned Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, to discuss the big plan. What the national teacher said makes sense. The reputation of the Spirit Hall on the mainland is getting higher and higher, which will only be more and more disadvantageous to our other forces. We must find a way to curb the development of the Spirit Hall to achieve a balance in the situation on the mainland. Emperor Shuiye expressed everyone's concerns. If they don't take action now, all Soul Masters will be monopolized by the Spirit Hall, and the situation on the continent will be completely controlled by the Spirit Hall. After all, just because of Ye Chen's brilliant operation, some students in the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do Empire began to drop out and switch to the Spirit Hall. If it continues like this, what will happen? How to contain it? Should we break up with the Spirit Hall? Excuse me, the titled Douluo of our 2 major sects combined are not as many as the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Yu Yuanzhen said in a deep voice. Why are you in a hurry? Ning Fengzi glanced at Yu Yuanzhen and said, even if there are more titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, so what? You and I know the level of those titled Douluo. Except for Bibidong and Qiandaoliu, the others are just low-level titled Douluo. As long as we can persuade the Haoshan sect to help, it is not impossible to break up with the Spirit Hall. Haoshan sect? Do you have a way to find them? Yu Yuanzhen was surprised. If the Haoshan sect really came out, and the three sects united to fight against the Spirit Hall, there would be a chance to overthrow the Spirit Hall. Of course, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family would not be the first to take the lead. In the hall, Yu Yuanzhen had ulterior motives and began to plot against Ning Fengzi and Shuai. But at the same time, Shuai and Ning Fengzi were also plotting against Yu Yuanzhen. Even if they really succeeded in inviting the Haoshan sect to come out, they would not really break up with the Spirit Hall. Instead, they would rely on the original conflict between the Haoshan sect and the Spirit Hall to magnify the matter and add fuel to the fire, so that more and more people would think that the Tiandu Empire was a just empire. The Tiandu Empire would hold the ruling power, and once an order was issued, it would be invincible. By then, whether it was the Spirit Hall, the Haoshan sect, or the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, they would be just chess pieces arranged by the Tiandu Empire on the mainland, and they could be taken away at any time. Besides, we are just taking precautions. We haven't torn our relationship with the Spirit Hall yet. What is there to be afraid of? At this time, Ning Fengzi continue. Master Ning, what do you mean? Yu Yuanzhen looked at Ning Fengzi. Yu Yuanzhen is the strongest among the three of them, but Ning Fengzi is famous for his wisdom. That's why he was respected as the national teacher by Shuai. First of all, on the one hand, we should try our best to win over the Haoshan sect to strengthen our own strength. As for how to win over, we can start with the younger generation of the Haoshan sect, Tang San. That is the little boy who performed best in Shrek Academy in this competition. According to my intuition, when he grows up, he may not be worse than Ye Chen. On the other hand, we can test the Spirit Hall. Isn't the final of the All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition going to be held in the Spirit City? At that time, each of our forces will bring some of their elites to suppress the momentum of the Spirit Hall and see how the Spirit Hall will react. Ning Fengzi said lightly. You mean to put pressure on the Spirit Hall? Yu Yuanzhen frowned and said, this is a taboo. Once the Spirit Hall finds out. Douluo continent has finally been stable for decades, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has also added several powerful soul Douluos in these decades. In such a stable situation, if Ning Fengzi makes a plan at this time, he will lose everything if he makes a wrong move. Don't worry about it. As long as you take the elite of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family to the Spirit City, the rest will be left to the Empire. I promise that after the game, your people will return to the sect safely. Ning Fengzi smiled faintly. This Yu Yuanzhen fell into deep thought. The elite of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is not only him, the titled Douluo, but also a large number of soul Douluos over level 80. It is no problem to suppress the momentum of the Spirit Hall. But the old man Ning Fengzi actually said that the Heaven Do Empire will take action this time? What is the purpose of the Empire's action? What an old fox! Yu Yuanzhen thought to himself. Ning Fengzi said for a long time that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was not the main sect of this plan, but the Tiandu Empire was. So even if the plan failed, the only one responsible would be the Tiandu Empire, right? For our better empire, I agree. Thinking of the end, Yu Yuanzhen smiled and nodded. At the same time, Ning Fengzi and Shuai also laughed. Then for a better Tiandu Empire, let's toast. Cheers. The three of them raised their glasses and drank them all. This night. They were drunk. But they seemed to be sober. The two words ask for votes are easy to type but difficult to say. The author suffers from ticket cancer and has reached the late stage. If there are no votes for a day, it is like a mountain pressing on my heart, and I can't live on my own. If there are kind people who see this, I hope you will not be stingy and generously send tickets to save the author's life. I can't thank you for your great kindness, but I can only repay you with explosive updates. Chapter 33 Final Draw, Admonishing Tang San. 10 days later. The final of the Continental Elite Soul Master competition officially begins. The final is in Wuhan City. The 5 teams that advance also appear in Wuhan City. It seems that every team is determined to win the championship of this final. Confidently appear on the stage specially set up by the Wuhan Hall for the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Colleges. The stage is located in the center of Wuhan City, and the Pope's Palace is right in front of it. It is 100 meters in diameter and is built entirely of granite. Around this stage, many soul guides are also set up for reinforcement to prevent damage. Only an organization like Wuhan Hall can afford such expensive resources. Whether it is the various colleges that came to Wuhan City to participate in the competition or the soul masters who watched the competition, they all expressed surprise and envy at the generosity of Wuhan Hall. Perhaps in their hearts, they all have an idea of when will the forces behind them be like this. Amid the huge cheers of the audience, the 5 teams entered the venue one after another. First came the second and first teams of Douluo Royal Academy, followed by the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy and Shrek Academy, and finally the Wuhan Academy. After all, although Wuhan Academy gave up the qualification for admission, it is still a direct academy of Wuhan Hall and should be treated as a host. At the same time, in the VIP seats not far from the Pope's Palace, there were indeed a large number of Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family members and elites of the Tiandu Empire, even the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the 2 titled Douluo in their sect. The leaders of these 3 forces finally fulfilled their promise. On the day of the finals of the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition, they wanted to suppress the arrogance of Wuhan Hall by sending a large number of soldiers. But it seems that Haoshan sect did not come with them, presumably because they failed to win over the other party. Yu Yuanzhen and Ning Fengzi sat together. They were obviously 2 people who were once hostile to each other, but now they both looked very talkative, talking and laughing. If Yu Yuanzhen represents the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and Ning Fengzi represents the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, the one who represents the Tiandu Empire this time is not the Emperor Shuiye who plotted with the 2 that night, but the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire, Shui Qinghe. Of course, for Yu Yuanzhen and Ning Fengzi, they think Shui Qinghe is Shui Qinghe, the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire. But for Shui Qinghe himself and the Spirit Hall who received the news early, Shui Qinghe is just a fake identity. The high and mighty Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire is actually the biological daughter of the Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu. Hidden in the Tiandu Empire for more than 10 years. Looking at Yu Yuanzhen and Ning Fengzi who were talking and laughing, Qian Rongxiu showed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of her mouth. Sneer. That night, she heard it clearly from outside the room. Shuiye, Ning Fengzi, Yu Yuanzhen, these 3 old foxes actually wanted to put pressure on the Spirit Hall, which was really a case of trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. How could the Spirit Hall be afraid of provocations from these cats and dogs? Soon, with a gesture from Qian Rongxiu in secret, the Spirit Hall quickly understood her intention. The door of the Pope's palace was opened. Titled Douluo walked out of the door of the Pope's palace one by one. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Demon Subduing Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, Snake Spear Douluo, Blood Piercing Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo. There were so many of them, like an assembly line. In the blink of an eye, a total of 14 titled Douluo came out. These 14 titled Douluo were evenly divided into 2 teams, one team sat next to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and the other team sat next to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Want to put pressure on the Spirit Hall? Then let's try to see if we can withstand the pressure from the Spirit Hall. Qian Rongxiu sneered secretly. Then, a funny scene appeared. After the 14 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall came out, Yu Yuanzhen and Ning Fengzi were really frightened. They stopped talking and laughing. Even Yu Yuanzhen wanted to use the excuse of going to the toilet, but was finally pulled back by Ning Fengzi. On the other side, on the ring, the 5 teams participating in the finals entered the venue. Under the cheers of the crowd, each team sent a representative to draw lots to decide who their next opponent would be. The Spirit Hall sent Ye Chen, and Shrek Academy sent Tang San. During this period, Ye Chen finally had a close contact with Tang San. Seeing Tang San, who had not seen him for 9 years, with a blank expression on his face, Ye Chen didn't know whether to say he was ruthless or calm. They were obviously from the same village. After meeting a fellow villager, shouldn't you at least say hello? But Ye Chen, who had read the original novel, knew Tang San's character very well, so he didn't take it to heart. Drawing lots calmly, Ye Chen drew number 1, and the team that drew number 1 with him was the second team of the Douluo Empire Royal Academy. Tang San drew number 2, the same as the one drawn by the representative of the Tiandu Empire Royal Academy. The first team of the Douluo Empire Royal Academy was a bye. Then the division of the competition was determined. First game. Wuhan Academy vs Team 2 of the Douluo Empire Royal Academy. Second game. Shrek Academy vs Team 1 of the Tiandu Empire Royal Academy. Third game. The winner of Team 1 vs Team 1 of the Douluo Empire Royal Academy. Fourth game. The winner of Team 2 vs Team 1 of the Douluo Empire Royal Academy. Fifth game. The winner of Team 1 vs the winner of Team 2. Of course, if the first team of the Douluo Empire Royal Academy won both the third and fourth games, the competition would not need to continue, and the first team of the Douluo Empire Royal Academy could be directly declared the champion. The competition system is generally fair. Except for the teams eliminated in the first round, each team will play 2 games. The draw was over soon, and then there was a break before the first game, a total of 2 hours. However, at this time, just as Ye Chen was about to go down the stage to find other members of the Wuhan Academy, Tang San, who had been expressionless, suddenly called him urgently, "Ye Chen, long time no see." "Ah! It's really rare. Tang San, this dull guy, has been going further and further on the road of pretending to be cool, and he is not smiling even in front of the closest people. Now, can't pretend anymore?" Ye Chen wanted to laugh in his heart. He didn't like to pretend to be cool as Tang San. After hearing Tang San's voice, he turned his head pretending to be puzzled and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Tang San seemed a little flustered, but he didn't know how to start. In the end, he choked out a sentence, "Nothing, just want to say to you, long time no see." Ye Chen almost vomited blood. He thought Tang San had changed his personality, but he didn't expect that he thought too much. This guy has something on his mind, and he has been unwilling to tell others, and his thoughts are getting deeper and deeper. If this continues, Tang San may not be affected by his emotions and go crazy. Considering that they were once members of the Holy Soul Village and were looked down upon by Su Yuntao. Ye Chen's face suddenly became solemn, and he said, "Tang San, although we are not friends, and we don't have a deep friendship, but now, I want to say something you don't like to hear. As for whether you listen to it or not, it's up to you. If you really like Xiao Wu, give up this championship competition, and the farther you and Xiao Wu go, the better." There are some other words that Ye Chen did not express directly. For example, if Tang San and Xiao Wu insist on participating in this championship competition, no matter what the result is, Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast will be exposed, and she will be hunted down by the spirit hall all the time, and even be sacrificed. Of course, this is still the best case scenario. Ye Chen also noticed that almost all the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall participated in the finals of the All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition, which was completely different from the description in the original book. If all the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall took action this time, then even Tang Hao might not be able to save Xiao Wu. The 2 words "ask for votes" are easy to type but difficult to say. The author suffers from ticket cancer and has reached the late stage. If there are no votes for a day, it is like a mountain pressing on my heart and I can't live on my own. If there are kind people who see this, I hope they will not be stingy and generously send tickets to save the author's life. I can't thank you for your great kindness, but I can only repay you with explosive updates. Chapter 34 The finals meet to face the 7 monsters. Ye Chen returned to the waiting area where the Spirit Academy team members were. At this time, the Spirit Academy team members were very enthusiastic. After all, they are now in the Spirit City. It is their real home court. The Pope of the Spirit Hall will also personally present awards to the champion. This honor is what most soul masters in the whole continent dream of. So they must win this game. When Hulina saw Ye Chen coming back, she happily greeted him and asked, "Xiao Chen, who were you talking to just now?" From the moment Ye Chen appeared, her eyes stayed on Ye Chen. Naturally, she saw the conversation between Ye Chen and Tang San. But after all, with Ye Chen now, Hulina had no chance to know Tang San. For a stranger, Hulina was curious why Ye Chen wanted to talk to him. Ye Chen rubbed Hulina's little head lovingly and smiled, "Just a passerby, maybe he will be an enemy in the future." "Enemy? If we fight them, I must teach him a lesson for you." Hulina stuck out her tongue mischievously, acting very well behaved. Ye Chen chuckled and said, "I'm here, just stay behind me and I'll protect you." Thinking back to Tang San's rejection of his good intentions and his determination to participate in this competition, Ye Chen sighed helplessly. He never wanted to be enemies with anyone on this continent. But if Tang San insisted, Hulina would definitely be involved, and for Hulina, Ye Chen would never give in. Since the weather is going to change, let the storm come even harder. Ye Chen secretly clenched his fists, his eyes more determined. The first game begins. Martial Soul Academy vs Xingluo Empire Royal Team 2. Martial Soul Academy lineup, Xingluo Team 2 lineup. Xiaoyu 52nd level, Dai Ruya 43rd level. Yan 52nd level, Dai Kangyun 42nd level. Hulina 59th level, Zhu Ting 41st level. Yechen 77th level, Chu Ziaran 41st level. Just looking at the soul power level, it is a pure crushing match. Moreover, the reason why Xingluo Team 2 is called Team 2 is because they have no strength and experience. 5 minutes into the game, Yan was responsible for frontal resistance, Ziyu was responsible for cutting off the opponent's auxiliary soul master, Hulina was responsible for harvesting, others were responsible for covering, and Yechen was responsible for paddling. The 7 people were orderly and quickly won the first victory of the day. And won the applause and cheers from all the soul masters under the stadium. Next is the start of the second game. Shrek Academy vs Tiandu Empire Royal Academy Team 1. As the seeded team in the Tiandu division, Shrek Academy did not give Tiandu Empire Royal Academy Team 1 any face, and won the game within half an hour, winning the second victory of the day. Next is the start of the third game. Wuhan Academy vs Xingluo Empire Royal Academy Team 1. The lineup of Wuhan Academy remains unchanged. Xingluo Team 1 lineup. Captain Davis, Level 49 Strong Attack System War Soul Sect. Zhu Ziyun, Level 47 Agile Attack System War Soul Sect. Ying Wei, Level 44 Strong Attack System War Soul Sect. Tang Hongning, Level 43 Agile Attack System War Soul Sect. Li Yang, Level 42 Agile Attack System War Soul Sect. Dong Hui, Level 40 Auxiliary System War Soul Sect. Yang Mingzin, Level 40 Auxiliary System War Soul Sect. Xingluo Team 1 is more than a little stronger than Team 2, especially Captain Davis, who has level 49 soul power and is about to break through level 50. This team is the seed team of the Xingluo Empire. But unfortunately, they are unlucky. If they fight against Shrek Academy, they may still be able to fight for more than 10 or 20 minutes. Fighting against Wuhan Academy, they will only be crushed. In order to prevent accidents, Ye Chen personally took action in this battle. As soon as the Chixiao feather appeared, hum 2 sword sounds, all the members of the Xingluo Empire Royal Academy Team 1 were eliminated. They didn't even have a chance to release soul skills. Among them, Zhu Ziyun, whose strength was second only to Davis, had her buttons on her chest shattered directly by Ye Chen's 2 swords, and the lining was split in 2. A large area of Snow White was exposed to the air. The male audience present cheered. Zhu Ziyun was so embarrassed that she covered her chest and left early. You know, Zhu Ziyun has always existed as the future queen of the Xingluo Empire. Now in a game, she was humiliated by Ye Chen's 2 swords. After returning to Xingluo, whether Zhu Ziyun can still be accepted by the royal family of the Xingluo Empire has become an unknown. The impact is very great. Xiao Chen, did you do it on purpose? After leaving the court, Hulina asked Ye Chen unhappily, twisting her waist and waves in front of her chest, as if to say that she is not worse than Zhu Ziyun. Ye Chen looked at the waves and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really didn't mean it. Zhu Ziyun was originally well developed, and like Zhu Zuqing, she was very graceful. The Chixiao feather had only attacked men before, so it was naturally not easy to grasp the measure when it attacked a woman for the first time. A group of wolf friends actually asked for resources, and they were from the royal lady. Well, let's just set up a VIP group to pay to watch. The fourth game began. Shrek Academy vs Xingluo Empire Royal Academy Team 1. But when the game started, everyone found that the 7 people in Xingluo Team 1, which was originally known as the strongest team in Xingluo, were no longer the original 7. Zhu Ziyun disappeared, and was replaced by a man who looked to be in his early 20s, whose strength was not as strong as Zhu Ziyun. It seems that Zhu Ziyun was broken by Ye Chen. And that man had no martial soul fusion skills with the Captain Davis, and there was no cooperation between him and other team members. Xingluo Team 1 quickly lost this game. Shrek Academy finally won the 4th victory and met with Wuhan Academy in the finals. Next. Game 5, the final the game to decide the champion begins. Wuhan Academy vs Shrek Academy. The Wuhan Academy lineup remains unchanged. The Shrek Academy lineup. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong. 7 people, also known as the Shrek 7 Devils. They are the 7 most promising people in Shrek Academy in recent years. They are also the 7 most favored by Dean Flanders and Master Yu Xiaogang. The 2 academies arrived at the scene almost at the same time. And the 7 people on both sides are also in the formation of 1, 2, 4. The strong attack system is in front, the agile attack system is second, and the auxiliary system is last. It is a very strategic position. Standing at the front of Wuhan Academy is Ye Chen, and standing at the front of Shrek Academy is Tang San. The 2 looked at each other, and neither of them was willing to give in to the other in terms of momentum. But Ye Chen's soul power level is higher, and his momentum is naturally higher than Tang San. As soon as he came on the court, he brought huge pressure to Shrek Academy. On the other hand, the Wuhan Academy seemed very relaxed because of Ye Chen. As the whistle of the last game sounded, the 7 people on both sides moved together. The battle between the 14 people was about to break out. It is easy to type the 2 words "ask for votes," but it is difficult to say them. The author suffers from ticket cancer and has reached the late stage. If there are no votes for a day, it is like a mountain pressing on my heart, and I can't live on my own. If there are kind people who see this, I hope they will not be stingy and generously send tickets to save the author's life. I can't thank you for your great kindness, but I can only repay you with explosive updates. Chapter 35 Winning the Finals, Xiao Wu exposed. The 14 people on both sides looked at each other, and no one spoke, but the violent collision of their auras made the smell of gunpowder on the scene gradually thicker. At this moment, Bibi Dong also walked out of the Pope's palace quietly, sitting on the throne that symbolizes the identity of the Pope, watching everything. The next moment, the 7 people from Shrek Academy launched their soul skills almost at the same time, and the surging soul power burst out from them. Tang San, who was standing in the front, had a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 1 purple and 1 black, which was a relatively excellent soul ring configuration. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who were standing in the second position, each had a standard soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The other 4 people behind them were also the best configuration of yellow and purple soul rings. Everyone's eyes were very persistent. Ning Rongrong, who was standing at the back, quickly took 2 steps back, and a pagoda with various colors of light appeared in her hand. There is no doubt that Ning Rongrong was the auxiliary position of the Shrek 7 Devils, and the pagoda in her hand was also an evolved 9 treasures glazed pagoda. When the Shrek 7 Devils released their martial spirits, the Martial Spirit Academy also began to release them at the same time. Except for Ye Chen, Xiaoyu, Yan and Hulina all had the best soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black. The other 3 people had 2 yellow and 2 purple. As for Ye Chen, needless to say, he possessed the heaven-defying configuration of 7 red spirit rings. This was the first time he released all his spirit rings. His purpose was very pure, to show respect to his opponent. When the dazzling red light suddenly shone on the ring, the entire competition venue was boiling. This included the Shrek 7 Devils, Bibi Dong and everyone who had seen Ye Chen compete. They only knew that Ye Chen was very strong, but no one knew how strong he was. Now they were fortunate to see Ye Chen's full strength, and he was a special case of having 700,000-year spirit rings at level 70, which had never happened on the Douluo continent. This really shocked them. Bibi Dong even heard that Ye Chen originally only had 500,000-year spirit rings, but now he had 7? Did he grow up again? She was very puzzled. The already weak momentum of the Shrek 7 Devils disappeared at this moment. If all the soul masters in the audience had a glimmer of hope that the Shrek 7 Devils would win the championship before, now in their eyes, all they could see was how Ye Chen defeated the Shrek 7 Devils. In the VIP seats, Qian Rongxiu, Yu Yuanzhen and Ning Fengzi also showed incredible eyes. No one had ever seen a genius with such a configuration. Although they had seen the growth of countless soul masters in the world, they had never seen Ye Chen's configuration before. He really had an eye. Pope Bibi Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and unconsciously looked in the direction of Yu Xiaogang, thinking, Yu Xiaogang, I want to see how your apprentice wins this game. Yu Xiaogang did not notice her, but just focused on the situation on the ring. However, when he saw Ye Chen's 700,000-year soul rings, the 1% chance of winning in his heart completely disappeared. The game begins. With a long cry, the finals of the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition officially began. After seeing Ye Chen's spirit ring configuration, the Shrek 7 Devils could only grit their teeth and launch an attack. White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Entanglement. Waist Bow. A series of spirit skills of the Shrek 7 devils shone with light, like fireworks, filling the entire arena. The Wuhan Academy was not to be outdone. Yan took the brunt of the attack and used his body to resist Dai Muebai's attack. Xiaoyu hid behind Yan and blocked the spirit skills that were about to hit the auxiliary spirit masters of his side. Hulina looked for opportunities and tried to seduce the strongest among the Shrek 7 devils. The battle was about to start. Within the first 5 minutes after the start of the game, Ye Chen and Tang San did not make much of a move, and the battle was extremely tense. It was obvious that the spirit power level crushed the Wuhan Academy on the opposite side, but they did not have much advantage at all. However, Ye Chen also knew that the reason why the Shrek 7 devils were able to enter the finals was not only because of their good luck, but also because of their strength. Point. If he was not there, Wuhan Academy might not be able to beat Shrek Academy. But he was not ready to make a move now. Because Xiaoyu had also said that Bibi Dong hoped that they could grow in the game, and now facing the Shrek 7 devils was the best opportunity for them to grow. When the battle lasted for 10 minutes, the Wuhan fusion technique officially entered the ring. The two sides fought more fiercely. First, Xiaoyu and Hulina's Wuhan fusion technique shocked the audience, then Oscar's flying sausage rescued the Shrek 7 devils, and finally Dai Muebai and Yan confronted head-on. The two sides fought back and forth, but they were still evenly matched. At 20 minutes, Hulina and Xiaowu used charm against charm. Because Hulina was stronger than Xiaowu, she had a slight advantage, and Wuhan Academy took the initiative. But it still did not cause a reduction in the number of people in Shrek Academy. The two sides were almost evenly matched. Until the battle lasted for 30 minutes. Xiaowu activated her invincible golden body and entered the arena with a waist bow, knocking a support-type soul master from the Spirit Academy into a coma. Tang San fought against Xiaoyu, using Tang sect hidden weapons and various tricks to play with Xiaoyu. Oscar and Ning Rongrong continued to boost their teammates. The balance of victory began to tilt slightly towards Shrek Academy. At 40 minutes, the Shrek 7 devils seemed to think they were good enough, or they wanted to end the battle early and force Ye Chen to take action. The more they fought, the more fierce they became, and the Spirit Academy began to be fully suppressed. Even with the boost of the 7 fusion skills of his teammates, Tang San used his second spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer, to forcibly increase his strength to the level of 70, and released his weapon Soul True Body. He tried to win the championship of the Elite Soul Master competition of the continent with one hammer. But what they didn't know was, Ye Chen didn't take action just so that his teammates could gain more practical experience. When his teammates were really threatened, how could Ye Chen sit back and watch? Especially Ye Chen knew the cooperation between Tang San and others, and also knew the power of Clear Sky Hammer. If Tang San was allowed to use this move, he would be fine, but Hulina and other team members would be deeply harmed. And the reason why Ye Chen took the initiative to express his thoughts to Bibi Dong a month ago and wanted to help Wuhan Academy win the championship was that he was waiting for this day and this moment. He would never allow anyone to hurt Hulina. First Soul Ring, First Soul Skill, Burning Sword Slash. Darkness Attack. 2 red lights flashed on his body, and when Tang San raised the Clear Sky Hammer and wanted to use the Chaotic Cloak Hammer method, Ye Chen took action. Bang! Boom! Soul Skills collided with Soul Skills, the Crimson Sky Feather collided with the Clear Sky Hammer, and powerful energy exploded. After being strengthened, Tang San was also at level 70, and the Chaotic Cloak Hammer method was taught by his father Tang Hao, and its power should not be underestimated. In order to protect his teammates, Ye Chen even released the third Soul Skill. The Soul Skill from the right leg Soul Bone, Fate's Favor. Consume a large amount of soul power to implement a 5-second invincibility effect on the optional targets around you. In this powerful collision, with Fate's favor, all the people in the Wuhan Academy are safe and sound. However, the Shrek 7 devils do not have such a powerful group invincible soul skill, and at the same time they are all under the control of the Dark Invasion. Immediately, the energy wave swept all the Shrek 7 devils. Except for Tang San, the rest were all affected and flew out of the ring, unable to bear the injury. Then, Ye Chen made another move. He lightly lifted the hilt of the Scarlet Feather Sword, rushed forward quickly, and slashed Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer with another sword. Tang San was shocked and retreated repeatedly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person was unstable. There is an essential difference between Tang San at level 70 and Ye Chen at level 70. First, Tang San's level 70 soul power is only temporary, while Ye Chen's is permanent. Second, Tang San only has level 70 soul power, but his soul skills have not increased, while Ye Chen has so many soul skills that he doesn't know which one to use. Third, the 2 yellow, 1 purple and 1 black soul rings on Tang San may be excellent in the eyes of others, but they are not worth mentioning in front of Ye Chen's 700,000-year soul rings. If it weren't for the competition rules that repeatedly stated that it was not allowed to injure opponents, Ye Chen could even kill all the Shrek 7 devils with 1 sword. This is the real strength of Ye Chen. Ding! Ding! Another 2 quick swords went down, but this time it was not Ye Chen who made the attack, but the attack from his teammates Yu. After losing the increase from other Shrek members, Tang San's soul power level has been restored to its original level, and he was almost defeated by Ye Chen, so his body was already weak. After barely resisting Xiayu's 2 swords, Tang San was kicked off the ring by Xiayu. So far, the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, which lasted for more than a month, has come to an end, and Wuhan Academy has successfully defended the championship of the competition. The next step is to receive the award. Amid the cheers of countless spectators, Ye Chen led the Wuhan Academy to the front of Pope Bibi Dong. "I promised, I did it." Ye Chen smiled faintly. "Of course, you will also get the rewards and honors you deserve." Bibi Dong also smiled, and immediately sent someone to bring up the prize for the champion of this competition. It was 3 soul bones and a black token. The 3 soul bones were distributed to the 7 people of Wuhan Academy. Since Ye Chen was the biggest help for Wuhan Academy to win the championship, Bibi Dong handed it over to Ye Chen to distribute. The black token was specially prepared for Ye Chen by Bibi Dong. After Ye Chen took it, he found that it was printed with the exclusive logo of Wuhan Hall and several large characters representing his identity: Honorary Elder of Wuhan Hall. "I will accept the token, but leave the soul bones to Nana and the others." Well, the premise is that Nana must have one, and it must be the best. Ye Chen bowed slightly. Bowed to express gratitude. Hulina, who was standing next to Ye Chen, blushed and pinched Ye Chen's waist hard, whispering, "Rogue, don't call me like that in front of my teacher." Hee. As a titled Douluo, Bibi Dong's hearing was extremely sharp, so she heard Hulina's whisper. A subtle loneliness flashed in her eyes, and then she waved her hand and said, "It's up to you." But then, Bibi Dong set her sights on the injured Shrek 7 devils near the arena, and her eyes suddenly became cold. "Come on, catch the girl named Xiao Wu. A mere soul beast also wants to act recklessly in the spirit hall. Who gave you the courage?" Postscript, today is 8.1. I wish you all a happy holiday. At the same time, a 3,000 word update is presented. I hope everyone will support it. If you like this book, don't forget to vote. Thank you. In addition, thanks to the readers since July, the monthly tickets sent by the readers of Lights Bright, Low-Key Luxury, Reflection, Book Friends 854-582, Han, How Do You Pronounce Dong Niao Together, Book Friends 2020-01, Day and Night Like Years, Simple and so on, and the recommendation tickets sent by many of my lovely brothers. Thank you for your support in July. Thank you very much. I will definitely continue to work hard and strive to repay you with better content. Go for it, don't be scolded too badly by you. There is one more thing, the author has something to say, only say it for the last time. Recently, some readers in the comment area of some channels have been talking unpleasantly, even to the point of abuse. In view of the above problems, I would like to say a few points. This book is permanently free in most channels, so you don't have to spend a penny while watching it. So, I don't make money from you. If you don't like it, just swipe it away, or leave a bad review, it's all right, right? Why are you scolding me? Don't I feel wronged? Pi_Pi. If you want to scold Ye Chen, he is the protagonist of my book. He has influenced the content and writing style of my novel. It is all his fault. And if you like to read, there is no need to reward. Brothers read books for fun, and I write books for fun. Since we have similar interests, you can save the money for rewards to read some books that require money, or reward other authors. As for me, you can give me some flowers, some comments, and some votes. This is also the only motivation for me to write books. Thank you for your support. Finally, I hope everyone can read books rationally. If there are any small flaws, just treat the author as a fool and scold him in your heart. Don't make malicious comments to create a good and harmonious atmosphere. Finally, I hope everyone will be treated gently by the world. Chapter 36 Tang Hao appears, Ye Chen fights. Some people like soul beasts. Some people hate soul beasts. Some people think that a soul beast that has been transformed into a human for 100,000 years is not much different from a human, and they are willing to fall in love with it and have children. Some people also think that soul beasts are soul beasts after all, and they are just props for soul masters to upgrade. Like Tang San, Tang Hao, and Bibi Dong, their experiences are different and their choices are different. It is understandable that Tang San and Tang Hao choose to upgrade with low-level soul beasts and fall in love with 100,000-year soul beasts. And Bibi Dong chooses to upgrade with all soul beasts, which is actually understandable. As for who is right and who is wrong, Ye Chen has no definite answer in his heart. But Ye Chen knows that at least Bibi Dong is not so hypocritical. So, after hearing Bibi Dong's anger, everyone looked at Xiao Wu near the arena in shock, but Ye Chen seemed very indifferent. Of course, Tang San behaved just like usual, because he had guessed Xiao Wu's true identity a long time ago. But it was such a person who had already guessed Xiao Wu's identity, but still stubbornly pulled Xiao Wu into the Wuhan Hall and did not listen to Ye Chen's advice at all. Why? Do you really think you have the protagonist halo? I'm sorry, this time the protagonist halo is no longer yours. Bibi Dong ordered the arrest of Xiao Wu. The soul masters in the audience, who were originally cheering, suddenly entered a state of eating melons. That little girl turned out to be a 100,000-year soul beast, my goodness. She looks so beautiful, but why is she a soul beast? Since ancient times, soul masters and soul beasts have been enemies. This time, the spirit hall will probably not let her go easily. Alas, what a pity. Are you crazy? If this 100,000-year soul beast doesn't turn into a human, will you still feel sorry? Ah, this. Ye Chen had already expected that under the temptation of the soul ring of the 100,000-year soul beast, more than a dozen titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall approached Xiao Wu almost at the same time. Although most of them could not beat a real 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu was just a 100,000-year soul beast who was willing to give up her cultivation in order to turn into a human. It was easy to catch her. At the same time, when the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall was about to approach Xiao Wu within 100 meters, a black shadow appeared silently in the air, floating there quietly. His whole body was covered with a black robe, and only the tattered parts could reveal his bronze skin. His hair was messy like a bird's nest, and his beard had not been trimmed for who knows how many months. This black shadow was Tang Hao. When Ye Chen saw this person, his first feeling was that he seemed to have seen him somewhere before. Thinking carefully, wasn't that the mysterious man that he had discovered in the perception field at the door of the hotel? It turned out that Tang Hao had been secretly protecting Tang San, and even secretly spied on Ye Chen. Now Xiao Wu's 100,000 years the soul beast's identity was exposed, Tang San would definitely not ignore it, and Tang Hao would not sit idly by for the sake of his son. Boom! Soul rings rose slowly from Tang Hao's feet, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. There were 9 in total, and even the 9th soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring. The 14 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall were actually pushed back a few steps by Tang Hao's heavy breath. Tang Hao! At this time, Bibi Dong saw Tang Hao appear, and immediately shouted, releasing her first spirit, and the soul ring configuration was exactly the same as Tang Hao's, you dare to come to the Spirit Hall. The atmosphere suddenly heated up. But facing so many titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao did not seem to panic at all. His 7th soul ring suddenly lit up, and he looked directly at the Pope's palace behind Bibi Dong. Even if you all come, what can you do? They are just a bunch of trash. What a big tone! Ye Chen, who was in front of the Pope's palace, almost vomited blood. After all, he was the only owner of 700,000-year soul rings in Douluo continent, but at this moment he felt insulted. And Bibi Dong was even more angry, and immediately ordered all the titled Douluo to attack Tang Hao. Pope's palace, what a Pope's palace, ha 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 ha. With arrogant laughter, Tang Hao bypassed the 14 titled Douluo and took the initiative to attack. Under Hao Shenzhen's body, the Haoshan hammer turned into a super giant hammer of 100 meters long and smashed the Pope's palace. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao's real purpose was to anger all the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, trick them to come over, and then destroy the Pope's palace. The 14 titled Douluo behind Tang Hao saw that it was too late to protect the Pope's palace, so Bibi Dong could only decide to personally stop Tang Hao's Haoshan true body. Tang Hao, like his son Tang San, was good at calculating. The angle of hitting the Pope's palace was very tricky, and he missed Bibi Dong and hit the position where Ye Chen and Hu Lina were. Even Bibi Dong could hardly stop it. Tang Hao, you dare! Bibi Dong suddenly became nervous. But what is Tang Hao afraid of? His biggest characteristic is that he is too conceited. His conceit indirectly killed his wife, his conceit caused the sect to close, and his conceit made his son Tang San come to the spirit hall to participate in the competition. His conceit made him unprecedentedly inflated. But did he think that in the spirit hall, only the title Douluo could stop his behavior? Soul skill, fate favors. Fate favors scored twice. When the huge Haoshan hammer was about to hit the Pope's palace, Ye Chen took off and released fate favors. 5 seconds of invincibility, and he resisted the terrifying clear sky hammer. Tang Hao, you have people and things you need to protect, and I have them too. Ye Chen smiled coldly, and his aura burst out in an instant, with 700,000-year soul rings floating beside him. Take Tang San away? Sure. Take Xiao Wu away? Sure. But if you want to attack the Spirit Hall and Hu Lina, just ask me, the newly promoted honorary elder, if I agree. Sword Clone. Absolute Shadow 7th segment. 2 more soul skills were released, and Ye Chen was fully focused and directly turned on the strongest attack mode. Tang Hao was different from ordinary title Douluo. His own talent and cultivation results made him stronger than ordinary title Douluo even if he was disabled. To deal with a real strong man, you must use the strongest attack. Qi Xiao's true body. Also with the blessing of the 7th soul ring, Ye Chen's hair and pupils were all dyed bright red at this moment. The momentum completely crushed Tang Hao, who was full of confidence just now. You are the kid in the hotel. Tang Hao was surprised. He had also observed Ye Chen and watched the game just now. But it was not long after the game. Ye Chen should not be very weak. Why can he still release the invincible soul skills that require a lot of soul power to support? Could it be that the large amount of soul power given by the 700,000-year soul rings made Ye Chen a walking soul power source? Time did not allow Tang Hao to think too much, because Ye Chen's sword clone and the 7th stage soul skill of Zhu were approaching. With a sudden jump, Tang Hao barely avoided the attack, but his black robe was cut off, revealing a very sloppy face. Correspondingly, Tang Hao's purpose of destroying the Pope's palace also ended in failure. No, I need to take Tang San and Xiao Wu away first. Tang Hao thought. The next moment, Tang Hao gave up his goal and rushed to the ring quickly. Want to escape? Do you really think that I, Ye Chen, am a soft persimmon that can be easily squeezed by anyone? Ye Chen smiled coldly and chased after him. He has his own bottom line, and Tang Hao has violated his bottom line just now. Today, Tang Hao must pay the price for this. The two left one after another, leaving only Bibi Dong to guard the Pope's palace, but there was a bit of confusion in her eyes. Did Ye Chen finally take action for the Spirit Hall? Daily request for votes, big brothers, please be merciful and give more. I heard that some books stopped updating after being raised for a while. I don't know if you brothers have heard of it. It's better to read books than to raise them. As long as you brothers give strong support and keep reading, I will keep updating and bet my 2 livers. Chapter 37 Tang Hao was seriously injured, and Xiao Wu was left in front of the huge Pope's palace. All low-level soul masters or spectators were dispersed. 14 title Douluo surrounded Tang Hao in the center, giving Ye Chen a chance to fight Tang Hao alone. I don't know if they didn't dare to make a move, or if Pope Bibi Dong signaled, but after surrounding Tang Hao, the 14 title Douluo didn't make any further moves. But it's good this way. Ye Chen's principle is that if you don't offend me, I will be indifferent. If you offend me, I will personally get it back. Just now, Tang Hao actually wanted to break through from the position where he and Hu Lina were. It was simply bullying his mother to open the door for bullying. How could such a thing be forgiven? At this time, in the VIP seat, Yu Yuanzhen whispered in Ning Fengzi's ear, Master Ning, the Spirit Hall has attacked Tang Hao of the Haoshan sect. What should we do? Ning Fengzi waved his hand and said, Hush, our purpose this time is not this matter, don't intervene first. What? It's not because of this matter. Yu Yuanzhen expressed confusion. But this time, the decision of the Tiandu Empire was entirely led by Ning Fengzi, so he could only be forced to accept it. Boom! The crimson sky feather collided with Tang Hao's Haoshan hammer again, and the soul masters below level 70 all fell into a blank in their minds. Tang Hao wanted to feint to attack the Pope's palace, but actually took Tang San and Xiao Wu away, but Ye Chen seemed to have seen through his purpose and quickly intercepted him. In desperation, Tang Hao was forced to face Ye Chen in a 1v1 duel. Destiny Binding. Ye Chen raised his right hand after entering the battle, and the weapon soul body tens of meters high behind him also raised his right hand. Then the soul bone soul skill was activated, soul skill, Destiny Binding. Buzz. An unnatural force invaded, and Tang Hao suddenly felt that his speed slowed down a lot. Damn, what kind of soul skill is this? All the gains on my body seem to be gradually disappearing. Tang Hao's face changed. After the opponent released this soul skill, all the gain attributes on his body, including the bonus to his various abilities in the weapon soul body state, seemed to be disappearing. Haoshan True Body. 1000-pound barrier. At the critical moment, Tang Hao showed his true ability, and saw a huge phantom behind him, holding a huge Haoshan hammer in his hand. At the same time, a layer of golden translucent light shield surrounded him. After being covered by the translucent light shield, Tang Hao felt that the gains on his body finally stopped disappearing. Little ghost, the strength of a titled Douluo is not something you can contend with, but I am very curious, where did you get so many 100,000 year soul rings with only level 70 soul power? Also, are you really from the Spirit Hall? Why have I never heard of you? Tang Hao's voice was full of solemnity. The Ye Chen in front of him was simply a troublemaker, and he came to interfere at the critical moment. The most important thing is that he is only level 70 soul power, but he can really be on par with me. Too scary. If this little ghost is really from the Spirit Hall, then he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he grows up to a titled Douluo, no one on the continent will be his opponent. You talk too much nonsense. Ye Chen ignored Tang Hao, and 4 of his 7 100,000 year soul rings lit up at the same time. Armor Breaking Attack. Sword Formation Protection. Dragon Roar. Baptism of Light. The 4 major auxiliary soul skills were released at the same time. The phantom of Ye Chen's true body behind him burst out with a terrifying cold breath, and Ye Chen's pupils became more red, and even his pupils turned red. And the Chixiao feather in his hand, under the blessing of the 4 soul skills, the black and white light continued to entangle. The next attack can not only include the 2 attribute attacks of darkness and light, but also has extremely powerful armor-breaking ability. Just to deal with Tang Hao's defensive soul skill Qianjun Barrier. Oh no, 4 soul skills are released together. Tang Hao's scalp tingled when he saw the scene in front of him, and he swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Any soul master knows the power of the 100,000 year soul ring, and the soul skills attached to the 100,000 year soul ring are very abnormal. Especially now that Ye Chen has a soul power of level 70, the power of releasing the soul skills on the 100,000 year soul ring is almost equal to that of a titled Douluo. The most important thing is that this time, it was released, and it was still 4. How much soul power is needed to support the release? If he had known that such a thing existed in the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao would have wanted to kill Ye Chen before he grew up. But now it was too late to say anything. Scorching Sword Slash. Then, Ye Chen released the first soul skill on the first soul ring. Swish! The light of the crimson sky feather once again had another color, fiery red. Tang Hao, if I were an ordinary person, your clear sky hammer would have killed me directly, right? Haha, why don't you try to catch my move this time? Ye Chen's eyes were red, and he raised his right hand again. Darkness Invasion. A large number of soul skills were released, just for the final blow. Under the cover of the Dark Invasion, although Tang Hao had a 1000-pound barrier, he would still be affected to a certain extent. The speed slowed down a lot. Then, with the blessing of many soul skills, Ye Chen's final blow of the burning sword slash contained dark attributes, light attributes, fire attributes, and even armor-breaking ability. The power reached the greatest in history. Damn it! Tang Hao also knew that the power of Ye Chen's move could not be easily resisted by Qianjun Barrier. 9th soul skill, Killing Barrier. After all, he is a titled Douluo, so he will not be defeated so easily. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand turned red, as if it came from hell, and its appearance was extremely creepy. The clear sky hammer with the killing barrier smashed down, and collided with the burning sword slash, and the power was offset by each other, all transformed into invisible energy waves, rushing in all directions. Fortunately, Bibi Dong stayed in the Pope's palace, and other low-level soul masters had already left, and there were few soul masters who could be injured. Perhaps only the teachers of Shrek Academy who wanted to help Tang Hao were close to him and were repelled by the energy wave. Humph, is this the 9th soul skill of the titled Douluo? I want to see how long you can hold on to this 9th soul skill. Then, take my move 10,000 sword shadow killing formation. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless flying swords streaked across the sky, wrapping Tang Hao in them. The flying swords were extremely fast, leaving no room for Tang Hao to escape. While the ability to break through the armor was still there, Ye Chen used his soul skills to continue to affect the deeper 10,000 sword shadow killing formation to break Tang Hao's 1,000-pound barrier. As the 10,000 sword shadow killing formation shrank, the flying sword officially hit Tang Hao, 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Countless flying swords attacked Tang Hao one by one like Lingqi. Bang! The 1,000-pound barrier was broken. Puff! Tang Hao's body was cut open. Hiss hiss. Then a lot of flesh and blood was forcibly cut off from the bones. Tang Hao's body was instantly riddled with holes and blood. No, if this goes on, Xiao San will be in danger. Tang Hao thought to himself with great fear. He actually had the ability to fight Ye Chen, but his goal today was to save people. If he had been wasting time here with Ye Chen today, he would not only fail to save people, but he would also have to sacrifice himself. Wait, kid! Tang Hao looked at Ye Chen fiercely, and escaped from the 10,000 sword shadow killing formation despite the severe pain. But in that instant, Tang Hao's left arm was directly cut off by the 10,000 sword shadow killing formation. A large amount of blood spurted out again. Let's go! Fighting absent-mindedly would only make himself suffer more pain. Obviously, Tang Hao could fight Ye Chen, but he was obsessed with his left arm in exchange for the opportunity to save Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang Hao, who lost his left arm, flew straight to Tang San and Xiao Wu, but he only had one arm now, so he could only take one person away. After looking at Xiao Wu beside Tang San with some guilt, Tang Hao took Tang San and disappeared instantly. Chapter 38 Xiao Wu's Death, Wuhan Soul. Third brother. In addition to being incredible, there is also a bit of disappointment. Xiao Wu really didn't expect things to develop like this. The third brother she has always trusted was defeated by Ye Chen in an instant. And Tang San's father didn't even get the slightest advantage from Ye Chen. When he left, his figure was almost like a skeleton. Those who didn't know thought that the skeleton army had resurrected. It was really pitiful. But now it is far more than that. Xiao Wu's own situation is also very dangerous. The trusted third brother and the third brother's father have disappeared. Those two people did not take her away, and she has no one else to rely on. If she continued like this, her soul ring would be taken away by Bibi Dong sooner or later. Her pity was far greater than that of the two who had already escaped. Seeing the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall slowly approaching her, Xiao Wu's eyes shed 2 lines of hot tears. In this life, will she say goodbye to her beloved Tang San completely like this? But even if I die, Bibi Dong, you can't take my soul ring away. Xiao Wu secretly made up her mind. Surrounded by many titled Douluos, Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something. The next moment, she used up all her soul power. She jumped up like a rabbit and hit Ye Chen's sword, who had just repelled Tang Hao and had not yet reacted. A sword pierced his heart. When Ye Chen reacted, Xiao Wu had no vital signs. Xiao Wu's body slowly broke in mid-air, forming a pink cherry blossom rain that fell from the sky. Along with the cherry blossom rain, there was also a 100,000 year soul ring and a soul bone that belonged to a 100,000 year soul beast. At the same time, the crimson sky feather shone for a moment, and was stained with a faint pink. That was Xiao Wu's favorite color. I didn't expect that I could only see this pink color when I died. The people who came a step late, including Bibi Dong and the old foxes of the Tiandu Empire, were shocked by the scene before their eyes. Originally, when Tang Hao left, Bibi Dong was 100% sure that she could obtain Xiao Wu's 100,000 year soul ring. Everyone thought so too. But Xiao Wu made her own choice, and even if she died, she did not give Bibi Dong the opportunity to release a fatal blow. You know, if you want to obtain the soul ring of a soul beast, you must kill the soul beast yourself. Now this scene. Ye Chen has become the only person on the scene who can absorb Xiaowu's 100,000-year soul ring. A trace of disappointment flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Ye Chen, you are too lawless, aren't you? At this time, Yu Yuanzhen opened his mouth and sneered, you dare to snatch the soul ring of His Holiness the Pope? Are you tired of living? What a trick to sow discord! Xiaowu bumped into me by herself, can you blame me? Ye Chen glanced at Yu Yuanzhen and said nothing. But he suddenly became curious why Yu Yuanzhen came here, and even stayed with Ning Fengzi, whom he had always hated. You didn't come here just to sow discord, right? It was Ning Fengzi who spoke next, I don't think Ye Chen did it on purpose. Yu Yuanzhen. There was a little more doubt in his eyes, and Yu Yuanzhen signaled Ning Fengzi with his eyes, as if saying, aren't you in the same group with me? Why are you singing against me now? Ning Fengzi smiled and continued, but I just saw that Xiaowu didn't have disgust or hatred in her eyes towards Ye Chen, but more like a kind of tenderness and familiarity, so I want to ask Ye Chen. You knew Xiaowu before, right? She would rather give you the spirit ring than to His Holiness the Pope. Very good, a higher level of instigation. And they are using details to instigate. You are really good, Ning Fengzi. The plot changes beyond the original novel made Ye Chen a little uncomfortable. But he soon calmed down again. After all, these are just the opposition between the Spirit Hall and other forces. Now it is just that those forces have taken the initiative to launch an offensive. You think I belong to the Spirit Hall, and those people are obviously unhappy with the Spirit Hall. How good can our relationship be? Ye Chen smiled coldly and retorted, besides, as you can see, I am only a level 70 Spirit Saint and my spirit rings are full. Even if I get Xiaowu's spirit ring, it is useless. Why should I do it? But you people, it's just a mere continent-wide elite spirit master competition. Why do you bring the elite of your own sect to watch the competition? Do you have other plans? This Yu Yuanzhen was a little panicked when Ye Chen guessed his thoughts. Don't talk nonsense. We are just afraid that someone will mess up the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. Look, today we just happened to meet someone who came to mess up. Yu Yuanzhen looked at Ning Fengzi. It seemed that he was hinting that Ning Fengzi should say something. But Ning Fengzi did not look at him, but at Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. He believed that Bibi Dong was very concerned about the 100,000-year spirit ring and would never let the matter go easily. As long as he could create a rift between Bibi Dong and Ye Chen, then his goal would be achieved. But Bibi Dong was not a fool. Earlier, he heard from Qian Rongxiu that the sects of the Tiandu Empire were now ready to move, and they had specially held a meeting of the three giants for Ye Chen to formulate a plan to suppress the Spirit Hall. It was nothing more than wanting the relationship between Ye Chen and the Spirit Hall to fade, thereby reducing the overall strength of the Spirit Hall. The wishful thinking was quite good. It actually hit the Spirit Hall. Sooner or later, the Spirit Hall will eliminate them one by one. Bibi Dong said coldly, it is not the turn of others to intervene in the affairs of the Spirit Hall. If you have nothing else to do, all the clan leaders, please go back to where you came from. Good fellow. Bibi Dong's cold eyes were something Yu Yuanzhen and Ning Fengzi had never seen before. She was really angry. But they didn't know who she was angry with. They were stunned when they heard this. It seems that Bibi Dong did not blame Ye Chen for this matter, or she wanted to deal with it internally. Well, there is still a lot of time in the future. They still didn't believe that such an arrogant Ye Chen could be tolerated by Bibi Dong. Yu Yuanzhen and Ning Fengzi were afraid that Bibi Dong would get angry with them. After bowing to Bibi Dong, they left. Next, it was the question of how to distribute the things left by Xiaowu after her death. Since Xiaowu was killed by Ye Chen, and Ye Chen did not have enough space to accommodate this 100,000-year soul ring, then this soul ring was wasted. Only Xiaowu's soul bone can be used. But should this soul bone be given to Ye Chen or left to the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong was a little troubled. To be honest, she believed that Ye Chen would not kill Xiaowu just to get the soul bone, but she also doubted whether Ye Chen would really stand on the side of the Spirit Hall in the future. Xiaowu's soul bone is a 100,000-year soul bone. If it is really given to Ye Chen, and Ye Chen does not help the Spirit Hall in the future, it will be a big loss. Bibi Dong was very entangled. At this time, Ye Chen, who had not spoken for a long time, also bowed slightly and said, Xiaowu's soul ring is indeed useless, but fortunately there is still her soul bone. Since it was originally your soul beast, this soul bone is naturally yours. If there is nothing else for your Pope, I will go back to the soul-seeking academy first. After saying that, Ye Chen turned and left. It can be regarded as solving the problem of soul bone distribution for Bibi Dong. It's not that he doesn't want 100,000-year soul bone, but he has a system, so he doesn't need to compete with Bibi Dong for 100,000-year soul bone. At most, there will be trillions of times to draw the sword in the future, and it's not a bad idea to replace them all with million-year soul bones. 100,000-year soul bone, it doesn't deserve it. In addition, there is actually another reason why he left in a hurry. After the chick Xiao feather in his hand pierced Xiao Wu's heart, there was a faint pink color hidden on it, which could not be removed. He must to find out what is going on. 3 days later. The outer edge of the Xingda Great Forest. Ye Chen was drawing his sword as usual. It was just that after that incident, the crimson sky feather had changed a lot. In 3 days. The pink color on the crimson sky feather not only did not disappear, but a mark similar to gradually condensed on the sword body 2 centimeters above the hilt. Until 1 second ago, the pink mark stopped changing. Suddenly. At this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, Wuhan Soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving the Wuhan a new attribute in 3 days, and you can create your own soul skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden task reward. Without a soul ring, you can directly add a random powerful soul skill to the Wuhan. Does the host want to get the reward? Chapter 3 Chapter 9 Wuhan Secret, Hulina's Experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random powerful soul skill, the secret of the falling cherry Jinghua / This soul skill is the host's martial soul skill. It does not require a lot of soul power. After completing the necessary conditions, it can be released directly. The system's voice resounded in Ye Chen's ears. After 3 days, although Ye Chen did not understand why the strange mark appeared on the red sky feather, he actually gained a powerful soul skill, which was a slight gain. Open the attribute panel. In the soul skill module, there is indeed an additional soul skill, but the icon is dim, and it is obviously not available directly. The introduction of the falling cherry Jinghua / is as follows. Through ordinary attacks or soul skills, the activation degree is absorbed from the target. If the activation degree reaches 100%, the falling cherry Jinghua / can be released. Summon the cherry tree to restrict the target's movement. During the existence of the cherry tree, the target cannot use displacement. The falling cherry blossoms will attack the target like a sword, causing 50 damage, and the damage increases in sequence. The cherry tree exists for 5 seconds. If the target is attacked by the falling cherry blossom / within 5 seconds, the damage of the last attack of the falling cherry blossom / will be doubled, and the invincibility effect will be ignored. Yes, compared to the armor-breaking attack, as long as the falling cherry blossom / can be released, my opponent will definitely be more uncomfortable. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. The armor-breaking attack can only produce an armor-breaking effect on the target, but it will still be avoided by the target or resisted by the invincibility state. The falling cherry blossom / can limit the displacement of the target and even ignore the invincibility state. With this powerful soul skill, his strength has increased a lot. Next, go to the forest to find a 10,000-year soul beast to test the water. Then, Ye Chen entered the Stardo Great Forest and began to look for a suitable soul beast. Along the way, many soul beasts wanted to sneak attack Ye Chen, but after all, Ye Chen is no longer afraid of ordinary soul beasts, and those soul beasts have finally transformed into the activation required by the falling cherry blossom / 50%, 80%, 100%. In half an hour, Ye Chen killed no less than 20 ordinary soul beasts, and the activation of the falling cherry blossom / finally reached 100%. At this moment, an ugly underground demon spider jumped out. After sensing it, it was estimated that it was exactly 50,000 years old. Very good, it's decided to be you. Falling cherry blossom / Ye Chen smiled wickedly, and at the same time raised his right hand. The pink mark on the red sky feather suddenly emitted 3 pink lights and rushed towards the underground demon spider. And in these 3 lights, a cherry tree about 30 meters high appeared out of thin air next to the underground demon spider. Under the huge cherry tree, the underground demon spider could not move, and could only watch a large number of cherry blossoms rushing towards it like a sharp sword. A total of 50 stages of damage. Each stage of damage is still increasing. Boom boom boom. Pieces of cherry blossoms hit the underground demon spider, and the first 49 stages of damage almost dismembered the underground demon spider. Until the 50th damage, a strong pink light burst out from the eyes of the underground demon spider, and an explosion sounded at the same time. The underground demon spider was blown to pieces under this light, and no bones were left. Only a dark 10,000-year soul ring was left. The 50,000-year soul beast did not move at all in the falling cherry Jinghua slash, and was chopped to the ground and evaporated. It is powerful, but this underground demon spider is too weak, and it can't reflect the value of the falling cherry Jinghua slash at all. Ye Chen said. But fortunately, the power of the falling cherry Jinghua slash has been roughly estimated, and Ye Chen has no desire to release it again, so he turned around and went home. When he returned to the place of cultivation, a familiar figure appeared in Ye Chen's vision. It was Hulina. In the past 9 years, Hulina would come to Ye Chen whenever she had free time, and Ye Chen was no longer surprised. With a slight smile, Ye Chen took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong, Nana? You don't look very happy today." Yes, when he first saw Hulina, Ye Chen noticed the hesitation in Hulina's eyes, just like when she was going to Tiandu City to participate in the All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition. "Hehe, no, I'm just bored, come to play with Xiao Chen Chen." Hulina smiled and leaned over. She just likes the feeling of being with Ye Chen. There is a huge sense of security for some reason. "Don't pretend, don't I know you after all these years? Once you have something on your mind, your eyes will reveal it before you say it. Come on, what's wrong?" Ye Chen heard helplessly, with a slight sense of blame. I may have to go on a long journey again, and I don't know how long it will take this time." Hulina put her hands behind her back and said to Ye Chen carefully. "Going on a long journey? Is it for your training?" Ye Chen was puzzled. According to the timeline of the original novel, Ye Chen didn't know what Hulina was doing at this time. He could only wait for Hulina to tell him in person. But Hulina just nodded listlessly and didn't tell Ye Chen where she was going to train. This made Ye Chen a little worried. He immediately took out a bracelet from the June Snow Jade pendant and handed it to Hulina. "Since you don't want to say it, then carry this with you. It will protect you at the critical moment." The bracelet is called the June Snow Bracelet, and it is of the same quality as the June Snow Jade pendant on Ye Chen's waist. However, the jade pendant is more about preserving items, while the bracelet is more about protecting the person it carries. When in danger, the June Snow Bracelet will generate an extremely powerful protective shield to protect the host. Hulina's soul power level is not high, which is just right for her to defend herself. Moreover, there are some subtle attribute reactions between the June Snow Jade pendant and the June Snow Bracelet. When the June Nixu bracelet forms a protective shield, Ye Chen can directly after June Nixu Jade pendant senses the approximate location of Hulina. Then he can go to rescue Hulina. "What a beautiful bracelet, and why is the color so similar to the color of your jade pendant? Is it from the same series?" Hulina took the June Nixu bracelet as if she had found a treasure, and then happily put it on her right wrist. Then she blushed and glanced at the jade pendant on Ye Chen's waist, thinking, "Oh my god, it is indeed from the same series, so Xiao Chen Chen and I are wearing couples style? Hehe." For a moment, Hulina couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Xiao Chen Chen, this time I go out to train, I must also gain some growth and strive to break through the Soul Saint, then I can catch up with you." Hulina stood beside Ye Chen like a little wife, her eyes full of tenderness. "I can also be with you." Be with you. Hulina wanted to say this. But Ye Chen never expressed his feelings in the past 9 years, so Hulina naturally didn't dare to test it easily, fearing that the two of them would not even be friends. Until the next moment. When Hulina was still hesitating whether to say it out loud, Ye Chen gently embraced her and whispered in her ear with a gentle voice, "Nana, you must protect yourself when you go out to experience. I'll wait for you to come back." Chapter 40 Breakthrough 80, Many Rewards. 3 months later. It has been 3 months since Hulina officially started her experience, and during these 3 months, Ye Chen is still silently drawing the sword. During this period, Bibi Dong, Zhu Douluo Yu Guan, Yu Yuanzhen, Ning Fengzi all came, and even Qian Rongxiu, who pretended to be Shui King He, also came. But everyone came for different purposes. Some people were optimistic about him, while others wanted to dig him away by all means. However, Ye Chen's position was very firm. He would be on the side of Hulina wherever she was. In the end, Ning Fengzi had to come to a conclusion: in order to maintain the stability of Douluo continent for decades, Ye Chen must die. But he could not directly rely on the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect to compete with the Spirit Hall. To kill Ye Chen, he must rely on the power of the Haoshan sect, or the power of the younger generation of the Haoshan sect Tang San. Tang San is a man of deep thoughts and good strength. He should have the possibility of fighting with Ye Chen. As long as he is told that Xiao Wu died in Ye Chen's hands, I believe Tang San will definitely be blinded by hatred. Humph, the situation on the continent has begun to change. Let's see who will have the last laugh on Douluo continent. Time flies and another week has passed. On this day, Ye Chen just got up and continued to practice sword drawing. There are less than 100,000 sword drawing times left to complete the system's task, so there is no need to practice outside the Xingda Great Forest. Anyway, Ye Chen has handed over the chores of the soul-seeking academy to others, and he only needs to concentrate on practicing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the sword 300 million times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Ding! Please choose two of the following rewards. Reward 1, you can upgrade your martial soul to the top level. After the upgrade is successful, the host's martial soul will become a top martial soul. Reward 2, the host can obtain 2 100,000-year soul bones, and the host will be given priority to configure areas that do not have soul bones. Reward 3, the age of all the host's soul rings will be increased by another 50,000 years. Reward 4, the age of any 2 of the host's soul rings can be increased by another 200,000 years. Reward 5, the host can randomly obtain the qualification to inherit the ancient god's throne, but there is a high probability that he will obtain a low-level god's residence. Please think twice before acting. Hard work pays off. When Ye Chen drew the sword 100,000 times, he finally completed the task of drawing the sword 300 million times. Oh, finally done! Sighed deeply, then Ye Chen said, choose reward 1 and reward 5. After completing the task, he had 300 million more sword draws, and could directly spend 150 million to increase his soul power to level 80. After level 80, there are still 150 million sword draws left, which can be exchanged for a 100,000 year soul ring to use first, and then increase it through tasks later. Even after exchanging for soul rings, there is still a surplus of sword draws. So there is no need to worry about the soul ring problem after level 80. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice. The reward has been issued. Please check and activate it. Ding! A new task has been generated successfully. Ding! Draw the sword 500 million times, the host can choose 2 of the following rewards. Reward 1, the host can get 2 100,000 year soul bones. Reward 2, the age of any soul ring of the host can be increased by another 500,000 years. Reward 3, the host can get the martial soul skill Molten Hell Burst Slash. Reward 4, the host can get a random domain ability. Reward 5, the age of all soul rings of the host can be increased by another 100,000 years. Damn, every reward this time makes me so excited. How can I make a choice? Ye Chen sighed as he looked at the new task. Reward 1 is 2 soul bones. His soul bones are particularly short, and they are 2 100,000 year soul bones, which are very suitable for the current he is here. Reward 2 is a soul ring with a soul ring age of 500,000 years. If you have been choosing rewards that increase the soul ring age from the beginning, at least one of your soul rings will be close to 1 million years old. Reward 3 is a martial soul skill, similar to the Falling Cherry Blossom Slash. He knows the power of the Falling Cherry Blossom Slash, which can kill a 50,000 year soul beast in one move. This Molten Hell Burst Slash must not be much worse. Reward 4, a random domain. I really don't have any other domains now except the perception domain, which is very lacking. Reward 5 is similar to Reward 2, both of which increase the age of the soul ring. If you have been choosing this from the beginning, any of your soul rings will be hundreds of thousands of years old. Oh, forget it, I'll worry about it after I complete the task. Ye Chen sighed helplessly again, and then said to the system will first upgrade my soul power level to level 80. Ding! Upgrading, the upgrade is successful. Wow! A few dazzling golden lights flashed, and Ye Chen's soul power successfully upgraded to level 80. And he still had 150 million sword draws left. It was not enough to upgrade one more level of soul power. From level 80 to level 100, each upgrade requires 500 million sword draws. After level 80, my cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. It will probably take several years to upgrade to level 100. Ye Chen thought. Fortunately, he has the qualification to inherit the throne of God in the previous task reward. If there really comes a day when he is upgraded to level 100, wouldn't he be able to become a god directly? System, upgrade my martial soul to the top martial soul first. At the same time, consume 100 million sword draws to exchange for a 100,000 year soul ring. Before checking the content of Reward 5, Ye Chen decided to improve the quality of his martial soul and obtain his 8th soul ring first. Ding! Host Reward 1 has been successfully received, and the host is upgrading his martial soul. Ding! Host exchange is successful, the soul ring is being obtained, and will automatically merge into the host's 8th soul ring. Swoosh! The red sky feather rose to the air, and its size increased again. At the same time, the original red translucent color began to become brighter and more dazzling. Like a mirror, you can see your appearance from the red sky feather, but you can also see the roof through the red sky feather. According to physical knowledge, this red sky feather not only experienced reflection, but also refraction. At the same time, Ye Chen's 8th soul ring was successfully obtained before the martial soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8th soul ring, the Hell Blood Demon soul ring. The host's 8th soul ring has a soul ring age of 118,000 years. Soul Skill 1, Slash with a sword in mid-air. This soul skill has two ways of use. The first is to actively release and gain the ability to fly, which consumes very little soul power. The second is to passively block and release and gain teleportation and attack capabilities. A volley strike causes huge damage to the target. Chapter 41 Immortal God King, Meteoric Realm. Soul Skill 2, 8-sided Kyang Megatama, consume blood to summon 8 Kyang Megatama arranged behind you. First, each Kyang Megatama has extremely strong defensive capabilities, and Kyang Megatama can be used to resist target damage until Kyang Megatama disappears. Second, the more Kyang Megatama there are, the higher the increase brought by the 8-sided Kyang Megatama. Third, you can actively apply the Jade Mark to the target. When the mark is superimposed to 8 layers, detonate a Kyang Megatama, which can cause fatal damage to the target, and at the same time, the Jade Mark is cleared. Very good, the name of the soul skill is getting more and more fashionable, and now there is an additional flying soul skill, which is generally good. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. At this time, he has successfully fused his 8th soul ring, and his soul power level has reached level 80, officially becoming a soul fighter. The next step is to wait for the advancement of Chixiao feather. About 20 minutes later, the Crimson Sky feather also successfully advanced. The originally dark red sword body has now turned bright red. The two feather-like decorations on the hilt have also transformed into a wing-like shape. Spreading its wings and flying, the mouth is facing upward. Ding! Congratulations to the host's martial soul for successfully advancing. Ding! Congratulations to the host's martial soul for advancing to the top martial soul, Amaterasu soul. Ye Chen leaped into the air, holding Amaterasu soul in mid-air, and suddenly a huge amount of energy poured into his body. Compared with the Crimson Sky feather, there is no doubt that Amaterasu soul makes him feel more full of soul power. It seems that any random sword strike can cut through this world. Of course, this is impossible. At least not now. 80 level soul power, top martial soul, 800,000 year soul rings, my strength has improved a lot compared to before. Ye Chen thought to himself. I still have reward 5 to receive. I don't know what kind of surprise reward 5 can bring me. It's the qualification to become a god. Ye Chen opened the system module, found the storage location of reward 5, and immediately said to the system, System, check reward 5. Reward 5 can randomly obtain the qualification to inherit the ancient god's throne for the host, but there is a high probability that it will obtain a low-level god's residence. At that time, the system also prompted to think twice before acting. But Ye Chen just didn't believe it. I still remember the various introductions about probability that the system said at the beginning, and in the end, they were all beneficial to me. For example, the shield attribute has a probability to rebound the target attack. But for so long, I have actually every time it bounced back. It was as if the system was his sponsor, giving him face in various ways. So since. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving reward 5. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the qualification to inherit the immortal God King. Ding. The immortal God King is the ultimate God King. Congratulations to the host again. Take a look, right? What is a system? This is a system. Everything goes smoothly, and in a few years, he will become a god, right? Ye Chen opened his mouth in surprise, not knowing what to say. But when he had decided to say thank you to the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Since the immortal God King has no inheritance place on Douluo Star, the inheritance place of the immortal God King will be moved to Douluo continent until the host successfully ascends to the immortal God King, and the inheritance place will disappear. Ding. The inheritance place of the immortal God King will be randomly refreshed on Douluo continent, and any creature from the outside world can enter at that time. Please handle it with caution. Ding. Any person or soul beast from the outside world can compete with the host for the immortal God King's qualification to become a god. Once the host is killed, the host's qualification to become a god will be lost, and the inheritance place will not disappear until the new immortal God King appears. Ding. The inheritance land is a parallel space independent of Douluo continent. There are soul beasts, fierce beasts, and even divine beasts inside. Once the host is killed, the host's qualification to become a god will also be lost, and the inheritance land will not disappear until the new immortal God King appears. Ding. The inheritance land of the immortal God King has been refreshed successfully. It is called the Meteorite Realm. Please find the specific location by yourself. A lot of ding 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 sounds kept ringing. Ye Chen hadn't reacted to what was going on before the system sound disappeared. Fortunately, there was an Immortal God King module in the system module, which contained a detailed text introduction. After reading for a long time, Ye Chen seemed to understand what was going on. That is to say, the Meteoric Realm is a place similar to the Slaughter City or the Sea God Island. No, it should be a combination of the Slaughter City and the core area of the Star Forest. There is a huge opportunity to become a god inside, but it is also full of crises. Although I have the qualification to inherit the Immortal God King, if I die, the inheritance qualification of the Immortal God King will be cheap to others. Ye Chen said to himself. There are only so many things he can understand now. After all, the so-called inheritance place of the Immortal God King, the Meteoric Realm, has just landed in Douluo continent. He doesn't know where the specific location is, let alone go inside to take a look. Moreover, there are actually some divine beasts in this Meteoric Realm. Is this what a god does? Want to become a god? Kill the divine beast first? If this is true, with his current strength, I am afraid that it is not enough to dominate the Meteoric Realm. After all, he didn't kill Tang Hao even after beating him, so how can he become a god? Let's practice first. Waiting for someone to help him test the waters in the Meteorite Realm. Ye Chen sighed helplessly, holding the soul of Amaterasu in his hand, and continued to practice sword drawing. Now his strength has been greatly improved, and the speed of sword drawing is getting faster and faster. And the attribute panel has also been greatly changed. Host, Ye Chen. Age, 15 years old. Martial Soul, Soul of Amaterasu, Top Martial Soul. Soul Power, Level 80, Soul Douluo. God-making qualification, Immortal God King successor qualification. God position, none. Self-created soul skills, none. Martial soul skills, Falling Cherry Blossom / Soul Ring, omitted below. There are 4 more items in the basic attributes, namely, God-making qualification, God position, self-created soul skills and martial soul skills, all of which are added by Ye Chen after completing the previous system task. This is also the most obvious and intuitive performance of his strength improvement. Another 3 months have passed. Ye Chen and Hulina had been separated for half a year. This was the first time he had experienced such a long separation since they met. This day, Ye Chen was drawing his sword, but the June Nixu jade pendant on his waist suddenly glowed green, extremely dazzling. After seeing the abnormality of the June Nixu jade pendant, Ye Chen's face suddenly changed. Oh no, the June Nixu bracelet I gave Hulina was automatically activated. She must be in danger. Once the June Nixu bracelet that Ye Chen gave Hulina was automatically activated, he could immediately sense it and get Hulina's current location. Whoosh! The next moment, Ye Chen disappeared from the spot. Chapter 42 Signal Source, Death Canyon. Just after leaving the room, Ye Chen ran into Douluo Yuguan, who came to look for him. No, it should be said that he was under surveillance. I guess Yuguan was instructed by Bibi Dong to come every few days to check on his practice results, and then report to Bibi Dong after returning to the spirit hall. The last time Yuguan came was just 2 days ago. I didn't expect him to come again today. It's just like the paparazzi in the previous life, which makes people feel annoyed. But fortunately, Douluo Yuguan didn't have any bad intentions, and didn't affect Hulina and himself. Ye Chen simply treated Yuguan as heir and practiced on his own. And once Yuguan showed any abnormality, he would definitely kill Yuguan with a sword. No, but he really needs the help of Douluo Yuguan today, so Yuguan is not useless. As for the paparazzi, let's play the role of paparazzi. Elder Yuguan, you came at the right time. I want to go back to Shengun village to visit the villagers. The time is uncertain. I hope you can tell His Holiness the Pope for me. Ye Chen said to Douluo Yuguan, who happened to come to Sun Hunyuan. The reason why Ye Chen said he was going back to Shengun village was after careful consideration. First, Shengun village is far away from Wuhan Hall. It may take several days to go back and forth. If it is delayed, it may even take dozens of days. In this way, he has enough time to find Hulina without arousing the suspicion of Wuhan Hall. Second, he didn't want to easily tell his thoughts to Yuguan, who he had not dealt with much. Instead of telling Yuguan that he was going to find Hulina, it would be better to make up a lie that could cover it up and deceive him. Holy Soul Village? Is that your hometown? After thinking for a while, Douluo Yuguan nodded and said, okay, no problem. Anyway, you have been in the Soul Seeking Academy for 9 years. It's time to go back and take a look. I will tell His Holiness the Pope on your behalf. Douluo Yuguan did not delve too much into Ye Chen's lies. Since he was almost killed by Ye Chen last time, to be honest, he was still a little afraid of Ye Chen's strength. Even if what Ye Chen said was false, he could not deny it in person. He had to go back and report to Pope Bibi Dong before talking about it. Thank you, Elder Yuguan. Oh, one more thing. Since you love to come to the Soul Seeking Academy so much, I will leave the affairs of the Soul Seeking Academy to you during my absence. Ye Chen thanked him and turned to leave. Only Yuguan was left standing there at a loss. Soul Seeking Academy? I am an elder. Leaving the Soul Seeking Academy. In order not to attract other people's attention, Ye Chen took out a golden mask from the June Snow Jade pendant and put it on his face, revealing only his mouth and eyes. Soul of Amaterasu. He immediately released his martial soul, but he did not hold the soul of Amaterasu in his hand. The soul of Amaterasu lost control and floated quietly in front of his eyes. Like an ordinary flying sword. Soul skill, volley sword slash. Swish. Ye Chen jumped onto his martial soul, the soul of Amaterasu, and then the soul of Amaterasu flew out like a meteor. Slash. This is the soul skill that Ye Chen just acquired 3 months ago. Actively releasing it can gain the ability to fly. For him who does not have a pure flying soul skill, actively releasing the volley sword slash is very practical. When the June Snow bracelet I gave Nana was activated, the signal came from the southwest. Ye Chen found the direction and flew directly to the southwest. Zzz. His flying speed was very fast. When the soul of Amaterasu rubbed against the air violently, the surrounding air also heated up violently and burned in a moment. It was like a real meteor streaking across the sky, leaving behind a beautiful meteor cloud. Fortunately, Ye Chen had the shield attribute of the soul of Amaterasu to protect his body, so he was not affected. Because the search for Hulina was too urgent, Ye Chen flew at full speed, and even released various soul skills that could accelerate during the period. He flew for about 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, his flying speed was even several times the speed of sound, and the flying distance was equivalent to crossing several Wuhan cities. When he landed, Ye Chen had arrived hundreds of kilometers southwest of Wuhan city. This is a very creepy canyon. It was obviously daytime, but looking inside from the outside was like looking into the dark abyss, which was frightening. Moreover, the canyon was foggy and visibility was very low. Even Ye Chen, whose soul power level had broken through level 80, could not capture anything more than 300 meters in the fog with his naked eyes. There is only one road leading to the canyon, which is a bamboo forest. The fog in the bamboo forest is even thicker, and it seems to cover the sky and the sun. Before Ye Chen officially entered the canyon, he also noticed that there was a boundary monument at the entrance of the canyon, on which the 4 words Death Canyon were engraved. In the anime, Death Canyon seems to be called the Lost Canyon. Obviously, Death Canyon is the name of the canyon in front of him. The moment he saw these 4 words, Ye Chen seemed to understand something. Death Canyon belongs to the Spirit Hall. Many spirit masters of the Spirit Hall will come here to practice. In the original work, Bibi Dong wanted Hulina to practice in Death Canyon after the Spirit Master competition. However, Hulina was resentful because she lost to Tang San, and finally did not choose Death Canyon, but chose the Slaughter City instead. Now that she helped the Spirit Academy win the Spirit Master competition, Hulina naturally did not have any resentment towards Tang San, and there was no need to take the risk of going to a place that was easy to get in but not easy to get out. So she finally chose Death Canyon? In fact, the Death Valley is as dangerous as the Slaughter City. It's just that in the Death Valley, you need to pay attention to the soul beasts, while in the Slaughter City, you need to pay attention to people and rules. For Hulina, whose soul power level is only over 60, it is very dangerous. Hulina's 6th soul ring was obtained with the help of Bibi Dong. When the June Nixu bracelet was activated, the signal source was in this Death Valley. It took me 10 minutes to rush here. Nana should still be here. Ye Chen muttered to himself as he stepped into the bamboo forest. When the June Nixu bracelet he gave Hulina was activated, it would only return to Hulina's location at that time. Now 10 minutes have passed, and Hulina's location, if nothing unexpected happens, should have changed. Since we can't find her with our naked eyes, let's try to use our mental power to see if we can find any clues. Ye Chen walked through the bamboo forest and then closed his eyes. Spiritual perception. Boom. His spiritual power spread rapidly around like a vast ocean. Unlike the perception field, spiritual perception is an ability possessed by every soul master. However, the amount of spiritual power also affects the range of the user's perception. Ye Chen has 800,000-year soul rings and a top-level martial soul. His spiritual power is much greater than that of ordinary people, even more than many titled Douluo. Everything appears in Ye Chen's mind wherever his spiritual power covers. Soon, he discovered something. 20 kilometers ahead, there is the remaining breath of Nana. Swoosh! He used the flying sword to cut it again. A dozen seconds later, Ye Chen appeared 20 kilometers deep in the Death Canyon. Looking at the broken soul master corpses and uprooted trees around him, he frowned deeply. There is the breath of Nana here, but also the breath of several 10,000-year soul beasts. What happened? Chapter 43 Tracking the Breath, Dark Rhino. Many deep pits of different sizes appeared on the ground within a few miles. The largest deep pit was 100 meters in diameter and bottomless, with black smoke rising from the bottom of the pit. At the same time, the air was filled with the breath of several different soul beasts, and the remaining breath of each soul beast was very strong, almost covering the remaining breath of Hulina. It seems that these soul beasts are not ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, at least they have nearly 100,000 years of cultivation. Otherwise, how can they do this? The breath alone can suppress a soul master of more than 60 levels. There are too many remaining breaths here, and I can't judge where Nana's breath is drifting at the first time. But since Nana's breath and the breath of the soul beast have appeared here, it means that they have at least fought. It is possible that these soul beasts are still tracking Nana. If I track the breath of these soul beasts, maybe I can find Nana. After a brief thought, Ye Chen formulated a search plan. That is to follow the breath of those powerful soul beasts. Still deeper, Ye Chen immediately continued to fly to the depths of the Death Canyon. In order not to miss every detail, Ye Chen flew slower this time, because he still had to sense whether Hulina's breath had completely disappeared. If it completely disappeared, it meant that the path he was looking for was wrong. Fortunately, although Hulina's breath was weak, it was not completely imperceptible. Another 10 minutes later. Roar roar! Several earth-shaking roars suddenly came from the front, and Ye Chen saw a huge soul beast that looked like a rhinoceros, but its physique was more than 10 times that of an ordinary rhinoceros, and it was unusually tall. This soul beast has appeared in the anime, but its name and cultivation level are both extended, so please understand. In addition, the reason why the soul beast's cultivation level is so high will be explained in detail a few chapters later, so please don't criticize it too early. At this time, there were still several soul masters fighting with this huge soul beast. Is that the Dark Rhino? Ye Chen was surprised. He had seen this soul beast in the Douluo anime in his previous life. It is an extremely dangerous existence in the Death Canyon. Spiritual perception. After a short pause, Ye Chen released his mental power again and probed over. Dark Rhino Dragon. Cultivation, 99,000 years. Soon, the Dark Rhino Dragon's cultivation information appeared in Ye Chen's mind. There are soul beasts with a cultivation of nearly 100,000 years in this Death Canyon. And it seems to have a certain amount of wisdom. When facing those ordinary soul masters, the Dark Rhino Dragon did not kill them directly, but was full of playfulness, as if enjoying the pleasure of slaughter. Once a soul beast reaches a high level of cultivation, its intelligence is no different from that of humans, except that soul beasts of 100,000 years can speak, while soul beasts of less than 100,000 years cannot communicate with humans. As a soul beast with a cultivation of 99,000 years, the Dark Rhino Dragon cannot speak, but it can obviously sense the weakness of the soul masters in front of it. From time to time, it roared wildly to show off its strength. How could those ordinary soul masters appear in such a place? Ye Chen was puzzled. Immediately, he used mental perception to capture the information of those ordinary soul masters. Spiritual perception. Soul power level, level 70. Soul power level, level 81. Soul power level, level 76. The soul power levels of the several soul masters are not weak, but they encountered a Dark Rhino Dragon with a cultivation of nearly 100,000 years, which made them look very weak. After walking closer to observe, Ye Chen suddenly found out. Is this someone from the Spirit Hall? After seeing the clothes of the three people, Ye Chen came to this conclusion. The guards of the Spirit Hall. Even the leader was wearing golden armor, and he was not an ordinary guard of the Spirit Hall. It must be a small leader among the guards. These three people are the elite of the Spirit Hall. If they die like this, wouldn't it be embarrassing for me, the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall? Save them and then go ask Nana for news. Ye Chen chose to take action. Although the news from Hulina nearby was even weaker and almost undetectable, after learning that these three people were from the Spirit Hall, Ye Chen finally decided to help them. Whoosh! Ye Chen rushed forward. Captain, it seems that the three seniors are no match for the Dark Rhino Dragon. What should we do? What can we do? With our current abilities, we can't help much. And once we leave this protective shield, we may be trampled to death by the Dark Rhino Dragon. But if we don't go out, what about Nana? She and Ghost Douluo led away the Black Phoenix and the Gluttonous Wolf King respectively. It's been so long, I'm afraid. Not far from the front battlefield, in a translucent golden protective shield, 7 or 8 young men and women stayed inside. They were pale, trembling all over, and talking a lot. The leader among them was a familiar face, and Ye Chen had also seen him. He was the captain of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, who had led the Spirit Academy to win the championship of the All-Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, and Hulina's brother, Xiaoyu. The top weapon Wuhan Yueran, who was only in his 20s, had reached a soul power level of more than 50. Such talent was also outstanding in the entire Douluo continent. Beside him were Yan and other outstanding soul masters of the younger generation of Wuhan Hall. Xiaoyu suppressed his inner fear and whispered to comfort, "Don't worry, everyone. With the strength of Ghost Douluo and Nana, they will not be killed by soul beasts so quickly. Let's wait patiently for the rescue of the seniors here." Dong 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 dong. As soon as Xiaoyu's voice fell, the 3 guards of Wuhan Hall who were not far away were kicked several meters away by the Dark Rhino Dragon. 3 large pits appeared on the ground again, and the 3 guards were all lying in the pits. Their throats felt sweet and they spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, these 3 were only guards of Wuhan Hall, and their strength had not yet reached the level of titled Douluo. Even if they had been in a stalemate with the Dark Rhino Dragon for a long time, they were still no match for the Dark Rhino Dragon, whose cultivation would reach 100,000 years. Oh no, your poisonous words made the seniors vomit blood. Damn it, I never saw these soul beasts so sensitive when I came here to practice. Why did they take the initiative to attack us this time? Yes, since the abnormal riot in the depths of the Death Canyon some time ago, these soul beasts are like crazy. Wherever they go, there will be disasters. For a while, Xiaoyu and the others all had cold sweat on their foreheads, and their eyes were full of fear and worry. With their strength, they might not be as good as a soul Douluo when added together. If there is no protection from the shield, they will probably be directly killed by the energy waves generated by the battle. Roar! The Dark Rhino stomped its feet, and the surrounding ground began to shake. At the same time, many cracks appeared, and even a large number of trees fell into the cracks, and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Every time it took a step forward, the ground shook violently, and the cracks on the ground increased a lot. The dark rhino began to slowly walk towards the 3 guards of the spirit hall. It deliberately slowed down its pace, as if it wanted to kill people and destroy their hearts. It enjoyed the fearful look in the eyes of humans when they were about to die. Wait, if you kill us, you will not have a good end. Her Majesty the Pope will not let you go. She will cut you into pieces, hunt for your soul rings, and deprive you of your soul bones. Beast, while you can still walk, why don't you roll back to the depths of the Death Canyon? One of the guards shouted to the dark rhino dragon in horror. Bang bang bang! But the dark rhino dragon ignored it and continued to walk towards them step by step. With its strength and cultivation, it can naturally understand what these people are saying. It has also seen Bibi Dong and knows how terrifying Bibi Dong is. But compared with Bibi Dong, the depths of the Death Canyon are even more terrifying. Since 3 months ago, an inexplicable energy attacked the depths of the Death Canyon. It doesn't want to go back to such a place again. It's over. The Ghost Elder is not here. With our strength, we can't beat it at all. We can only wait to die. The 3 guards showed despair in their eyes. Soul skill, 8 directions Kyung Megatama. But at this moment, 8 black round spheres flew straight over from a distance and smashed directly at the dark rhino dragon. Chapter 44 Killing Moment, 100,000 Years of Harvest. Roar. The dark rhino dragon seemed to be under great threat. It saw the 8 black balls flying towards it, raised its foot and kicked one of them with a hoof. A huge green light could be seen faintly coming out of its hoof. That was its soul skill, Crazy Rhino Strike. Boom! The soul skills of the 2 sides collided with each other, making a huge explosion. Everything within a few miles was affected, and the flowers, plants, and trees were all shattered. Fortunately, Xiaoyu and others were protected by a protective shield, and the 3 Wuhan Hall guards were behind the 8 directions Kyung Megatama and were not greatly affected. 8-sided Kyung Megatama. Although it cannot produce an absolutely invincible effect, it is enough to resist a soul skill of the dark rhino dragon. Ye Chen's purpose this time is not to rely on the 8-sided Kyung Megatama to attack the dark rhino dragon. After all, Kyung Megatama itself has no attack ability. He just wants to save the people of the Spirit Hall. Beast, you are really tired of living if you want to attack my people in the Spirit Hall. Ye Chen's cold voice sounded. Then, a huge phantom suddenly appeared in the air, holding a soul of Amaterasu that was enlarged dozens of times in the hand. It was Ye Chen's weapon soul. WC, is that our Spirit Hall's rescue? It looks so domineering. It turns out that a few black balls can resist the soul skills of the dark rhino dragon? This is probably not a titled Douluo. But when has our Spirit Hall ever had a titled Douluo with such a spirit? This is your ignorance. How can you understand the power of the Spirit Hall? Xiaoyu, have you seen it? No. After Ye Chen appeared, Xiaoyu and others showed surprised expressions and talked about it. It seemed that they had forgotten that they were so miserable in the last second. Ye Chen was wearing a golden mask on his face at this time, and his appearance was completely under the mask. It was normal for Xiaoyu and others not to recognize him. As for those who can have the strength to fight against the dark rhino dragon, they naturally thought that only the titled Douluo could do it. Roar! The dark rhino dragon roared again, glaring at Ye Chen, and at the same time, there was a trace of soul power in the roar, generating an invisible energy wave to attack Ye Chen. It was obviously really angry. But it did not dare to act rashly. It felt the danger from this human soul master who suddenly appeared. The last time it felt this kind of danger was in the depths of the Death Canyon 3 months ago. Little Black Bull, is this all you have? Don't let me look down on you. Ye Chen held the soul of Amaterasu and confronted the dark rhino dragon in mid-air. Soul skill, slash with the sword in mid-air. Bang! With a roar, Ye Chen blocked the dark rhino dragon's energy wave attack. At the same time, his body quickly disappeared in mid-air, and then appeared in the higher sky, with the sharp sword energy slashing down. This is the passive blocking release of slash with the sword in mid-air, which can produce teleportation and attack capabilities. But this level of attack is far from enough. Sword clone. Zhuiying 7th stage. Ye Chen immediately released 2 more soul skills. With the increase of the sword clone, he had several more clones, each of which could release the 7th stage of absolute shadow. Including the previous aerial attack, a total of 71 attacks were slashed at the Dark Rhino Dragon. Puff puff. The body of the Dark Rhino Dragon was cut open bit by bit, and at the same time, a large amount of pink light flowed out of it and poured into the Amaterasu soul of the original body Ye Chen. This Amaterasu soul can automatically obtain activation through attacks, so that when the activation reaches 100%, it can release the falling cherry blossom Jinghua slash. Ah! Roar! The Dark Rhino Dragon was tortured by Zhuiying Qijuan and Ling Kong Yu Biao, and was covered with wounds. It could not help but roar in pain. Fortunately, it had thick skin and flesh. Even after enduring so many attacks, it was fine except for some wounds on its skin. This is a soul beast with a cultivation of nearly 100,000 years. Its true strength is even greater than that of ordinary titled Douluo. At least it is stronger than Zhu Douluo Yueguan. But Ye Chen was not panicked at all. Humph, beast, unless you are a fierce beast, you can't beat me. Ye Chen sneered. Soul beasts are soul beasts, and they are always in two camps with humans. As long as humans are still obtaining soul rings and soul bones from soul beasts are still hunting innocent humans. The fight between the two camps will never stop. Unless they reach a consensus of mutual understanding. But it is easier said than done. Not every soul master is called Tang San or Tang Hao, and not every soul beast is called A Yin and Xiao Wu. So, Ye Chen has no good feelings for the Dark Rhino Dragon. What did he call the Dark Rhino Dragon just now? Little Black Bull. Yan, who was not far away, exclaimed, the Dark Rhino Dragon is a soul beast with a cultivation base of nearly 100,000 years. I said, can't you be calm? In front of the strong, what's a mere 100,000 year soul beast? Xiaoyu waved his hands helplessly, as if he was fighting the Dark Rhino Dragon. But fortunately, everyone got rid of the crisis brought by the Dark Rhino Dragon and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone's eyes were on Ye Chen, full of admiration and gratitude. Some young female spirit masters even shouted directly at Ye Chen, come on, senior, as long as you can defeat the Dark Rhino Dragon, you can ask me to do anything. Hey! Tiger and wolf words. Can you give birth to a monkey? Of course, it's to give birth to a real monkey. Ye Chen has no interest in them. Focusing all his energy on the Dark Rhino Dragon, the next moment, Ye Chen began to quickly approach the Dark Rhino Dragon, go to hell. Another bright red sword energy was released from the soul of Amaterasu, slashing fiercely on the Dark Rhino Dragon. Puff! A huge wound was cut open on the back of the Dark Rhino Dragon, and its bones were clearly visible. Ah! It let out a painful roar, and its eyes looking at Ye Chen were even more fearful and daunting. It can still stand up. How can it be more durable than Tang Hao? Ye Chen exclaimed. Swoosh! He then appeared on the back of the Dark Rhino Dragon like teleportation. Soul skill, Baptism of Light. Provides light attribute damage to the attack, just enough to restrain the Dark Rhino Dragon. The soul of Amaterasu was also filled with white light energy. Ah! Roar! The Dark Rhino Dragon was horrified. After all, it already had wisdom no less than that of humans, and it could see at a glance how terrible the soul of Amaterasu was at this time. It must not be hit. The Dark Rhino Dragon thought. It began to release its defensive soul skill, Rhino Scale Armor. Its entire body was covered with thick scales, including the wounds that Ye Chen had just inflicted. Defense of 100,000-year soul beast. Ye Chen was deeply disdainful, and the soul of Amaterasu in his hand continued to slash out. It just released one more soul skill. Soul skill, Armor Breaking Attack. Boom boom boom. A series of loud noises came from the back of the Dark Rhino Dragon, and the scales on its body that were attacked suddenly shattered and began to fall to the ground. The Armor Breaking Attack plus the Light Attribute Attack, the two soul skills are used together to completely restrain the Dark Rhino Dragon. The wounds on the Dark Rhino Dragon's body are getting more and more, and it is getting worse and worse. The bigger it got, the white bones were exposed. Once the wounds on its body increased, pink light would flow out of the wounds. Then it would flow into the soul of Amaterasu. At this time, the Dark Rhino Dragon could clearly sense that it was no match for Ye Chen. We must find a way to get rid of him, so let's threaten the lives of those bastards. Seeing that he was no match for the enemy, the Dark Rhino Dragon had the idea of escaping. Roar! Then it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a dark ball of light spit out from its mouth, attacking Xiaoyu and others hiding in the protective shield. Needle Release Rhino Ball. Its most powerful attack soul skill, unless the title Douluo releases the soul skill to resist it head-on, it can't resist it at all. As long as Ye Chen gives up attacking it and saves those bastards, it can take the opportunity to escape. A trick. But Ye Chen did not leave from its back as the Dark Rhino Dragon thought, but used the 8 Kyang Megatama behind him to resist its soul skill. He held up the soul of Amaterasu, and the pink mark on the soul of Amaterasu lit up. He suddenly jumped up from the back of the Dark Rhino Dragon and shouted coldly, "Falling cherry blossom slash!" A cherry tree full of cherry blossoms appeared at the feet of the Dark Rhino Dragon. At the same time, the cherry blossoms turned into swords, with a total of 50 stages of damage. The last stage of damage doubled, and with armor-breaking ability. This soul skill can directly kill a 50,000-year soul beast. Let's see if it can also kill a 100,000-year soul beast. Puff puff puff. Continuous penetration sounds sounded. When the last stage of falling cherry blossom slash hit the Dark Rhino Dragon, a pink ball of light suddenly appeared in its wound and exploded in an instant. Bang! In just a moment, the Dark Rhino Dragon's body was blown to pieces, and baby-sized corpses fell from the sky. This soul skill, how can this soul skill be so beautiful and powerful? It can instantly kill a 90,000-year soul beast. Xiaoyu and other young people in the spirit hall widened their eyes. When did such a titled Douluo appear in the hall? Why have I never heard of it? The 3 guards of the spirit hall were puzzled. With their qualifications in the Elder Hall, it is impossible for them not to know every titled Douluo in the spirit hall. Pa! When all the pieces of the Dark Rhino Dragon fell off, a slightly reddish soul ring appeared on its body. It turned out to be a 100,000-year soul ring. Presumably, this Dark Rhino Dragon once reached a cultivation level of 100,000 years, but did not survive the heavenly tribulation, so its cultivation level has remained at more than 90,000 years. Most soul beasts go through a heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years. After successfully going through the tribulation, they will become more noble and more powerful. If they fail, they will stay at the threshold, the same as the deep-sea demon whale king. Chapter 45 Hidden Mission Recasting Soul Weapons. 100,000 years. When the younger generation of the Spirit Hall and the 3 guards saw the 100,000-year soul ring and the 100,000-year soul bone, they all swallowed their saliva involuntarily. For them, this is something they may not see in their lifetime. In fact, it is not just them. Even everyone in the Spirit Hall, including Pope Bibi Dong, may not be able to see a few 100,000-year soul rings in their lifetime. The last time I saw it was when Xiao Wu, who took the initiative to go to the Spirit Hall, died. If it goes back further, it may be before I was born. You know, on the Douluo continent, 100,000-year soul beasts are extremely rare. To be precise, there should be very few 100,000-year soul beasts that humans know about. And there are very few human soul masters who can defeat 100,000-year soul beasts. Because powerful human soul masters and 100,000-year soul beasts are extremely rare, it is difficult to see the scene of human soul masters fighting against 100,000-year soul beasts. For decades, the Douluo continent has almost been spent in this delicate balance. I didn't expect that now I can actually see such a thing happen with my own eyes. For ordinary soul masters like them, it is undoubtedly lucky. Wow! Ye Chen landed easily and walked step by step towards the soul ring and soul bone left by the Dark Rhino Dragon. What a pity! Everyone present looked at the 100,000-year soul ring, with a bit of pity in their eyes. Countless soul masters dream of having a 100,000-year soul ring, but there are many things to pay attention to if they want to successfully absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. First, one soul ring must be given by the soul beast that can give the required soul ring by himself. If the soul beast is killed by someone else, then he can never get the soul ring of the soul beast again. Just like Ye Chen killed Xiao Wu before, only Ye Chen could get Xiao Wu's soul ring. It's just that Ye Chen's soul ring is full and can't get it anymore. Second, the soul ring age obtained by soul masters has certain restrictions at each stage. For example, a 100,000-year soul ring can only be absorbed by titled Douluo in theory, and soul masters at other stages are not able to absorb it. Forcibly absorbing it will most likely cause self-detonation and death, which is more uncomfortable than self-castration. Unless there is a panacea or special practice method. But, not everyone is called Ye Chen, and not everyone has the immortal grass. Everyone present, or 99% of the soul masters on Douluo continent, are under this restriction. The same applies to soul bones. Although the absorption of soul bones is not as strict as the absorption of soul rings, it is not something that ordinary people present can absorb. Moreover, even if the 3 guards of the Wuhan Hall can absorb it, who dares to take away the 100,000-year soul bone in front of this mysterious senior? Haha, it happens to be a left arm soul bone, I can use it. Ye Chen came to the body of the dark rhino dragon and grabbed the 100,000-year soul bone floating on the corpse in his hand. He observed carefully for a while, with a smile on his face. Before this, he only had 2 soul bones, and both were only 10,000-year soul bones. Now there are 3, and the third one is finally no longer 10,000 years. The 100,000-year soul bone will definitely greatly improve his overall strength again. However, Ye Chen did not rush to absorb it, but threw it directly into the Jun Nixu jade pendant. Now is not the time. As for the 100,000-year soul ring, then Ye Chen set his sights on the 100,000-year soul ring left by the dark rhino dragon. He had already wasted 100,000-year soul ring, but he didn't expect to waste another one today. What kind of sin did he commit? At this moment, ding! The host has refused to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring twice. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, disdain for 100,000 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden task reward, recasting the soul guide, the soul furnace. The reward has been automatically launched for the host, please check and use it. Open the system module. There is an additional soul furnace in other modules. Soul furnace, it can temporarily store soul rings or soul bones above the 100,000-year level, and can be attached to souls. After the attachment is successful, it can be attached to the existing soul rings or soul bones. God help me! The soul furnace has this function. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with joy. Although he does not lack soul rings, it is also a painful thing to watch the 100,000-year soul ring disappear. Now it's good, with this soul furnace, Mommy doesn't have to worry about me wasting a 100,000-year soul ring. Save the soul ring of the dark rhino dragon. Shua! Ye Chen took out the soul attaching furnace and just said a few words, and the soul attaching furnace absorbed the soul ring of the dark rhino dragon. In the system module, he could also clearly see the introduction of the dark rhino dragon's soul ring and its current status. Current status, temporarily saved. It means that it has not yet entered the soul attaching state. Which senior in the Elder Hall is this? He actually has the means to preserve the soul ring. After seeing Ye Chen collect the 100,000-year soul ring left by the dark rhino dragon, Yan couldn't help but shrink his pupils and showed a horrifying expression on his face. You know, under normal circumstances, a soul beast will have its soul ring when it is killed, and the soul ring must be absorbed by the killer within 1 hour, otherwise, the soul ring will disappear and be wasted. But the furnace-like thing in the mysterious senior's hand actually directly collected the soul ring. This is really shocking. For a time, everyone's admiration for Ye Chen became stronger. How come this senior is so much like Ye Chen? In just a few minutes, he has brought us so many shocks. As for Xiaoyu, the captain of the golden generation of Wuhan Hall, although he looked calm, he was full of awe in his heart. Whoosh whoosh! Ye Chen put away the soul furnace and soul bones and flew towards them at a high speed. Thank you for saving me, senior. As soon as they arrived, they bowed to Ye Chen neatly like robots. There was no way. In Douluo continent, strength is respected, and everything else is nothing. What's more, Ye Chen saved their lives. He deserves respect and awe. Well, Ye Chen didn't pretend, just nodded lightly, and went straight to the point and asked, where is the Saint Hulina? During this period, since Xiaoyu and Yan were also in the Death Canyon, then Hulina was most likely with them before. Maybe he could get some clues. Nana, Xiaoyu and Yan looked at each other, and finally Xiaoyu continued, about an hour ago, the 3 seniors went to find food for us, and only Elder Ghost accompanied us. But in this Death Canyon, the outer periphery, which has never been dangerous, was suddenly attacked by several 10,000-year soul beasts in the depths of the canyon today. Nana and Elder Ghost decided to personally lead those soul beasts away in order to protect us. Now Nana should be deeper in the Death Canyon. 10,000-year soul beasts in the depths of the canyon? Why did they suddenly come to the outer periphery? Ye Chen frowned and asked coldly. It's not easy to write. Please comment or vote more brothers, thank you. Chapter 46 Canyon Changes, Nana Crisis. Normally, each soul beast has its own certain activity area, especially soul beasts with higher cultivation, they generally have their own territory. Other soul beasts are not allowed to enter, but at the same time they will not leave their own territory. Why did the soul beasts that have been living in the depths of the Death Canyon suddenly appear? This since the earthquake in Death Canyon 3 months ago, the valley has become uneasy, and there are even more and more mutated soul beasts. Common 1,000-year soul beasts have grown to 10,000 years of cultivation in these 3 months, and 10,000-year soul beasts have grown to nearly 100,000 years of cultivation, such as the dark rhino dragon just now. Originally, it was only a soul beast of 70 or 80,000 years of cultivation, but 2 months ago it suddenly grew to about 100,000 years, and we saw it fail to pass the tribulation. Xiaoyu continued. After the earthquake, the soul beast's cultivation suddenly gained a huge increase. Ye Chen thought after listening. There must be something strange about the earthquake 3 months ago. And it seems that something more dangerous has appeared in the depths of Death Canyon. Otherwise, why wouldn't a soul beast like the dark rhino dragon improve its cultivation in the depths of the canyon, but abandon its territory and run to the periphery? Not good. Ye Chen thought secretly, Nana is still in the depths of the canyon, isn't she in danger now? Which direction did Nana go? Ye Chen continued to ask. Nana? She went to the south. Xiaoyu replied. But at the same time, he was a little confused. A senior of the spirit hall actually called Hulina Nana. What the hell is this? Could it be that his own sister fell in love with an old man? Or is this old man interested in his own sister? Sister, how stupid are you to know an old man over 100 years old? Xiaoyu thought, he thought Ye Chen was from the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall. Titled Douluo like the Elder Hall are all over 100 years old. So he thought the mysterious senior in front of him was the same. However, Ye Chen didn't know what Xiaoyu was thinking. He nodded lightly and said, since the Death Canyon has undergone such a big change, it is not suitable for soul masters of your level to practice. You should return to the Spirit Hall as soon as possible. I will save the Saint Girl. After that, Ye Chen released the sword in the air, stepped on the soul of Amaterasu, and prepared to fly deeper into the Death Canyon. Senior, I haven't asked which elder of the Elder Hall you are. At this time, a female soul master from the younger generation of the Spirit Hall asked hesitantly. She was pretty, with a slightly red face, as if she had some interest in Ye Chen. Xiaoyu was shocked. Are there really young girls in the world who love old men? What are they after? Humph. Ye Chen turned his head suddenly and said coldly to the young girl, too much nonsense, be careful to die in this canyon. At the moment he spoke, a fierce murderous aura burst out from his body. In just a moment, everyone was shocked and took a few steps back. Yes, I'm sorry, Senior, I am the junior who has offended you. The young female soul master felt as if she was alone in a cemetery for a moment. She was so scared that she quickly bowed to Ye Chen to apologize and dared not ask any more questions. Humph! Ye Chen shouted again and turned away. Douluo, you are not attracted to that senior, are you? After Ye Chen left, Yan looked at the young female soul master Douluo who had just spoken with some amusement. How could it be senior saved our lives, shouldn't we repay him? Douluo hesitated. I must repay him, but I don't care about him with my body. I think that senior seems to have someone he likes. Xiaoyu smiled slightly. For some reason, Xiaoyu saw the shadow of Ye Chen in the mysterious senior just now. And, seeing how much he cares about Hulina, who else in this world would be like him except Ye Chen? Let's find a safe place to stay. We'll wait for the saint and ghost Douluo to come back. But didn't the senior ask us to return to the Spirit Hall? What's wrong with you? Do you listen to the senior or the captain? Captain, are you stronger than the senior? Deep in the Death Canyon, there were several black phoenixes in the sky, attacking the ground with soul skills crazily. And where they attacked, there was a person. It was Hulina. At this time, Hulina tightly grasped the Junixu bracelet on her right wrist, with a complicated look. Thanks to the bracelet Xiao Chen gave me, I can resist the attacks of these soul beasts. But although their attacks can't directly break the protective shield, the protective shield can't withstand such a long attack. Xiao Chen, if I die here today, how will you react? As the protective shield cracked, Hulina bit her red lips lightly, and unconsciously, she thought of Ye Chen in her heart. She knew Ye Chen when she was a teenager. Maybe in the eyes of others, she is a cold and aloof saint of the spirit hall, who will not smile at others easily. But only her own heart knows that in addition to being the saint of the spirit hall, she is also just an immature girl. She also has the heart of a young girl in love, and is curious about the opposite sex of almost the same age. When she saw Ye Chen for the first time 9 years ago, she was attracted by his focused and charming eyes. Although Ye Chen was not very strong at that time. Although no one thought that the once cold saint of the spirit hall would like such a person. But she doesn't care about other people's eyes. In her world, as long as she thinks it's okay, it's okay. In 9 years, Hulina wanted to desperately get close to Ye Chen and desperately catch up with Ye Chen's footsteps. But she didn't expect that while her body was close, her strength was getting worse and worse. She regretted and felt ashamed of her ignorance 9 years ago. So this time she asked her teacher to let her come to the Death Canyon to practice so that she could better improve her strength. Unexpectedly, after experiencing an earthquake, Death Canyon has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only was he in danger, but in the end, he still relied on Ye Chen's soul guide to survive until now. Clang clang, despicable human, aren't you very good at running? Why don't you run now? Do you think you will die if you run any further, so why not die in my hands? Hehe, I won't kill you so easily. A mere soul master of more than 60 levels actually made me chase him for nearly half an hour. When the protective shield on your body is broken, I will definitely torture you well. Tian in the air, the leading Black Phoenix actually spoke human language and laughed hideously. It was also a beneficiary of the Death Canyon earthquake, but it seemed more fortunate than the Dark Rhino that failed to pass the tribulation. Not only did it pass the tribulation successfully, but it also became the leader of the Black Phoenix group. Under the wings, there will be a group of Black Phoenixes responding, and each Black Phoenix has more than 50,000 years of cultivation. It can be said to be very powerful. Xiao Chen Chen, I'm afraid I will never see you again. Hulina, who was hiding in the protective shield, heard this and her face turned extremely pale. Further ahead is the depths of the canyon where the fog is even thicker. Hulina has a hunch that it will be more dangerous inside than here. After all, the Black Phoenix group dare not go deeper. This means that there is a more terrifying existence inside than the Black Phoenix group. And the protective shield on Jun Nixu's bracelet is close to the edge of breaking. Whether she escapes or not, the next attack of the Black Phoenix group will break the protective shield. Once the shield is broken, it will be her death. Or she will be tortured by this ugly Black Phoenix. She will not be given a chance to escape to the depths. However, when she thought that no matter which result, she would die, Hulina's eyes suddenly became firm again. I must not fall into the hands of this monster. At worst, I will end my life. It's a pity I can't see Xiao Chen Chen and the teacher again. She held a red pill in her palm, and 2 lines of crystal tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. This pill is highly poisonous. Once swallowed, her soul will be shattered immediately. Even the corpse will be dissolved quickly. In this way, even if the shield is broken, the Black Phoenix will not be able to touch her. Chapter 47 Touch my reverse scale, I will kill you. Snap. The shield given by Jun Nixu's bracelet was finally completely broken after the next attack of the Black Phoenix group. At the same time, Jun Nixu's bracelet was also shattered. Hulina was completely exposed in front of them. Clang clang. The Black Phoenix group saw this scene and naturally refused to let it go. Under the leadership of the Black Phoenix King, they actually gave up their best long-range attack and rushed down. It turned out that the soul beasts could not change their arrogance. They wanted to torture Hulina. Xiao Chen Chen teacher brother everyone in the spirit hall. Seeing this scene, Hulina also knew that she was doomed, and her heart couldn't help but think of those people she had been with day and night. Maybe she herself didn't realize that the first person she thought of was Ye Chen. In other words, I don't know when, Ye Chen has become the first person in her heart. It is also the most important person in her heart. But it is such a person. Before dying, I can't see it. Goodbye. A few drops of crystal tears ran across her cheeks. Hulina picked up the poisonous pill in her hand, and was about to end it herself. Even if she died, she wanted to die with a clear conscience. I'll kill you. But at this moment, Hulina suddenly heard a roar not far away, and the poisonous pill in her hand fell to the ground in shock. She looked at the source of the sound in shock, and it turned out to be a mysterious man wearing a golden mask. She couldn't see his appearance clearly, but she always felt very familiar. It seemed that she had seen him somewhere. The several black phoenixes with 10,000 years of cultivation that were about to swoop down on Hulina were suddenly wrapped in a thick layer of black and could not move. They could only watch the prey dangling in front of them. Darkness invades. The person who arrived at the critical moment was none other than Ye Chen. After saying goodbye to the people in the spirit hall, Ye Chen tracked all the way south. But Hulina's remaining breath was still very weak, and it took him a long time to lock on to Hulina herself not long ago. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at full speed, he found that Hulina was surrounded. So he hurriedly used the dark invasion to stop those beasts who wanted to approach Hulina. Weapon Soul True Body. Sword Clone. Dragon Roar. Baptism of Light. Armor Breaking Blow. Next. Seeing Hulina like this, Ye Chen's heart was immediately furious. As soon as he controlled the group of black phoenixes, he released his weapon Soul True Body and several auxiliary soul skills to comprehensively improve his subsequent attack capabilities. Boom! The shadow of the weapon Soul True Body, which was tens of meters high, appeared behind him, and the enlarged version of the soul of Amaterasu also appeared in the hands of the shadow. The cold and violent breath burst out from Ye Chen and the shadow at the same time. Ye Chen stared coldly at those ignorant beasts, and his momentum instantly rose to the highest level. Just a few chickens, dare to touch my people? Today I will let you understand a truth, those who touch my reverse scales must be killed. After finishing the sentence word by word, Ye Chen's eyes turned red. That was not the change brought about by the weapon soul's true body, but the hatred in his heart for not coming earlier. Hulina almost took the medicine to commit suicide. If he came a second later, how could he be worthy of Hulina? How could he be worthy of the oath he had made in his heart? All of you go to hell! With a roar, the Amaterasu soul flew out and cut the three black phoenixes closest to Hulina in half. Ye Chen also followed the Amaterasu soul and quickly blocked in front of Hulina. Among this group of black phoenixes, except for the Black Phoenix King, the other black phoenixes are just some low-level 10,000-year soul beasts. With the current sharpness of the Amaterasu soul, it is definitely not something they can resisted. Puff puff. 2 more swords went down, and 2 more black phoenix corpses fell under Ye Chen's feet. Hulina, who was standing behind him, was stunned. Who is he? Such a powerful aura, he could kill 5 black phoenixes in such a short time. Hulina was amazed. Obviously, although she felt that the mysterious man in front of her seemed to have seen him somewhere before, she did not recognize him as Ye Chen at the first time. She thought he was a hidden titled Douluo. Clang! At this time, there was a burst of angry phoenix calls, and the leading Black Phoenix King broke away from the control of the Dark Invasion. A 100,000-year soul beast is much stronger than an ordinary titled Douluo. The biggest feature is their toughness, and they are more likely to break free from the control of soul skills. Moreover, the Dark Invasion will weaken over time. The Black Phoenix King took advantage of the moment when the Dark Invasion weakened to break away from control. Hehe, another one is here to die? In my canyon, do you think you can save that girl? The Black Phoenix King laughed creepily. Since it successfully reached the level of 100,000 years of cultivation, no one has ever been able to escape alive from its hands. The bodies of the Wuhan Hall people in the Death Canyon are the best proof. Although Ye Chen in front of him looks very strong, the Black Phoenix King does not think that Ye Chen will be its opponent. Hehe. Your canyon? This is your Monument Valley, right? Ye Chen smiled faintly, and at the same time raised his right hand slightly, and threw out the soul skill 10,000 sword shadow killing formation. The dozen black phoenixes behind the Black Phoenix King were trapped in the formation in an instant, and then accepted the lingchi of 10,000 swords. In a moment, the Black Phoenix group was left with only the Black Phoenix King and a few surviving little black phoenixes. Clang! Seeing this, the Black Phoenix King couldn't help but roared wildly. They all say that humans are cunning. I didn't expect them to be really cunning. They were still talking in the last second, and the enemy was killing their own people in the next second. You really deserve to die. The Black Phoenix King flew high into the sky, glaring at Ye Chen. I wanted to torture you, but now, I have changed my mind. I want you to die immediately. High in the sky, it suddenly opened its mouth, and with the loud sound of the phoenix, a huge black light ball condensed in its mouth. Hulina, who was hiding behind Ye Chen, saw this scene and hurriedly reminded him, Senior, be careful, the soul skill of the Black Phoenix King is very powerful, and it has the effect of breaking armor. My protective shield was broken by the soul skill, break armor. Can it also break the protective shield on Jun Nixu's bracelet? Ye Chen frowned slightly when he heard this, thinking, it seems that I need to replace Nana with a soul guide that can produce an invincible effect in the future. However, Ye Chen could only think so much about Hulina's reminder. He was not really afraid of the attack of the Black Phoenix King. For an opponent with the strength of a king, the King of Hanging is the King of Kings. And he himself is the cheating king. What's there to fear? Ye Chen turned to Hulina and smiled, since you call me senior, how could you lose to a little black chicken? Immediately, he released the favor of fate and enveloped Hulina. And he jumped up and faced the Black Phoenix King who was about to release a powerful soul skill. Chapter 48 Successful Rescue, Don't Pretend. At that moment, Ye Chen seemed to have turned into a stream of light that went against the sky. He held the soul of Amaterasu tightly in his right hand and released the soul skill 8 directions Kyang Megatama at the same time. 8 black spheres of equal size appeared in front of him. This was the first time he fought against a 100,000-year soul beast. And in this confrontation, he wanted to try how powerful the soul skill of the 100,000-year soul beast was. Whether it could break his soul skill 8 directions Kyang Megatama. If you can't, then the moment you release your soul skill, you will die. Ye Chen controlled the positions of the 8 Kyang Megatama in his mind. Soon, the formation of 1, 3, and 4 was completed. At this time, it was also the time when the Black Phoenix King successfully condensed his soul skill. The huge black energy ball instantly collided with the 8 Kyang Megatama. The depths of the Death Canyon also shook violently at this moment. The powerful energy wave affected a wide range, and all the trees within a radius of 5 kilometers were uprooted and suddenly turned into smoke. The fog was shaken away by the energy wave, and you could see the sun hanging in the middle when you looked up. The dazzling sunlight shone on the earth, illuminating the Death Canyon of the eternal night. After releasing the soul skill, the Black Phoenix King felt a bright light in front of his eyes, and then fell into darkness. It has been living in the dark night for tens of thousands of years, and has long been accustomed to the brightness of the dark night, and cannot see the sun. Unexpectedly, this time, Ye Chen accidentally hit it, and his eyes were forcibly destroyed by the sun. Clang! The huge pain came from his eyes, and the Black Phoenix King couldn't help but scream. Of course, it was still good. The remaining few of its tribesmen had already disappeared without a trace in the moment when the sun shone. Damn it, clang clang! It struggled hard and kept circling in the sky, as if moving quickly could reduce its pain. But it didn't know that Ye Chen had quietly come to its side at this time. The moment the 8 Kyang Megatama collided with the Black Phoenix King's soul skills, 5 of them were defeated, and then another one was broken in the continuous collision. So Ye Chen only had 2 Kyang Megatama left in the end. It has to be said that the soul skills of a 100,000-year soul beast are not covered. If it were any other title Douluo, they would have avoided it long ago. Which idiot is willing to face it head-on? Only Ye Chen. Fortunately, Ye Chen himself does not think he is stupid. Even if the 8 Kyang Megatamas are scattered, he still has the shield attribute of the Amaterasu soul to protect him. In any case, the Black Phoenix King cannot kill him with one move. Moreover, the truth now is that he still has 2 Kyang Megatamas. This is enough to prove that the defensive ability of the 8 Kyang Megatamas is also very good. Beast, I said that the moment you release your soul skills, it is your death. Ye Chen kept his word. With the blessing of various auxiliary soul skills, he raised the Amaterasu soul, and released the 7th stage of Absolute Shadow and the Burning Sword slash together. A full 8 stages of damage. The light on the Amaterasu soul also changed from the previous 3 colors of black, white, and red to 2 more colors of dark black and fiery red. This is the light of the 7th stage of Absolute Shadow and the Burning Sword slash. If you really want to describe the color of this light, you can only say that it can blind the eyes of titanium alloy dogs. Then, Ye Chen's 8-stage damage can just stack 8 marks. The active stacking mark effect of the 8-sided Kyang Megatama is triggered. As long as one Kyang Megatama is detonated, it can cause fatal damage to the Black Phoenix King. But at this time, Ye Chen's inner anger made him want to kill. The next moment, he directly detonated both Kyang Megatama. The marks superimposed on the Black Phoenix King were also detonated at the same time. Boom bang dong. Various explosion sounds sounded from the Black Phoenix King's body. It didn't even use all its strength, but was blown to pieces by the explosion effect of the 8-sided Kyang Megatama. After a total of 16 different sounds sounded, The proud Black Phoenix clan leader's final cemetery was above its most invincible altitude. How ridiculous! It's over. Ye Chen looked at the body of the Black Phoenix King that was smashed to the ground with hatred, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, he didn't care about the soul rings and soul bones produced after the Black Phoenix King died. Instead, it slowly fell in front of Hulina. After this experience, he actually felt a little sorry for Hulina. After all, he said it himself at the beginning, that he would protect the people he wanted to protect. Although he did it now, he arrived in a very urgent situation. What if he was late next time? 12:01 at night? Hulina might have an accident. Ye Chen opened his mouth and wanted to say something to Hulina. But when he met Hulina's eyes, he found that they were already full of tears. You are Xiao Chen, right? Hulina tried hard to restrain her tears, staring at Ye Chen without blinking. Can you recognize me? Ye Chen suddenly looked a little surprised. He thought that after wearing the mask, no one would recognize him. Just like when he met Xia Yu and his group before. They had obviously met before and participated in the Soul Master competition together, but those people couldn't recognize him. Why did Hulina recognize him? Could it be that he had fought 2 battles and his sweat odor was smelled? During the 9 years of training, Hulina complained about his sweat odor a lot, and she was extremely sensitive to his sweat odor. If that's the case, isn't this very embarrassing? I'm not. Ye Chen hesitated. Wanted to say I didn't mean it. But that's too weird, right? Didn't I smell it on you on purpose? Damn, only idiots would say that. You are Ye Chen, right? Hulina almost cried, but she still held back. Step by step, she walked forward, regardless of Ye Chen's objection. She put her hand on the mask on Ye Chen's face. Don't pretend, Xiao Chen, you're here right? Hulina became emotional. As a saint of the spirit hall, crying is a very shameful thing for her. From childhood to adulthood, Hulina has never cried. Even in the face of danger. But today, when she thought of Ye Chen, when she sensed Ye Chen's identity through her sense of smell, she couldn't hold back her tears. She wanted to say that she was a waste. She couldn't control her tears, couldn't defeat the Black Phoenix King, and couldn't protect the Jun Nixue bracelet given by Ye Chen. But now she wanted to cry in Ye Chen's arms. Not to comfort him, but to be glad that she could do what she wanted. When she wanted to see Ye Chen, she saw him. How lucky is this? Pa! Ye Chen's mask fell to the ground. When Hulina saw that it was really Ye Chen, she couldn't control her tears anymore, and her body couldn't help but throw herself into Ye Chen's arms. Woo 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 Xiao Chen, it's you. Nana. Once upon a time, the girl she admired, the girl who had been with her day and night for 9 years, would cry like this. Ye Chen's nose suddenly felt sore, and he took the initiative to hug Hulina tightly, and kissed her forehead gently, saying, "Sorry, I'm late." Chapter 49. Deep in the Kenyan meteoric realm. For a long time, Hulina seemed to be a little tired of crying, and stayed quietly in Ye Chen's arms, without saying a word, but her little hands pulled the corner of Ye Chen's clothes from time to time. It seemed like a little girl in love, and she looked very cute. She always thought that Ye Chen was a wooden lump. He didn't understand the relationship between men and women at all. Until today, she realized in her heart that Ye Chen really liked her, but he just didn't say it. As for why he didn't say it, Hulina gently moved her body so that she could lean more comfortably in Ye Chen's arms. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally came to a conclusion. Ye Chen, he is shy. Yes, it must be like this. Anyway, Hulina swore that no one would call Ye Chen wooden in the future. Of course. Except herself. Hey! Ye Chen also noticed Hulina's abnormality at this time and looked down. Good guy. The clothes on his chest can catch up with the wet rag. Although Hulina is not tall, she can really cry. It is said that women are made of water, and this is indeed true. He knocked on Hulina's forehead with a bit of laughter and tears. Nana, why don't we go back? It's actually quite dangerous here. The Death Canyon riots, ordinary tens of thousands of years of soul beasts can suddenly succeed in tribulation and grow to 100,000 years of cultivation. God knows how many beings like the Black Phoenix King there are in this depth. If there are 1 or 200,000 year soul beasts, Ye Chen is not afraid. But if there are 1 or 200... Sorry. See you in 30 years. Ye Chen would rather kill 100 Tanghaus than fight 100,000-year soul beasts. Oh! Hu Lina got out of Ye Chen's arms reluctantly. Then she looked deeper into the Death Canyon and said, "It is indeed very dangerous. I always feel that there seems to be something more terrifying than the Black Phoenix King in the deeper part. When they chased me here, they didn't dare to fly deeper. Imagine! A place that can scare 100,000-year soul beasts. What kind of place would that be? At least there is something that can kill 100,000-year soul beast. Deeper." Ye Chen followed Hu Lina's gaze. In the deeper part of the Death Canyon, the fog was even thicker. If the visibility was no more than 300 meters before, then if you look inside, the visibility will not even exceed 50 meters. Imagine, in an environment where visibility is no more than 50 meters, once a 100,000-year soul beast attacks, who can react? Unless you use mental perception all the time, and use mental power to replace your eyes. But once you use mental power for a long time, it will be a very tiring thing. Ye Chen asked himself that his mental power was relatively large, and he didn't know how long he could stay in the deeper part of the Death Canyon. At the same time, he was also very curious, why the Death Canyon, which was not mentioned at all in the original book, would have undergone huge changes in this period of time. Could this be related to the earthquake deeper in the Death Canyon? You don't want to go in and take a look. Seeing Ye Chen staring at the deeper part of the Death Canyon, Hu Lina understood his thoughts in seconds. After all, in the 9 years of getting along, Ye Chen only had such a focused look when he drew his sword. Why are some people so curious? Hu Lina sighed helplessly and continued, "Then let's go? Let's go in and take a look. Anyway, with Ye Chen here, she is not afraid at all. Even if she died, she would die beside Ye Chen." She was satisfied with this alone. But Ye Chen didn't think so. After hearing what Hu Lina said, he was shocked and said, "I just want to go in." "Why are you going in? It's too dangerous here. I'll send you to Xiaoyu before I go in." "Wouldn't." Hu Lina wanted to leave after hearing this but was pulled by Ye Chen. Ye Chen was confused, he didn't know what he did wrong. Walk again, pull again. The two's movements were very coherent, and those who didn't know would think they were dancing ballet. This cycle repeated about 4 or 5 times, and Hu Lina said angrily, "Either you go back with me, or I go in with you, you choose." "This okay. But we are just going in to take a look, you have to hide behind me well, and come out quickly if there is any danger." Ye Chen couldn't resist Hu Lina in the end, so he agreed to her request. But he knew that Hu Lina was worried about him. He was still very touched. As for disliking Hu Lina for being too weak, he had never thought about it. If you want to question it, then you must have never really liked someone. Of course, the most important thing is that Ye Chen is confident that he can protect Hu Lina and will not let her be in any danger. So he compromised. Unlike some people, who like a soul beast but can't protect it at all. It's just a loser. Then, Ye Chen used the soul furnace to temporarily preserve the soul ring and soul bone of the Black Phoenix King. During this period, Hu Lina was quite shocked by Ye Chen's new soul guide ability. But fortunately, she also knew that Ye Chen always had some unexpected things, so she didn't ask too much. The two walked shoulder to shoulder and went deeper into the Death Canyon. In order to be on the safe side, Ye Chen deliberately released the favor of fate before entering. After all, he certainly didn't dare to be careless about unknown dangers. And when the two just stepped into the thick fog, a huge energy came directly. Although hiding in the favor of fate, the two could still feel the horror of this energy. According to a rough estimate, this energy alone is not something that a soul master below level 50 can easily resist. Now, we have only taken one step forward, and there is such a powerful energy fluctuation. What kind of terrifying existence will there be in the deeper depths? At this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for coming to the meteoric realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, the immortal god's residence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. At the same time, the entire Douluo continent has quietly changed. A mysterious foggy jungle appeared 10 kilometers east of Wuhan City. A mysterious foggy lake appeared in the core area of Xingda Great Forest. A mysterious foggy cave appeared on the high mountain inside the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The forest behind the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was covered by fog. The Hell Road in the Killing City was covered by fog. The circular sea under the Sea God Mountain on the Sea God Island was covered by fog. Haoshan Sect, Xiangjia sect. Almost all the territories of the forces that can be called by the name have shown signs of being covered by mysterious fog or simply have a place that does not exist on the continent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, all the soul masters who sensed something unusual on Douluo continent quickly rushed out and rushed towards the mysterious foggy area near them. Chapter 52nd Wuhan, Who is Coming? Meteorite Realm. As the residence of the immortal God King, it is a space independent of Douluo continent. But since it appeared on Douluo continent, it is destined to be inseparable from Douluo continent. The real location of the meteoric realm is deep in the Death Canyon, and it was the moment Ye Chen stepped into here that the meteoric realm was completely activated. Other entrances to this place on Douluo continent were also completely opened. That is why there are suddenly many foggy areas on Douluo continent. These foggy areas actually have another name, called the meteoric array. The function of the meteoric array is to connect the meteoric realm. No matter which meteoric array on Douluo continent they enter, their final destination is also the meteoric realm. In other words, the meteoric array plays a role of teleportation, but there is only one endpoint for teleportation. It is the place where Ye Chen and Hulina are currently stepping into. This is the prompt given to Ye Chen by the system. Another point worth noting is that no matter which star formation you enter the meteoric realm from, you cannot return to the vicinity of the previous star formation when you exit. They have only one exit, which is the Death Valley. For example, if passerby A enters the meteoric realm from the star formation of Haoshan sect, then when he exits, he will not return to Haoshan sect, but will be directly teleported to the Death Valley. After all, the specific location of the meteoric realm is in the Death Valley. The star formation only sends you here, but not back. Ye Chen tightly grasped Hulina's left hand, and his eyebrows wrinkled involuntarily. He really didn't expect that the so-called meteoric realm would be in the depths of the Death Valley. However, it was unexpected and reasonable. If it was really as the system said, then the earthquake in the Death Valley and the improvement of the cultivation of many soul beasts could be explained. There is an extremely strong soul power in the meteoric realm. Just standing on the periphery, Ye Chen could feel that his soul power was slowly increasing, without drawing his sword at all. Presumably, those soul beasts that suddenly improved their cultivation had entered here before. After taking a few steps forward, Ye Chen suddenly remembered that the system had just mentioned some hidden task rewards. He hurriedly opened the system panel to check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden task reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive martial soul of the immortal God King, Meteoric Blade. This martial soul can be used with other martial souls, and the same is true for soul skills. Meteoric Blade? Then open his personal attribute panel. Ye Chen suddenly discovered that he did have one more martial soul. Host, Ye Chen. Age, 15 years old. Martial soul, Amaterasu soul, top martial soul, Meteoric Blade, God level martial soul. Soul power, level 80, soul Douluo. The following is omitted. This is actually a God level martial soul? It's not a wasted trip for me, the heir of the immortal God King. Ye Chen smiled, which was quite satisfactory. Although there is no soul ring on the Starfall Blade martial spirit, there are 200,000-year soul rings in his soul furnace. At worst, he can absorb these 2 soul rings to the Starfall Blade when he goes out. Anyway, he has no shortage of 100,000-year soul rings now. At worst, he can draw the sword for a few months, and the number of times he draws the sword can be exchanged for 100,000-year soul rings. On the other hand, starfall arrays have appeared near the territories of almost all forces on the Douluo continent. But facing the foggy area that suddenly appeared, most forces dare not act rashly. Because this is the first time such a thing has happened. If a divine beast, the alpaca, suddenly pops out after stepping in, who can withstand it? The back mountain of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family. Yu Yuanzhen pondered for a long time and sighed silently. From today on, the back mountain is a restricted area. No one is allowed to step into the back mountain without my permission. Haoshan sect. Tang Xiao frowned. Send out spies first to explore the movements of other forces and see if anything unusual has happened on the continent during our 10 years of seclusion. East of Wuhan City. Bibi Dong smiled coldly. Yueguan, take someone in to have a look. Yueguan. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect is located in the mountains. Ning Fengzi, how about we go in and have a look? Among the many forces. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, who was more courageous and willing to take risks. But this is no wonder. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is one of the top 3 sects, except for the 2 foreign aid titled Douluo, the others in their sect have the highest soul power level of Ning Fengzi. Level 79. Ning Fengzi needs an opportunity that can change the fate of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. He had a hunch that in this mysterious fog, there must be something he was looking forward to. Immediately, Ning Fengzi, looking at the 2 best friends beside him, no, 2 titled Douluo, he said, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, would you like to go in with me? Chen Xin and Gu Rong looked at Ning Fengzi's mysterious smile, and their lips tightened, and they were a little excited, of course. But at this moment, the daughter of Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, ran over, and she shouted to Ning Fengzi expectantly, Dad, I want to go too. Ning Rong. Ning Fengzi's favorite daughter. Over the years, Ning Fengzi has been holding her in his hands and raising her. Later, he sent her to Shrek Academy for training. But he didn't expect that Shrek Academy lost to Wuhan Academy in the Soul Master competition and only won the 2nd place. This was something Ning Fengzi never expected. Moreover, among his daughter Ning Rongrong's classmates, there was actually a 100,000-year soul beast. If it weren't for Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Wuhan Hall, who saw his face, Ning Rongrong would have been arrested long ago. In the 6 months after the Soul Master competition, Ning Rongrong never went to Shrek Academy again, but was trained by 2 titled Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Now she has a soul power of level 45. She is considered to be the best in Douluo continent. But, compared with that person, who dares to say that he is excellent? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but sigh, and suddenly thought of Ye Chen in his heart. If Ye Chen was not from the Spirit Hall, he really wanted to attract Ye Chen to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Well, since you want to go, then come in with us. Then, Ning Fengzi smiled at Ning Rongrong and said, but after you go in, you must always stay behind your Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. Okay, Dad. Ning Rongrong was full of joy. Next, the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect officially became the 2nd team to enter the meteorite realm after Ye Chen and Hulina. The fog was heavy, and everything beyond 50 meters could not be seen clearly. The group of people from the Kaibao Glazed sect slowly moved forward. They walked for about 2 minutes. Chen Xin suddenly turned in one direction and shouted, Who is coming?